After the company went bankrupt, I owed tens of millions of dollars. Just when I was desperate and ready to jump off the building, the presidents of all the major banks in the city showed up together to persuade me. I was the youngest billionaire in Jiangcheng. I owed nearly 120 billion US dollars to all the banks in the city due to poor management. Their faces were filled with anxiety. They knelt on the ground and begged me tearfully not to do anything stupid. If I left, they would not be able to pay off these debts. They said they believed that as a business genius, I would be able to make a comeback, and they were willing to give me time until these debts were paid off. For this, I am very grateful. After experiencing numerous ups and downs, I finally managed to pay off all my debts, became one of the world's largest financial giants, and became a billionaire. Hi everyone, thanks for watching. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel, and if you like this story, please let me know in the comment section. I will update the next part. At this moment, I from the parallel world came through and activated the system. Host, if you complete the task, you will be rewarded with 100 sets of school district housing. Host, complete the task and gain stock analysis skills. The host completed the debt task and obtained 100% control of the group. So, I used the money from selling the school district house and relied on my stock analysis skills to complete rounds of stock speculation. My name is William. When I slowly opened my eyes, I found myself standing on the edge of the balcony in a daze, with the sky hundreds of meters in front of me. If I take one more step forward, I will disappear from this world forever. I looked down, my heart tightened, and suddenly a voice sounded in my head. Where is this? I murmured to myself. As soon as the voice fell, a strange memory flooded into my mind. I actually traveled through time, and I traveled to a person with the same name as me. Looking back, I was an ordinary financial analyst in my previous life, but in this life, I became a young tycoon who controls a multi-billion-dollar group. However, things were not as good as I imagined. Over the past 2 years, the Chen Group, which I control, has been facing economic shocks. The group, which once had a market value of hundreds of billions, is now in danger and almost on the verge of bankruptcy. Worse still, I owed the bank nearly $120 billion. Although I tried for a long time, I still couldn't save it. Finally, I decided to end it all and choose death. Just when I was about to make a decision, I was suddenly pulled back from behind. Before I could react, I was thrown into a man's arms. He hugged me tightly, smiling widely. Great, Boss Chun, I finally saved you. I struggled hard and pushed him away. Brother, we are not young anymore. Can't you hug me more gently? But he didn't care at all. Instead, he shouted loudly. Everyone come here. Boss Chun is about to jump off the building. In an instant, a group of people rushed forward and surrounded me. I recognized this group of people at a glance. They were all presidents of major banks in Jiangcheng City, and they were all my creditors. Looking at their anxious eyes, I felt a little irritated, but I still tried to get rid of them. Let me go, I won't jump again. I stood up and walked towards the door. Recalling the moment just now, I couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. I had just come here, and if I jumped off the building and committed suicide, it would be too stupid. I walked out of the balcony and went downstairs, and I returned to the 18th floor of the building, which is my home. After entering the door, I saw a 200 square meter living room. The luxurious decoration made me feel like I was in another world. I sat down and began to sort out all the memories of this body. Suddenly, 13 middle-aged men and several special security personnel also entered the room. They surrounded me and refused to leave. Boss Chun, how can you be so depressed? We are all here with you. One of the bank presidents spoke up, and it was obvious that they all cared about me. Although they kept saying that they were trying to help me, I knew that what they were most worried about was that my death would make it impossible for them to collect their debts. Boss Chun, I told you last month that if you have any difficulties, you can come to me at any time and I will help you to the end. Another bank president also quickly agreed. I couldn't help but laugh because I understood the thoughts of these bank presidents. The one who owes money is always the boss, and I am that boss. They will find a way to satisfy whatever I want as long as I don't jump off the building. I sighed deliberately. I felt that my leg was injured when President Lee pulled me down. Several presidents immediately came over and started to massage me. Boss Chun, where do you feel uncomfortable? Let's massage you. I was secretly pleased with myself. Sure enough, people who owe money are the ones who enjoy the treatment. At this moment, Alex came in hurriedly. He is my fund control assistant. Boss, the stock price has started to fall again. Seeing the stock chart in front of me, I couldn't help but frown. This was undoubtedly a double whammy for me. Just when I was feeling down, the system prompt sound suddenly rang in my mind. Ding, The host activated the wealth system and successfully bound. Instantly, a large amount of stock analysis data emerged in my mind. It felt like I had a money cheat. I looked at the stock curve and immediately analyzed the trend of the next few months in my mind. The system's voice sounded again. Congratulations to the host for completing the first stock analysis and receiving a reward of 10 million in cash. This reward made me a little stunned, but then I regained my composure. After all, I still have 80 million cash flow in my hands. If I use it properly, I may be able to turn the situation around. I turned to Alex and ordered, divide this 80 million into 3 parts and buy stocks of Yuan Hong, Iron Giant, and Transformer Torch respectively. Seeing this, the bank presidents became anxious. Boss Chun, this is too risky. We can't lose all our money. I smiled and said calmly, don't worry, I'll take responsibility if there's any problem. Then I turned to Alex and said, do it right away. Seeing this, all the bank presidents were dumbfounded. In their opinion, I was determined to give up on myself. I looked at their expressions, understood what they were thinking, and comforted them. Why? You still don't trust my decision. After all, I have built the Chun Group from scratch to a market value of 100 billion. Although the economic turmoil in the past 2 years has brought the group to the brink of bankruptcy, it is only a matter of time before it returns to its peak. After hearing what I said, the bank presidents felt a little shaken. Because in the past 6 months, when they communicated with me, I was basically very depressed, and I said more than once that the group would go bankrupt sooner or later. They didn't expect that I would recover so quickly. The fear and despair I felt just now seemed to be soothed by some kind of power. Looking at the doubtful eyes of the bank presidents, I couldn't help but smile. Don't worry, I'm not depressed anymore. Just now, when I was standing on the roof, I found that I'm actually afraid of heights. They obviously didn't buy it, and their expressions were a little stiff. I continued, if you don't believe me, I will declare Chun Group bankrupt tomorrow. Hearing this, they all looked flustered, as if they were worried that I would really make an extreme decision. Okay, Boss Chun, we believe in you. They finally spoke, expressing their trust in my decision. Well, Boss Chun, take care of yourself. Your health is the capital of the revolution. Everyone left in a hurry, obviously relieved. Not long after, a young and elegant woman came in. She handed me a cup of coffee and said softly, Boss, your coffee. I took the coffee and asked, who are you? She smiled and replied, my name is Lily. President Lee asked me to be your personal bodyguard and be responsible for your daily life and safety. If I were the old me, I would definitely refuse this arrangement, but now I have no reason to refuse. Why not have a beautiful woman to help me cook, take care of the housework, and protect me at the same time? Okay, thank you, President Lee. I nodded, took her coffee, and felt a little warm in my heart. At the same time, President Lee and other bank presidents were eavesdropping outside the door. Although they couldn't hear any sound, they had already made a judgment in their hearts. As long as there was no movement after 3 minutes, it meant that I agreed to Lily staying. Sure enough, after 3 minutes, the door still didn't open, and they knew I agreed. They secretly breathed a sigh of relief. In this way, Lily could observe my emotional changes at any time, and once she found that I was doing something inappropriate, everyone would be able to know in time. Boss, I have bought stocks of 3 companies as you requested. Alex reported quickly. Well, you've worked hard. I have nothing to do today. You can go back first. I responded indifferently. As soon as he left, the system's voice rang in his mind again. Ding! The host has completed the first stock purchase, activating the main task. Pay off all debts of the group within 1 year. When I heard the content of the task, I couldn't help but feel happy. The system's rewards often bring unexpected gains, and now that I have the ability to analyze stocks, I believe the task will be completed soon. The next morning, I received a call from Alex. Boss, the stock price has gone up. It went up 10 points overnight. I frowned and thought to myself, just 10 points, it's really nothing. I'll wait and see how Alex reacts when the outbreak happens next week. Let it grow slowly. I answered casually and hung up the phone. The system then prompted me to complete the task and win a random prize. Choose a lottery. I whispered. The system's voice sounded again. Host completed the random draw and received the reward. 100 sets of school district housing in the North Ring District. I was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. School district housing is one of the most expensive properties in Jiangcheng City. The price of school district housing in Beihuan District is at least 50,000 yuan per square meter, and 100 houses can earn 500 million yuan. This reward is simply too terrible. I quickly checked the package, which contained the keys and property certificates of 100 school district houses in Beihuan district. Seeing all this, I couldn't help but get excited. Now, my task is to cash in these properties as soon as possible, then invest them in the stock market and continue to complete the system's tasks. At this time, the presidents of major banks also began to pay attention to the changes in stocks. They thought that the three stocks William bought would lose money, but they did not expect that they would rise by 10 points overnight. Although this was only a small hope for them, it gave them a chance to breathe. They all celebrated, expressing their gratitude that William's decision gave them hope. A 10-point increase? Is Chun Group really going to return to its peak? A bank president was delighted. I was driving to the Beihuan district. When I arrived at the gate of the community, I had to park my car at the gate because no outside vehicles were allowed to enter. Not far from the car, I was bumped by a woman and the keys in my hand fell to the ground. She widened her eyes and said angrily, "You key maker, why are you running so fast? Are you in a hurry to die?" I smiled disdainfully and replied, "I'm rushing to send you to your death." When I picked up the key, I secretly complained in my heart that I was unlucky to meet such a shrew when I just went out. She said angrily, "Oh, the key makers are so arrogant." Her face flushed instantly. "Who gave you the confidence?" As I bent down to pick up the keys, I responded with a sneer, "I'm curious. How dare you come out shopping when you're so ugly?" As soon as I said this, the woman's face turned blue with anger, and she was so angry that she could hardly speak. "Okay, you're awesome." She glared at me. "I'm in a hurry to buy a house for my son today. If I meet you again, I will make you pay for it." After saying that, she turned around and ran into the community. I knew there was no need to argue with this kind of shrew. A few sarcastic remarks would make her angry and leave. I continued to pick up the dropped keys, not taking it seriously. The woman in front of me was just angry. After a while, I arrived at the sales office and unexpectedly ran into the woman again. She was still furious, but I ignored her and asked a staff member if he could help sell the house. After all, the 100 school district houses that had just been delivered were exactly my investment target. The staff was obviously attracted by my identity and looked at me with curiosity. After all, these houses are not affordable for ordinary people, and I am obviously not an ordinary homebuyer. I'm not very old and look no more than 30 years old. At the same time, the woman was still unwilling to give in and argued with another salesperson. "Didn't you say last time that there were still 100 houses? How come in just 1 week? You said that none of them were sold. Who are you fooling?" She threatened while arguing. "If you raise the price, I will sue you." Faced with her unreasonable behavior, the salesperson seemed a little helpless. At this moment, another salesperson came over and whispered to me, "Mr. Chun, please wait a moment." I nodded, picked up the teacup, and drank slowly. At this time, the salesperson walked towards the woman and said softly, "Miss, our house is indeed sold out, but there is a buyer who is ready to resell his house today. If you are willing, I can take you to meet him, and maybe we can reach an agreement." When the woman heard this, her eyes lit up, and she thought, as long as there is a house, she doesn't care who sells it. A few minutes later, she followed the salesman towards me, obviously still expecting to get a house from me. She stared at me and was about to speak when she was stunned. She didn't expect that the key maker she had just cursed was actually the rich man who owned 100 school district houses. Her face instantly became embarrassed, and I sneered at her and said unceremoniously, "Sorry, I won't sell my house to you." The salesperson was stunned when she heard what I said. She obviously didn't expect that William was willing to sell 100 houses but didn't want to sell them to this woman. She saw the problem at a glance and realized that the woman must have offended me. The woman was furious and was about to yell at me again. But the salesperson stopped her in time and said, "Ma'am, I'm sorry. It's my fault. I shouldn't have brought you here." She turned around and said softly, "If you want to buy a house, you can take a look at other pre-sale houses in our community." Under the guidance of the salesperson, the woman was so angry that her face turned red, but she could only be taken away in a huff. She left in a rage, while I was relaxed and contented, secretly happy in my heart. I don't care about those trivial things. Whether you go to learn about the newly opened pre-sale houses or go to see other properties, it doesn't matter, as long as it doesn't destroy my big business. This remark completely offended the female customer, but firmly retained the male customer. "Mr. Chun, I'm sorry, I didn't understand your relationship clearly just now." He apologized awkwardly. "In that case, we will definitely not sell it to that lady. So what is the price you have in mind?" I looked at him and nodded with satisfaction. "Just set the price according to your usual average price. It's okay if it can be a few hundred lower." The key is to sell it quickly. I responded easily. The female salesperson smiled and said, "Don't worry, Mr. Chun. Although the price of school district housing is high, the houses here sell very quickly. There is never a shortage of buyers for school district housing." In fact, I also felt this from the woman shouting. After the female customer was rejected, the sales office was filled with her voice, but there was nothing she could do. There were not many residential areas with ready-to-move-in houses, and you couldn't force the sales office to sell to you. And those 100 houses were mine, and the sales office clearly told her that they would not sell her any. Even if she wanted to make a scene, it would be useless without evidence. I negotiated with the salesperson smoothly and was ready to leave. However, the woman was still standing at the door and kept making noises. "If you don't sell the house to me, the responsibility for my child not being able to get into Tsinghua University or Peking University will be on you." She continued to yell, completely disregarding the situation. Seeing her like that, I couldn't help but smile. If you don't teach this kind of person a lesson, she'll never learn her lesson. It was almost noon when I left the sales office. I felt a little hungry, so I drove my Bentley Continental to a nearby top restaurant. It was number 1 Courtyard in Jiangcheng, a place I used to frequent. Although I used to frequent this restaurant, I have never dared to step into such a place since the problems of the group. Every time I think of my group and my family, I feel guilty. However, today, I have the capital to experience it all again, and the guilt I once felt is no longer there. I drove to the restaurant and parked my Bentley in the underground garage. When I walked into the elevator, I saw that the garage was almost full of luxury cars worth tens of millions of yuan. Rolls-Royce, Maybach, Bugatti, etc., all of which were used by the rich. Every car here made the Bentley look insignificant. I don't care about these. I was once a poor man, and I have long since become indifferent to wealth and poverty. Soon, I took the elevator to the VIP floor of the restaurant. This floor is dedicated to receiving VIP customers worth over 100 million yuan, and of course I am one of them. When I walked in, a reception manager came up to me and asked, "Hello, do you have an appointment?" I shook my head and said no. "Are you a VIP customer of our store?" The manager continued. "Yes, my name is William." I answered briefly. He checked the system and confirmed my identity. After all, I hadn't been here for 2 years, and the manager couldn't remember me. After entering the restaurant, I chose a seat by the window. At this moment, a man in the box suddenly stared at me and seemed to recognize me. He hurriedly walked to the other man and said, "Brother, I just saw someone. It seems to be William." "William? Is that William from the Chin Group?" the man asked with a frown. "Yes, that's him." He sneered. "A man who owes the bank hundreds of billions and whose group is about to go bankrupt dares to come here to eat. Roberto is a man who used to flatter me, but 2 years ago, he didn't even bother to shine my shoes. Now, he is taking advantage of my misfortune. I used to look down on him, and he resented me for that. He and his son took advantage of my group's difficulties and quickly rose to become the strongest enterprise in Jiangcheng. Seeing me coming here for dinner today, he was obviously in a bad mood. "Damn, poor bastard dares to come here," he said, and walked towards me with a sneer on his face. "William, what brings you here?" I looked at him, but I had no impression of him at all. His appearance made me feel a little strange, but also a little familiar. So I smiled and responded, "I haven't been to this store for a long time. I came here today to try something new." "Oh, so that's how it is. My brother, sister, and I are here too. Why don't we eat together?" He invited with a sinister look on his face. "Forget it. You guys eat by yourselves." I refused calmly. "It's okay, we have worked together before. It's good to catch up." He didn't give up. "In that case, let's go together." I nodded, got up, and followed him. Seeing that I agreed, Roberto was obviously stunned for a moment and seemed a little overwhelmed. His younger brother Oscar asked in a low voice, "Brother, what's wrong with him?" Roberto was also a little confused. "How should I know? He doesn't really think he is worth anything, right?" I walked into the private room and sat down at a random seat. Dora looked at me with curiosity on her face. She had expected her brother to deal with me, but she didn't expect him to bring me into the private room to eat with him. She seemed to be wondering how I was going to act out this scene. Roberto seemed even more speechless, looking at me with confusion in his heart. This guy is getting more and more shameless. He cursed in his heart. While eating the delicious food on the table, I called out to them, "Why am I the only one eating? It's time for you to start eating." I felt like the host of this meal. When the dishes were served, they were all top-notch delicacies with amazing prices. Wagyu beef, abalone, meat with matsutake mushrooms, plus a bottle of vodka worth 100,000 yuan. These alone were worth nearly 190,000 yuan. Everyone looked at the dishes in front of me, and their eyes lit up. Although Roberto is not short of money, he will not use money as a firewood stick. He was puzzled. Doesn't William owe the bank hundreds of billions? How can he afford such an expensive meal? He couldn't help but ask, Brother Chun, I heard that your group owes a lot of money. How can you afford to pay the bank after eating this meal? I smiled and said, what am I afraid of? I owe the bank 98.6 billion yuan, and a meal only costs tens of thousands of yuan. After saying that, I continued to enjoy the food without caring. Roberto was stunned and felt angry. You owe more than 90 billion, and you still dare to eat here. Aren't you afraid that your creditors will cause trouble for you? He didn't say it out loud, but he was obviously looking at me. I responded calmly, you don't have to worry about this. I just borrowed 80 million in cash from Changfa Bank a week ago. The employees' salaries are guaranteed. Roberto almost burst out laughing when he heard this. Even in this situation, you are still so confident. He couldn't understand how I could still be so calm. Then, he said in a provocative tone, I heard that you almost jumped off the building yesterday because of the group's affairs and were finally rescued by your creditors. Seeing you sitting here today, it doesn't seem like that kind of situation at all. I nodded. That's true. Fortunately, President Lee pulled me back. Otherwise, you might not see me today. I couldn't help but smile in my heart after I finished speaking. After going around in circles, I finally got back to the topic. Roberto seemed a little unwilling to give up, and he became more direct. Didn't you find a way to save your group, so you came here to celebrate? I looked at him and smiled. There's actually a way, it just takes some time. Roberto was shocked when he heard this. What did you say? You actually have a solution? He obviously didn't expect me to say that. I chuckled. Are you surprised? Don't try to fool me. Roberto sneered. If you have a way, you can make me write my name backwards. I didn't care at all and asked back with a smile. You said so much. I'm curious. What is your name? Are we familiar with each other? Roberto's face instantly turned red, and he was obviously completely enraged by this. He shouted angrily. William, UTM, I asked you to come into the private room. Don't think I'm giving you face. I must humiliate you today. How dare you, a poor guy, look down on me? He was furious and ready to take action. However, before he could do anything, his friend stopped him in time. After all, in Jiangcheng, who doesn't know William's name? Although he is now in debt of 100 billion, his strength should not be underestimated to be able to do this. The relationship chain of the Chin Group also made Roberto dare not act rashly even if he was annoyed. Looking at Roberto's fierce look, I smiled and said, Want to hit someone? Do you really think it's the 1990s and gangsters are popular? I casually picked up my chopsticks and pointed at the dishes on the table and said, I haven't finished these yet. Come on, let's share. I glanced at the dishes on his table and said, but compared with the dishes I ordered, they are really not a little bit worse. Dora has been observing quietly. My name was often mentioned by her father's generation. Today she finally met me and did not disappoint me at all. In comparison, her brother Roberto is not worth mentioning at all. Dora suddenly asked me, do you really have a way to save the Chun Group? She was a little nervous. I smiled and replied, there is indeed a way, and it is currently being implemented. She smiled. That's great. I hope you can finish it soon. This simple exchange made her feel relaxed, but Roberto was so angry when he saw my sister chatting with me, so happily. He almost exploded. Dora, what are you doing? Do you still remember who you belong to? How dare you congratulate him? Did your head get caught in the door? I'll tell Dad when we get home. Dora stood up and retorted, you are sick. You are 30 years old, and you still act like a child. She sneered, Dad is planning to hand over the family business to you, but you're like a waste and not worthy of the position at all. She turned and left. You want to sue me? You are not worthy. After that, she walked away, leaving Roberto stunned. I continued to enjoy the food on the table, but Roberto's anger still did not dissipate. Finally, he sat down again, but he had completely lost his appetite. He wanted to fight, but didn't dare, and he wanted to scold, but didn't have the right to. After taking the last sip of vodka, I stood up and prepared to leave. There are still some dishes left from my order. They are really good. I recommend you to try them. Maybe you won't have the chance to taste such delicious food in the future, I said with a smile. Roberto stared at the leftovers on the table angrily, obviously feeling insulted. That's all? You still want us to taste it? Do you really think of us as beggars? But he was powerless and could only endure it in silence. Before leaving, Roberto could not help but provoke again. 190,000 for a meal. I'm curious if you paid with a credit card. I heard that if you owe too much money to the bank, your spending will be restricted. Maybe your card has been restricted. He tried to provoke. I turned to look at him and said calmly, "Your sister is right. You act like a child." I took out a bank card from my pocket. "There's money in the card. Why use a credit card?" This was issued to me by President Zhou of Shashan Bank, and there is no spending restriction at all. You're in business, so you'd better understand some basic common sense. Otherwise, people like you won't survive more than 2 episodes in a business drama. Roberto's face turned livid in an instant. He was too angry to refute and could only stand aside like a bullied clown. Dora was eavesdropping on our conversation on the sofa, and she couldn't help but feel happy. She was not happy that I had taught her brother a lesson, but that I had mentioned her. She knew that I remembered her. After paying the bill, I ignored Roberto and the others and headed straight for the elevator, followed closely by Dora. In the elevator, Dora finally couldn't help but ask, "William, you just drank and you still want to drive? Just call a designated driver." I smiled. "Then why don't I be your designated driver? I haven't drunk any alcohol," she said with a smile. I smiled softly. "You want to be my designated driver? Aren't you afraid that your brother will go back and sue you?" She didn't care. "If he wants to sue me, let him sue me. I'm not afraid." She smiled even more brightly. I promised her, "Okay." Walking to the garage and seeing rows of luxury cars, Dora walked towards the Bentley Continental without hesitation. "Here, it should be okay to drive this car, right?" "Of course, I've driven a Bentley before." She smiled, took the car keys, and started the car. Seeing Roberto's angry expression, I couldn't help but smile, feeling relieved. Not only was he thoroughly humiliated by me today, but he must have felt even worse when he saw his sister Dora walking with me with a smile. Roberto's face turned livid, and his deep roar almost blew me away. "William, from today on, I will never be reconciled with you. I know in my heart that this kind of person can talk big, but can't actually do anything." Roberto's anger is pent up in his heart, but he has no way to fight back against me, so I naturally ignore him. "Don't worry, brother." Roberto's brotherly Sanching comforted him. "He embarrassed us today. We must take revenge one day." He paused and continued. "Isn't his company about to go bankrupt? We can take this opportunity to make him collapse completely, and then we'll see what he can use to fight us." I listened to these words without any anxiety. Although they had a family business behind them, I knew that my cards were strong enough to withstand any threats. Roberto wanted to tear me apart, but no matter how he shouted, the actual threats were empty. That's right. Our family business is #1 in Suzhou. It's only a matter of time before the Chun group disappears completely. Roberto said angrily. I didn't turn around to pay attention to them. After all, I knew they were just bluffing. I even found it a little funny to see them helpless. On the other side, I was sitting in the car driven by Dora, and she drove very steadily. When the car arrived at the downstairs of Babin building, I saw a beautiful woman in work clothes coming over. I knew she was here to pick me up. What's wrong with that woman? Why is she staring at us? Dora seemed a little confused. I looked up at the beautiful woman, smiled, and said, "She is my bodyguard. She should be here to pick me up." Bodyguard? Dora was stunned when she heard this, obviously a little surprised. And a woman is the bodyguard? And she looks so beautiful and has such a good figure. This is a bodyguard I have never seen before. I smiled slightly and said nothing. Her jealousy was clearly visible in her tone. Although she didn't say it, I could feel her unhappiness from her eyes. "I'll get off here. You drive the car back. I'll come to pick it up from you next time when I'm free," I said to Dora with a smile. She had a happy smile on her face, but she seemed a little hesitant. "Will you come to see me next time?" she asked cautiously. "Of course, I'll lend you the car, so I have to ask you to pay it back," I answered casually, handing her my phone. "Let's add WeChat so I can contact you next time." Seeing Dora's slightly red cheeks, I couldn't help but smile. She was so shy. Obviously, she didn't expect me to be so direct. Actually, adding WeChat was just for me to make it easier to pick up the car, but I knew she was already thinking more in her mind. "Why? You don't want to give it?" I asked her with a smile. "No, no." She answered hastily, "Yes, yes." I smiled slightly, feeling a little amused. This was clearly a simple exchange of contact information, but she made it sound like a confession. "Okay, I'm done," I said, pushing open the car door. "Be careful on the road." "Okay, got it." She smiled and nodded, started the car, and drove away slowly. I watched her car gradually go away and smiled secretly in my heart. Although Dora looked calm, she was actually in turmoil, and she couldn't hide her throbbing at all. I turned and walked into the building. Lily was already waiting for me. "Come downstairs to pick me up. Is there anything wrong?" I looked at her and asked. "Yes," Lily nodded and explained. The presidents of Puching Bank, Ruexiang Bank, and Suching Bank have organized a dinner party and hope you can go. Night party? What the hell is that? I just finished drinking and I must drink again. How can I go? So I refuse directly. Tell them I'm busy and don't have time. President Lee said that if you refuse, let me tell you, if you go to the banquet tonight, 500 million cash is willing to be injected into the Chin Group. Lily added, 500 million? This amount of money is not a big number for my current debt. But in any case, it is definitely a good thing to have a capital injection. Thinking about it, I agreed. Okay, tell President Lee that I will go. Then I asked, by the way, did President Lee say who the other party was? My last name is Ma, and my name is Frank. Lily replied. Frank, I chuckled. That's funny. What time is the dinner and where is it? 7 o'clock in the evening, Guamen Hotel. Okay, tell President Lee I'll go. I nodded and added, by the way, my car has been taken away. Help me find a Bentley Continental, preferably that model. Yes, Lily replied. In fact, she didn't understand either. Why are creditors so nice to those who owe them money? He provided cars when he asked for them, houses and food when he asked for them, and even this professional female agent like himself was hired by President Lee at a high price. Looking at my back, Lily wanted to know what kind of man I am. 7 o'clock in the evening. I sat in a black European car, and the car slowly drove to the entrance of Guamen Hotel. The door opened, and Lily and I walked out together. I looked around, and I didn't care about the gazes cast at me. The black hair on the top of the head was casually combed into a bun, and the eyes were cold, but with a little meaning. Although there was nothing unusual in appearance, every detail revealed self-evident confidence. Lily looked stunning in a crimson dress and high heels. She walked beside me, as always, like a unique sight beside me. As soon as the car parked, a receptionist came over and took the car keys. I had nothing to say. I just lowered my head and whispered to Lily, let's go. Next, Li Zhang was already waiting at the door. When he saw me, he immediately came up to me with a smile. Brother Chun, you are finally here. You talk so much, calling him Boss Chun one moment and Brother Chun the next. Can you please be more friendly? I smiled. Li Zhang was stunned, but his smile did not diminish. Next time you see me, you can call me Big Brother. You are more than 10 years older than me. It sounds a bit weird to call you Big Brother. I looked up at him and continued to joke. Li Zhang laughed twice. Okay, I'll take you to meet the investor. He took me to the second floor, and we were greeted by a group of business celebrities. Several creditors were standing there, and when they saw me coming, they smiled brightly. It seemed that they already knew in their hearts that I was more than just a chairman. Boss Chun is here, a bank president said with a smile. I heard that you made a lot of money from the stocks you held. We are all happy for you. Happy? I responded calmly. You are happy for yourself. What Boss Chun said is true. Everyone cares about you, and we are all friends. Another person echoed. I didn't say much and asked Li Zhang directly. Where is that person? He pointed to a figure and said, it's right there. I looked in the direction he pointed and saw a young man in a blue suit with a cool and handsome look on his face. At that moment, I was a little confused. Why did this man look familiar? I seemed to have seen him somewhere. Frank with Li Zhang. Li Zhang quickly introduced me to him. Mr. Ma, this is William, the chairman of the Chin Group. Frank looked at me the first time he heard it. He didn't say much and just stretched out his hand. Boss Chun, long time no see. When I saw his face, I felt a little uncomfortable. I felt like I knew him, but I couldn't remember when I had seen him. His words stunned me for a moment. Hello. Boss Chun, it seems you have changed a lot. You seem like a different person now. Frank said with a teasing tone. Really? I asked back, my eyes grim. What kind of person did you know me as? Unruly and arrogant. He said directly, with a hint of provocation in his eyes. It's different now. I smiled calmly, shook hands, and then released them. As a human being, you have to learn to grow up. Then, I got straight to the point. I heard from President Lee that you're going to invest 500 million in my group. Frank's smile disappeared instantly, and his brows furrowed slightly. You really don't remember? Do you remember? I raised my eyebrows. I borrowed 5 million from you back then. You really have no memory of that. Frank's eyes changed, filled with strong hostility. You lent me 5 million. I smiled. Of course I remember. After all, this incident is deeply engraved in my mind. So, you plan to use 500 million to pay back the 5 million for me. I asked back. 5 million is a thing of the past. Frank sneered, with a strong sense of sarcasm in his tone. At this moment, the system's voice sounded in my mind. Ding, the task has triggered the 3-star difficulty. and the task progress will be automatically obtained. Congratulations to the host. The mission progress has been started, and the difficulty has been reduced to 1 star. The system continued. At this moment, a share contract appeared in my field of vision. It turned out that the system had created a virtual contract for me, directly converting the 500 million yuan into a share IOU. I no longer needed to argue with him. I could just take back my share. Seeing Frank standing there in a daze, I couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha! Since you were so generous, why don't you transfer the 500 million to my account right away? Frank's expression changed several times, and finally he gritted his teeth and said, William, don't play dumb. If you forget what happened back then, I can remind you. I raised an eyebrow. Oh, what are you talking about? He stared at me with a gloomy face. You lent me 5 million because I crawled under your crotch. I remember this clearly. I felt a little upset when I heard this. How dare this guy bring up such a thing? Li Zhang and Lily next to me clearly saw Frank's intention. He wanted to humiliate me. Li Zhang quickly winked at me, wanted me to leave. But I still smiled and looked at Frank. According to you, do you want me to drill your crotch 100 times before you are willing to invest 500 million? Frank burst into laughter. William, I really don't know how to praise you. Since you dare to take the initiative to propose it, then get ready to drill. His voice was so loud that people gathered around him, obviously to watch the fun. The discussion gradually became clear. What's going on? Are these two going to fight? Frank let William crawl through his crotch? What kind of grudge is this? I heard that William helped Frank with $5 million, and today Frank came back to seek revenge. This is a big problem. William will definitely suffer. But I heard that as long as William is willing to drill, Frank will give him 500 million to solve the cash crisis. But is 500 million really enough for William? He owes more than 90 billion. I listened to the discussions around me and sneered in my heart, knowing that Frank was taking the opportunity to take revenge. I didn't care. Everything he did was just child's play to me. At this time, Frank finally cleared his throat and said loudly, I invited everyone here today because I hope to get to know you and introduce my real estate investment project. He paused, looked at me, and continued. I want to mention William in particular. 7 years ago, he lent me 5 million to help me through a difficult time. Today, I repay him and I decide to invest 500 million, but the prerequisite is that he must kneel down and kowtow to me 10 times and crawl through my crotch like he did before. As soon as the words came out, everyone was stunned. 5 billion as long as he knelt down and kowtowed and repeated what he did that year. This is simply buying back the humiliation that we once experienced. But 5 billion might really be useful to William. There were many discussions around me. Apparently, no one understood why I didn't bow my head. Some people even started to feel sorry for me. After all, no one in Lianjiang City would tolerate such humiliation. I smiled calmly. Frank, you may have misunderstood me. Even if you raise the price to 5 billion, I still won't give in. I looked at him and continued. You know, I'm in debt of more than 90 billion. Even if you give me 5 billion and help me pay off my debts, I still owe that much. 5 billion is not enough for me. The people around were stunned when they heard this. Yes, with a debt of more than 90 billion, 5 billion is not enough to fill this hole. I added slowly, if you really want to repay the favor, then just pay me back the 90 billion I owe you. That way I can relax and sleep better. Frank was completely stunned at this time, and he didn't expect me to answer like this. His face changed from surprise to embarrassment, and then to anger, but facing my indifferent attitude, he couldn't say anything. He didn't dare to argue any further because the humiliation from 7 years ago was already churning in his mind. Why are you silent? I continued to press him. Aren't you very rich? You've been talking for so long, but it's only 5 billion. Was silent as they watched Frank and I confront each other. I knew they all thought I would back down in this situation, but I would never back down. If you really can't help me, then stop bragging. I said coldly. Who in Jiangcheng doesn't know William? You dare to invest in me today. I guess no one will dare not know you in the future. Frank seemed stunned. My words not only reminded him of the humiliation of the past, but also made him realize that his toughness was just a bluff. Looking at my calm and determined expression, he suddenly felt a little overwhelmed. I ignored him and took out a contract from my pocket. Do you know what this is? Frank looked at it and his face turned pale. This is the share contract of your group? I said, have you forgotten? 7 years ago, you borrowed 5 million, but the 5 million did not go directly to you. Instead, I signed this contract with your partner. Frank's face became worse and worse, and I continued, "You want to give me 500 million today, but you actually owe me more. 500 million is just the value of this contract, and now you want to redeem it from me with cash." After these words were spoken, everyone exclaimed. On the other hand, Frank stared at the words on the contract, and his face instantly looked 10 years older. I looked at Frank's lonely eyes and couldn't help but smile. Hey, I just made up a story and fooled him. Although I made up this story, the printed pages and signatures on the contract were all genuine. So Frank knew it in his heart, and he couldn't help but believe it. But he probably couldn't figure it out. Since I've been holding the 500 million shares of the collective, why didn't I cash out earlier? Why did I have to wait until now to say it? He thought again, even if I cashed out, the money would not be enough to pay off the debt. Now he understood that I came to see him today. I was probably planning to humiliate him. Alas, he was still careless. "William, you are really amazing. I fell into your hands again this time." Frank stared at me and said with gritted teeth, "But even if I give you these 500 million, you still owe me more than 90 billion. I want to see how you can turn things around." Li Zhang, who was standing by, was immediately displeased when he heard this. He stood up and pointed his finger at Frank's nose and started to scold him. "Boy, I called you Mr. Ma before because I was giving you face. Don't take it for granted. Don't think you can slander our boss, Chun, just because you have a few stinky dollars. I'm telling you, you can forget it when I'm here. He owes money to our bank. What the hell is it to you?" As soon as Li Zhang spoke, several other bank presidents who were watching the fun also stood up to speak for me. President Li is absolutely right. You are an outsider. What right do you have to say that our boss Chun is not good? Boss Chun owes us 90 billion. That's a matter between us and him. We are not in a hurry, so why are you so anxious? That's right. Anyone who dares to cause trouble for Boss Chun is going to make trouble for me, Zhou. I think you're really bold. If you know what's good for you, get out of Jiangcheng. As several bank presidents spoke, the people watching around them also echoed them. That's right. I also think what President Zhou and the others said makes sense. As an outside investor, why do you have the right to interfere in the affairs of our Jiangcheng city? Yes, Mr. Ma, we came to this dinner today for the president's sake. If you go against these presidents, you're going against all of us. Mr. Ma, if you're sensible, apologize to Mr. Chun right away, and we'll let bygones be bygones. Yes, apologize right away. Frank was completely dumbfounded when he heard the one-sided voice. He kept wondering, what's wrong with these people? Are they crazy? They actually support a person who is heavily in debt. He came here to invest, but these people dared to go against him. Don't they want to make money? He never thought that in these people's minds, my status was so high. How could a person with a debt of 100 billion allow them to do this? But in fact, it is not that I have a high status in everyone's heart, but that I have a special status in the hearts of these bank presidents, which makes everyone choose to stand on my side. After all, we have had inextricable economic ties with each other before. Okay, you're really ruthless. Frank was so angry that he was shaking all over. He backed away while cursing. You idiots, I will never let you go and make sure you pay the price. And you, William, now that I have come to Jiangcheng, I must make your Chun group completely bankrupt. I swear I will. Before he could finish his words, Frank turned around and ran downstairs in fear. He was really afraid that this group of people would beat him up. This scene happened to be recorded by someone with a mobile phone and forwarded to WeChat Moments. In the Jiangcheng business community, as soon as this person posted the video, it immediately attracted the attention of many bigwigs. Many people have heard of Frank, the investor from Yanjing. But when they saw the video of Frank being attacked by the crowd, they all laughed so hard that they fell backwards. From the beginning, when Frank arrogantly asked me to kneel down to the end when he fled in disgrace, the whole process was recorded in full. Everyone regarded this video as a joke, but they didn't know that someone was planning to make a big fuss about it. At this time, in the Baiyuanli family villa in Jiangcheng City, the two Roberto brothers returned home and told their father Robert what happened during the day. After hearing this, Robert ordered the entire family to deal with the Chun group with all their strength in the future without thinking twice. Just when they were racking their brains to think of a solution, Roberto unexpectedly received the video from his friend. After watching it, he burst into laughter. God is really helping me. We were just worrying about how to deal with William, and now here comes someone who has been offended by him. Father, Frank just arrived in Jiangcheng and was offended by William. How about we bring him over to deal with William together? I wonder how he can resist. Robert licked his lips after hearing his son's words and sneered. As expected of my son, he thinks the same as me. Although Frank hasn't had time to expand his business in Jiangcheng, I heard that he brought a lot of working capital. If we can make good use of this money, the family will not only profit from it, but also take the opportunity to completely squeeze the Chun group out of the market. Go now and do everything you can to invite him. Roberto smiled and said, Okay, I'll go right away. Just as he was about to leave, he turned around and said, Father, my sister is back. What are you going to do with her? Don't worry about it. I have my own arrangements. Just take care of the matter at hand first. Yes, Father, I'll do it right away. After saying that, the two Roberto brothers left the living room. Not long after they left, Dora came back with a smile on her face. Robert stared at her and said angrily, Dora, where did you go this afternoon? When Dora heard her father's tone, she knew that her brothers must have complained. She didn't intend to hide it. She walked to the sofa and sat down, pouted and said, I went shopping with my friends this afternoon. Huh, shopping? Don't lie to me. Robert stared at her. At this time, Dora's mother Jessica hurriedly said, Your brother said that you and William scolded him together at noon, right? And then you left the restaurant together. Did you really do that? Dora thought quickly and explained, Mom, do you think I dare to scold my brother? He has such a bad temper. He has bullied me since I was a child. I dare not even say the word no in front of him. I was just in a bad mood today, so I replied to him a few times, and he insisted that I scolded him. And later, William and I just happened to get off the elevator together. How come you guys think that I teamed up with him to scold my brother, and then left with him? Mom and Dad, do you think I'm the kind of person who betrays my family? After listening to Dora's explanation, the two felt that it made sense. Was it really that their son was exaggerating? Despite this, Robert still said with a dark face, In short, the Chun group is our business rival, and William is our family's enemy. You must not have any dealings with him. If I find out, you know the consequences. Dora shrugged and muttered softly, It's just that you don't give me money to spend. I'm 25 years old. The worst that can happen is that I can go out and find a job to support myself. Robert felt upset when he heard this. My daughter has grown up and is so bold that she dares to talk back. Robert looked at Dora with a serious expression. Okay, this is what you said. If you go against my words, the credit card will be stopped. Don't cry and beg me when the time comes. Whatever you want. Dora rolled her eyes at her father with disdain and turned to walk upstairs. At this moment, she was filled with the joy of meeting William and sending him home. She didn't want to care about the conflict between her family and the Chun group at all, because she didn't plan to do business anyway. Back in the bedroom, Dora tightly grasped the car keys, which were her idol's keys. She happily pressed the keys against her chest, buried herself in the quilt, and soon fell asleep. On the other side, Roberto left home and headed straight to the International Martin Hotel where Frank was. Are you sure it's here? He asked his brother Oscar beside him. Don't worry, my men are very powerful. They can get almost all the information about Jiangcheng. Oscar was full of confidence. The two entered the hotel and soon came to room 10-5, Frank's room. Roberto confirmed, This is it. Yes, it's here according to the information. Roberto hesitated for a moment and pressed the doorbell. A few seconds later, Frank's assistant Jean Yu opened the door. Who are you looking for? My name is Roberto. This is my brother Oscar. My father is Robert, the chairman of Jiangcheng Nanshan Group. We are here on my father's orders to discuss cooperation with Mr. Ma. Jean Yu had studied Jiangcheng's bigwigs before, so he naturally knew the chairman of Nanshan Group. According to the original plan, Frank's investment project had nothing to do with Nanshan Group, but today's incident changed the plan. Unexpectedly, Robert's son took the initiative to come to discuss cooperation. Perhaps this is a turning point. Okay, I'll go ask the boss. You wait a moment. Jean Yu said, closing the door. Oscar wondered, Brother, what's wrong with him? He knows who our father is, but he still makes us wait. Don't worry. We are looking for him just to use him. Roberto froneth. After a while, the door opened again, and Jean Yu smiled. Sorry, I've kept you waiting. The boss invites you in. Roberto and his brother followed him into the room. When they arrived at the living room, Frank put away his frustration and stood up to greet them with a smile. Welcome, welcome. Please sit down. After the two sat down, Frank asked Jean Yu to make tea and asked, I wonder what the two young masters of the Lee family want to see me for. Roberto's face straightened. We heard about what happened at the Guamen Hotel today. Frank's face changed instantly. Roberto hurriedly explained, Don't worry, Mr. Ma. We're not here to laugh at you, but to discuss cooperation. William is also an enemy of our Lee family. As he said that, his face showed resentment. At this time, on the second floor of Guamen Hotel, after Frank left in a panic, William and others were still celebrating. Frank was taken advantage of this time. He paid for our meal and was chased away. Ha! But he said before he left that he would trouble Boss Chun in the future. What are you afraid of? With me, Li Zhang. Here, he can't make any waves in Jiangcheng. President Li, you have a high position, but can you always protect Boss Chun? William listened to the conversation between several presidents and interrupted. Thank you for your help just now, but I'm not a child and don't need protection. Then he handed the 500 million debt contract to Li Zhang. President Li, this is for you. I'll pay you 500 million in advance. Boss Chun, what are you doing? Li Zhang looked confused. Pay me back. I owe you the most in the bank, and this is only enough to pay you back. No, your group is not stable yet, so put the money into the development of the group. William was impatient and forced the contract over. Stop talking nonsense. Go and get the money yourself. Li Zhang was confused. Why? You can't even get back 500 million, and you still say you were a big shot bragging. William provoked. Li Zhang was unhappy when he heard it. Boss Chun, don't underestimate me. Not to mention 500 million. I can also get back 5 billion. Not only will I get my money back, but I will also make sure that guy named Ma won't bother you again, believe it or not. I believe you, you are the best. William patted Li Zhang on the shoulder and praised him. Actually, William was not afraid of Frank's trouble, as he had many solutions. But Li Zhang was very pleased with what he said, and he immediately called, Hey Lao Lu, come to the second floor of Guomin Hotel. I have something to deal with. After hanging up the phone, Li Zhang said confidently, I'll ask Frank to deposit the money into the account later. The two bank presidents nearby gave a thumbs up and said, President Li, awesome. They knew that although the 500 million would be given to Li Zhang, he would definitely divide it equally. After all, they were all in the same boat. A few minutes later, a tall and mighty man in a suit came. Li Zhang handed him the contract and instructed, Call more brothers, bring lawyers and accountants, and follow the old rules. You must call back after the banquet is over within 2 hours. Yes, boss. The man in the suit took the order, turned around, and left quickly. Li Zhang, with a smile on his face, once again held the wine glass towards William and said warmly, Boss Chun, it's such a great day today. Thanks to you. William raised the corner of his mouth, touched the wine glass lightly, and scolded with a smile, Don't give me that. Although Frank had left, he settled the cost of the dinner party. Naturally, everyone had no scruples and continued to feast. The atmosphere of the dinner party was still warm. At the same time, the man in the suit clutched the contract tightly and quickly arrived at room 10-5 of the International Martin Hotel, according to Li Zhang's instructions. Ding dong, the crisp doorbell rang. Zhang Yu opened the door and saw a group of strange, strong men at the door. He was puzzled and asked politely, Excuse me, who are you? The man in the suit saw that it was not Frank who opened the door and asked directly, Is Frank here? What do you want to see him for? Zhang Yu asked back. At this time, there were bursts of laughter in the house, and the man in the suit was sure that Frank was among them. I have something to see him for. After saying that, he pushed Zhang Yu away. The strong men behind him filed in one after another. Zhang Yu tried to stop them, but was easily restrained by a strong man and dragged into the house. Outside the door, the lawyer and the accountant were waiting quietly. Entering the room, I saw Roberto, Oscar, and Frank sitting around and talking. Frank saw a group of strangers breaking in and asked in a stern voice, Who are you? He was about to reprimand the assistant, but found that the assistant was firmly controlled by the big man and could not speak. Frank's heart tightened, and he pretended to be calm and said, What on earth do you want to do? The man in the suit slammed the contract on the table and said coldly, Pay back the money. Who are you? I don't know you. Who owes you money? I'm Frank from Jiangcheng. If you don't get out, believe it or not, I'll get someone to deal with you. Frank threatened, but the man in the suit remained unmoved. Roberto looked at the scene and wondered, Isn't Frank here to invest? Why is there someone asking for debts right after he arrived? Seeing this, Oscar hurriedly whispered to his brother, Brother, these people are not easy to deal with. How about we retreat first? In fact, Roberto had already had this intention, and the two of them slowly stood up and prepared to slip away along the wall. However, a big man stretched out his hand to block their way. Roberto looked up at the big man, swallowed his saliva, and shouted bravely, You dare to stop me? Do you know who my father is? My father is Robert, the chairman of Jiangcheng Nanshan Group. If you dare to touch me, my father will make you pay for it. Get out of the way quickly, or I will call right away. The man in the suit heard him yelling and waved his hand impatiently. Roberto just shouted, I am Lee, but before he finished speaking, he was hit in the face with a punch, and his nose bled, and he fainted on the spot. Oscar was so scared that he closed his lips tightly and dared not make sound. Frank saw this scene and collapsed on the sofa, terrified. Look carefully, this is a debt contract. We only want the money, not any trouble. You'd better be sensible. The man in the suit said coldly. Otherwise, your fate will be worse than his. Frank calmed down and looked at the contract. His anger instantly ignited, but when he looked up and met the cold eyes of the man in the suit, he immediately deflated. A good man never suffers a loss in front of him. He thought for a moment and nodded. Okay, I'll pay. But I can't transfer 500 million here. I have to go to the bank. The man in the suit said calmly, Don't worry. Everything has been arranged. Then he gestured to open the door, and the lawyer and accountant walked in. The lawyer quickly drafted the contract and handed the pen to Frank. Sign. Frank signed with great difficulty, his hands shaking. Then, under the lawyer's record, Frank completed the transfer. The man in the suit called Li Zhang to report. Boss, it's done. Li Zhang hung up the phone and continued to drink with everyone. The money had been received, and the group left immediately. Oscar saw the strong men leave and hurriedly helped Roberto up, crying and slapping his face. Brother, wake up. Frank was annoyed by the crying and stood up and yelled, Why are you crying? Idiot, can you wake him up by slapping like this? Then he kicked Roberto in the stomach. Roberto screamed, It hurts. What happened? Who hit me? Frank took the opportunity to vent his anger, and Oscar thought it was Frank who saved his brother. Brother, you finally woke up? I thought you were dead. Oscar was full of joy and hurriedly helped Roberto up. Bah, I'm still strong, don't curse me. Roberto covered his aching stomach and muttered, I just remember being punched. Why does my stomach hurt like being kicked? Frank heard it and hurried forward to change the subject. Brotherly, I'm glad you're okay. I was so worried when I saw you fainted just now. Where are those people? Roberto stood up and looked at the empty living room and asked. They've gone. Frank replied, Mr. Ma, you just arrived in Jiangcheng. Why are there people coming to collect debts? Roberto asked. Frank heard this. He was furious. It's that guy William. I borrowed 5 million from him 7 years ago, but he signed a debt agreement with my partner behind my back. 5 million, with interest compounded, it has grown to 500 million in 7 years. Thinking of this, Frank felt a sharp pain in his heart. He only brought 3 billion yuan with him to invest in Jiangcheng this time, and what he just paid back was real cash flow. How could he not feel bad? At the Guamin Hotel, he shouted that he would invest 5 billion yuan to humiliate William. He thought that no matter whether William knelt or not, he would not really give the money. Who would have thought that he would become a joke in the end? Roberto listened and recalled the conversation in the video. It seemed that Frank really owed William 500 million. Mr. Ma, have you paid back the money? He continued to ask. Can you not pay it back? If you don't pay it back, can I still stand here and chat with you? Roberto was secretly pleased with himself. Frank's hatred for William deepened, and he was also filled with indignation. It's William again. He has offended my family time and time again. As soon as you arrived in Jiangcheng, he humiliated you. Mr. Ma, you're not a gentleman if you don't take revenge. Roberto added fuel to the fire, hoping that Frank would hate William even more. Frank was also thinking that he had been fighting alone before, but now he had the Li family as his allies. The Li family had great power in Jiangcheng, so he had to make good use of it. Brother Li, go back and tell your father that as long as you can bring William down, I will do anything. Okay, Mr. Ma, I'll go back right away. From now on, don't call me Mr. Ma. Call me Brother Ma. We are about the same age. Okay, Brother Li. The two men shook hands, seemingly very close. But in fact, they each had their own ulterior motives, both wanting to use the other's power to bring down William. After sending the Li brothers away, Frank went back to his room and smashed things to vent his anger. Assistant Zhang Yu saw this and quickly slipped back to his room. He knew that the boss was angry today and would definitely find a place to vent, but he didn't want to be used as a punching bag like Roberto. Roberto drove his Lamborghini home. He was humiliated by William in the morning and beaten by William's men in the evening. He thought that his father would definitely do his best to deal with William. So he began to imagine the scene of William begging for mercy on the way. As expected, as soon as he got home, he exaggerated the beating to Robert. Robert saw his son's face covered in blood and was so weak that he smashed the teacup in his hand and said, William, you embarrassed my son this morning, and now you dare to beat him up. It seems that it's time to shut down your Qing group. Roberto looked at his father's rage, pretending to cover his nose in pain, but couldn't help but smile. That night, Roberto ordered to implement the plan to destroy the Chun Group ahead of schedule. Nanshan Group has a high status in Jiangcheng and many allies. Once the plan was advanced, these bigwigs expressed their opinions and announced that night that they would suppress the Chun Group in all aspects. After attending the evening banquet at the Guamen Hotel, William went home contentedly and went to bed, unaware that a business storm was about to hit him. When the executives of Chun Group learned that Nanshan Group was going to suppress their company, they panicked. Many of them received high-paying offers from other groups overnight. Insider information came out that Robert was going to kill William this time. The executives had originally wanted to muddle through life, but this time Nanshan Group issued a death order, and they all planned to change jobs in order to protect themselves. The next morning, William received a call from the head of the Human Resources Department and learned that overnight, more than 50 senior executives of the Chun Group resigned collectively, and more than 300 middle-level managers left on their own. William was not panicked. The group's performance was poor, and it was better for these high-paid but ineffective people to leave so that he would not have to fire them. He simply responded to a few words, hung up the phone, washed up, and prepared to go to the company to take a look. On the other side, the HR manager hung up the phone with a bewildered look on his face. Beside him, 7 executives stared at him anxiously. "What did the boss say?" someone asked. "He said he knew and asked us to approve all the resignation applications. The middle-level managers who left voluntarily should follow the rules." The HR manager said helplessly. From his voice, there was nothing unusual. He also said he would come to the company later. "That's it. Yes, that's all." "Lao Zhang, I told you. He doesn't care about us at all." Senior executive Xiang Dong sneered. "It's been 2 years, and you still expect the company to turn around? Nanshan Group is offering us double the salary to poach us. So why are we hesitating?" Xiangdong worked so hard to encourage others because when Nanshan Group tried to recruit him, they offered him a commission based on the number of people he recruited. He could get an extra 200,000 yuan by recruiting each person. His annual salary at Chun Group was 600,000 yuan, but Nanshan Group offered him 1.6 million yuan. Together with the 8 people he recruited, he could get 3 million yuan in commission. Now, these hesitant people are all his potential commissions. "If the boss doesn't value us, why should we stay here, right?" Xiang Dong continued to incite. "That's right. The company hasn't made any progress in the past 2 years, and staying here any longer will lead to a dead end. Boss Xiang, I'm going with you. Count me in. I'll go too." There were 8 people at the scene, including the head of the HR department, and 7 of them decided to follow Xiangdong. Only the head of the HR department shook his head and said, "I have been in the company for almost 8 years, and I have feelings for it. I want to stand with the company." "Okay, Mr. Yi, take care of yourself," Xiangdong said, took the 7 people to sign the resignation report, and left the company building. At the same time, Lily drove William to the group headquarters in a Bentley. William sat in the back seat, and a system prompt popped up in his mind. "Host, you have completed the hidden task and won a random draw." He then remembered that he got drunk last night and fell asleep immediately after returning home, and almost forgot to complete the hidden task of owing 500 million. "Confirm the draw." William responded with consciousness. Instantly, the system started the lottery. After a moment, a prompt sounded. "Host completed the lottery. Reward, 20% of Nanshan Group shares." William couldn't help laughing when he saw the reward. Nanshan Group just threatened to bring him down last night, and today he became the holder of 20% of the other party's shares. Although 20% doesn't seem much, Nanshan Group has a market value of 200 billion, and Robert, as the largest shareholder, only holds 18% of the shares. This time, William became the largest shareholder of Nanshan Group. If Robert and those who switched to Nanshan Group knew about this, they would probably faint on the spot. William planned to keep it a secret for the time being, and then reveal his identity when the time was right to give them a surprise. Lily saw William laughing in the rearview mirror and was full of confusion. The company was being suppressed by major groups, but this boss could still laugh. It was really puzzling. However, she only cared about driving well and didn't care about anything else. Soon, the car arrived downstairs of the company. Most other business tycoons chose older, calm men as drivers, but William did the opposite. His driver was the young and beautiful Lily. When the two got out of the car, they attracted a lot of attention. William looked up at the 50-story building and strode into the company. The front desk manager and a group of employees stood in 2 neat rows, shouting loudly, "Hello, Chairman. Hello, Chairman." William frowned when he saw this. "Manager Sue, what are you doing?" "I just came to take a look." Who are you making such a big scene for? Let them disperse quickly and don't waste time. Manager Sue was stunned. William hadn't come to the company for a long time. He liked this kind of welcome ceremony in the past. Why did it change today? Although he didn't understand, he still asked the employees to disperse as required, and then led the way and took William upstairs. As soon as they entered the elevator, the female front desk staff on the first floor began to talk quietly. Wow, I heard that the chairman is young and handsome. When I saw him today, he is so handsome. So do you believe me? I believe him, but it's useless even if he is handsome. I heard that he owes a lot of money. It seems to be 100 billion. I don't know when he can pay it back. But I heard from Sister Lee this morning. The boss paid back 500 million to President Li Zhang yesterday. 500 million? Where did the money come from? This is an inside story. We at the bottom don't know. I think the boss must be rich. Maybe the debt is fake. Who cares? I think he should be a star. I will definitely follow his dramas. At this time, the front desk team leader came over and scolded. What are you doing? The chairman just came upstairs and started chatting. Do you want to be fired? Several people quickly shut up. On the 10th floor of the building, Manager Sue took William to the large conference room where the remaining executives and middle managers of the company were already present. William walked into the conference room, stood in front of everyone, looked at these familiar faces but couldn't name them, and asked directly. This morning, the head of the Human Resources Department said that more than 60 senior executives of the company resigned. More than 300 middle-level managers have not come since they sent their resignation notices. What do you think? In fact, many people present here have received high-paying offers from other groups, but they did not leave. Because changing companies means starting all over again, and they know that the other party is poaching people just to deal with their own group. If the group goes bankrupt, the other party will have no reason to keep them. After all, one more person means one more expense. They chose to share the company's hardships. At this time, a senior executive named Liu Weifeng stood up and said, Chairman, everyone knows the current situation of the group, and we're not sure how long it can last. So, it is normal for them to leave. At the group meeting 2 months ago, you said you would find a way to save the company. But yesterday, I heard two big things. One is that you wanted to jump off the building to commit suicide, and the other is that you asked someone to beat Robert's son. If the suicide is true, are you trying to escape responsibility by dying? If you really want to escape, I have nothing to say. But why should we offend Robert's family? His family has the greatest influence in Jiangcheng. Can our company, in its current state, defeat them? I don't think so anyway. You must have a reason for doing this. I hope you can tell us and give us some confidence to fight against Nanshan Group. Only when we have confidence will we stay. Well, you are right. William nodded and asked, so many executives of the company have been poached, but you didn't leave. I know the other party must have made an offer to you. Tell me, why did you stay? As soon as these words came out, the conference room fell silent. Liu Weifeng didn't dare to respond. After all, he did receive a generous offer from Nanshan Group. It's okay if you don't answer. The key is that you didn't get poached and chose to stay. I'm very relieved. William looked at Liu Weifeng with a smile, and then said to everyone, those who are willing to stay are those who sincerely hope that the company will be better and trust that I can lead everyone to turn the situation around. Since you trust me, I accept all criticism. If competitors offer high salaries to poach people, I also have a countermeasure. Starting this month, the salary of those who stay will be doubled, regardless of their position. As soon as these words came out, the conference room exploded. The company was suffering from heavy losses. Where would the money come from to raise salaries? Everyone was puzzled. Chairman, how can we implement this double salary? Someone asked. I understand your concerns. The basic salary will be paid according to the company's original standard, and I will pay the extra amount personally. Don't worry about the money. I have a solution. But if you get double the salary, you have to work twice as hard. Otherwise, the company will still collapse. In addition, I announced two things. One is that Chun Group will withdraw from the stock market from today. The other is that the company will give up the physical industry and transform into a diversified industry. William's move was to create a company that was not controlled by others and start the Chun Group's counterattack. Everyone was even more puzzled. If they stopped doing the real business and switched to diversified industries, where would the money come from? Could it be that the chairman has a huge amount of funds or has attracted investment? Yesterday, William asked Frank to pay back the money, which caused a lot of controversy. Now that I think about it, could it be that all the industries he invested in overseas have made a profit? Chairman, what exactly does diversified industry mean? Someone asked. In fact, William started planning the transformation of his company as soon as he arrived in this world. He planned to use his stock analysis skills to set up an investment department. At the same time, he found that there were no film and television industries such as Ultraman, Marvel, and DC in this world. In his original world, these IPs were extremely popular and worth over $100 billion. Therefore, the first diversified industry he planned was to produce film and television works based on these popular IPs. It's hard to explain the content of the diversified industry in a short time. I will sort it out and ask my assistant to send it to everyone. Today, I'm here to announce these things. You should start working on the group's withdrawal from the stock market as soon as possible. Okay, adjourn the meeting. After William finished speaking, he turned and left, leaving a group of executives looking at each other in bewilderment. Can it be true that the chairman said that the salary will double? It's already so late, and you're still thinking about it. How can I not care? My whole family depends on me. Even if the salary doesn't double, as long as the company can survive, I'll be satisfied. I'm worried that there will be problems with the group's major reforms. The company's current miserable situation can't be any worse than this. Yeah, haha, I'm worrying about nothing. William left. The news of the reforms spread quickly, and those who had changed jobs also knew about it. The boss doubled his salary right after he left. Many people thought it was a gimmick. With the company's situation, next month's salary was in jeopardy. William expected that everyone would be suspicious. After leaving the company, he asked his assistant to cash out $50 million from Nanshan Group shares and pay wages in advance. He announced it in the morning, and the employees received double wages in the afternoon. No one disbelieved it. William knew that high salaries could motivate employees, so he set a new rule that in addition to wages, sales revenue would also be paid in the form of bonuses. When the employees saw their wages arrive, they were full of fighting spirit and determined to protect the company, even though they knew the company was under siege by multiple groups. On the other hand, Robert and his son laughed at the Chun group when they learned about its reform. It's almost bankrupt, but William is still trying to reform and withdraw from the stock market. It's just a desperate struggle. Robert sneered. Roberto agreed. Father, I heard that many executives and middle managers left their company. I don't know what he is still holding on to. Why don't we buy them out of the stock market? Buy. Robert looked at his son with regret. You are already 30. You should know a little bit about business. They are withdrawing from the stock market, and the acquisition is a losing deal. Oh, what a pity. I just want to see William beg for mercy. He also sent people to beat me up. I can't swallow this breath. Don't worry. I called your Uncle Zhang. If he dares to beat my son, I will make him pay the price and cripple his hands and feet. Half an hour later, Uncle Zhang arrived at the Li family villa. This is the Uncle Zhang I often mention, Robert introduced to his son. Roberto had seen Uncle Zhang when he was a child and knew that he worked in the dark for his father. Now, when he saw him again, Uncle Zhang was full of ruthlessness. Hello, Uncle Zhang, Roberto said respectfully. Uncle Zhang smiled, but said nothing. Old Zhang, I told you on the phone that William insulted and beat my son. You go and cripple his hands and feet. Understood. Old Zhang nodded. Then go ahead. Yes. When old Zhang was about to leave, Roberto requested, Father, I want to go with Uncle Zhang. Roberto thought about it and agreed. Go ahead. You're about to take over the family business. There are some things you need to see. Roberto thanked his father and followed Uncle Zhang out of the villa. William returned home. He compared the two worlds and found that this world did not have popular products such as TikTok and Kuaishou. He recorded all these and prepared for subsequent development. For the company, innovation and funding are the most difficult issues to solve. Now that he has both innovative ideas and money as he holds shares in Nanshan Group, it is time for him to make great strides. Just after he finished recording, the sales department called and said that more than a dozen families were interested in his school district house and asked him to sign a contract. William agreed. Although he was not short of money, he still cherished every penny of profit. William was about to drive out, and Lily wanted to follow. I don't need you today. No, it's dangerous now. I have to protect you closely. Are you sure you can protect me? William doubted. After all, he had never seen Lily do it. Why don't you try? Lily asked back. Forget it. When there is real danger, we'll see what you can do. William said, and sat in the passenger seat. The car started and drove towards the school district house. Chapter 14. I want to be a landlord. Beihuan District is located in the center of Jiangcheng. At the same time, Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School and Jiangcheng No. 2 Middle School are also located there. Both the economy and the flow of people here are surprisingly large. Williams 100 school district houses are appreciating in value all the time, even if they are left there. especially as middle schools are about to start new semesters. Many parents have already taken their children to look for houses nearby. For these parents, their children's 3 years of high school are almost one of the most important things in their lives. No matter what obstacles there are from the outside world, they cannot stop them. Even if it is a school district house worth tens of millions. These parents try their best to buy a house, even by selling their cars and houses and taking out loans. If they really cannot afford to buy a house, they will rent one even if it costs a high price. Some people rent a house to accompany their children, while others move in with their entire family. Just for my child's 3 years of high school. This is because in this world, there is no such thing as accommodation in high schools. Therefore, for students who live far away from school, their parents can only pay to rent a house near the school. When William drove into the community, he found groups of parents moving with their children. Lily drove the car into the underground parking garage, found an empty space and parked it, then followed William to the sales office. Lily was walking on the road, and a group of men passed by her. Regardless of age, almost all of them stared at her with wide eyes, as if they had never seen a woman in their lives. No way. Who makes Lily's temperament so perfect? Coupled with the long dress she wore, she looked like a model, so naturally she attracted people wherever she went. William was walking in front and naturally noticed this. He looked back at Lily and reminded her, "Be more low-key next time you go out, otherwise even my handsomeness will be overshadowed by you." Lily laughed and said, "If a man is accompanied by a beautiful woman, other men will only be jealous of him, but women will definitely praise him, no matter what the man looks like. What's more, you are so handsome. When others see you, the most they can say is, a talented man and a beautiful woman. Well, not bad, not bad. Your eloquence is getting better and better." William applauded and said, "However, I am still curious about how much money President Lee spent to invite you. However, I will pay you 3 times the salary he gives you, and you will obey me from now on. How about it? Isn't this condition tempting enough?" "Yeah," Lily nodded. "It's tempting, but I won't agree." "Why?" "Because President Lee is not only my boss, but also my savior. Since I promised to protect you within the validity period, I must agree to him." In fact, William has always known that Li Zhang's identity is not ordinary. The so-called identity of bank president is just superficial. Otherwise, how could he have all kinds of people under his control? It's good not to be moved by money. William praised, and soon came to the sales office. As soon as I entered, I saw a group of middle-aged women surrounding a salesperson and talking about something. The salesperson who had received William before saw William coming and immediately said to everyone, "Everyone, I have something urgent to deal with now. Please sit down and rest first. I will let Xiao Lu receive you." Seeing the salesman walk away, everyone looked back. I found a man and a woman coming. The women are stunningly beautiful, and the men are incredibly handsome. This is the first impression William and Lily give to them. When people see them, they would think they are a celebrity couple. However, no one has any impression of these two people from film or television. "Mr. Chun, you are here." The saleswoman came up to William, smiled happily, and turned to look at Lily. "Isn't this Madam Chun? She's so beautiful. I am his—" Lily was about to explain, but William beat her to the punch and said, "Yes, I am my wife." William finished speaking. He deliberately stared at Lily, looking at her helpless expression. "Mr. Chun is so handsome, and Mrs. Chun is so beautiful. They are indeed a perfect match." As the saleswoman was speaking, she suddenly remembered the group of customers behind her and quickly shouted to the front desk in the distance, "Xiao Lu, go and receive them. I need to take care of something here." "Okay," replied the man named Xiao Lu, and immediately went to serve the customers. "Mr. Chun, please follow me. I will take you to the elegant hall." The saleswoman said this and led the way. William is a big boss who owns hundreds of houses in this community. In the eyes of these salesmen, that is a super VIP. Even if he just comes to take a look, a special elegant hall will be provided for him. "By the way, what are we doing here?" Lily asked as they walked. Along the way, William only told Lily where the destination was, but never told her the purpose of coming here. There are only 2 things to do here: buying and selling houses. "So are you the former or the latter?" "Obviously, I am the latter. Is there a room for you here?" Lily asked. "Of course, and quite a lot." "How many?" 100 sets. William replied, his expression unchanged. "From what I know, you clearly own more than 90 billion, Lily said puzzledly. "But judging from the situation in the past few days, I can't see that you owe anyone money. Anyway, I always feel that others owe you a lot of money." Yesterday, I saw you asking Frank to pay back 500 million, and today you told me that you own a house in this community. If I remember correctly, this location should be one of the most famous school districts in Jiangcheng. The average price should be around 50,000. Tell me, where did you get the money to buy these houses? In response to Lily's question, William shrugged. It's a secret. Just 5 simple words, and Lily was dismissed. Is that all? Lily looked at the other person in confusion. Yes, don't forget, I am the boss. Do I need to report my affairs to you? William questioned. It seems to be true. I'm just a personal bodyguard. Why should I care about my boss's affairs? Thinking of this, Lily closed her mouth consciously. At this time, the saleswoman brought in 2 cups of hot coffee from outside. Here, Mr. Chun, Mrs. Chun. After taking the coffee, they both said in unison, Thank you. Mr. Chun, the 16 contracts here are the ones for the buyers you just saw. They have already signed them. The rest are up to you to sign. The female salesperson handed the contract and pen to William. You are quite efficient. William took a pen and signed his name on 16 contracts. It's okay. The main reason is that Mr. Chan has a lot of houses and everyone has a lot of choices, so we can make a decision so quickly. The saleswoman replied with a smile. Then she added, Actually, I have a good suggestion for Mr. Chen's houses. I wonder if you would like to hear it. Suggestions? Tell me about it. William nodded. Chapter 15. Lily is very strong. If Mr. Chan is not in urgent need of money now, I suggest that you rent out the remaining half of the house. The saleswoman explained. After all, the location of this community is very close to the number 1 middle school and the number 2 middle school. Thousands of children enter the school every year, and many parents choose to live here for 3 years for the convenience of their children. But most people can't afford to buy a house, so they can only choose to rent. And renting a house here is not cheap. If you keep renting out the house like this for decades, the house will still be yours, and the price will continue to rise. Of course, the premise is that Mr. Chan is not in urgent need of money at the moment. The saleswoman's meaning was very clear. She just hoped William would not sell all the houses. Instead, they rented out part of the property with the help of their sales department. In this way, the sales office can also become the middleman of the community and earn service fees from both parties over a long period of time. Secondly, William also has a steady stream of income. Moreover, after renting out the house for decades, when you come back, the house will still be yours. According to the current market rental price in the community, the monthly rental price for a house of 100 square meters is about 10,000 yuan. The house price is only 50,000, but the rental price is as high as 10,000. The reason is simple. You need at least 5 million to buy a house. But if you live here just for your child to finish 3 years of high school, excluding winter and summer vacations, you only need to pay 90,000 yuan every year. For most parents, this price is still within their financial range. William, whether it is sold or rented. But after listening to what the saleswoman said, William was reminded of his past self. Also trapped by high housing prices, people are always struggling on the brink of life and death. As he was thinking this, suddenly a group of people rushed into the hall. A middle-aged woman saw William and immediately greeted him with a smile. Excuse me, you are Boss Chun, right? I heard from Xiao Lu that you own 100 apartments in the community. I have been around the school for the past few days, but I can't find a suitable house. But our family's financial situation is really limited, and we simply can't afford to buy a house in the school district. There's really no other way, so I'd like to ask you to rent out one of your apartments to me. Is that okay? The woman said this and pulled her son in front of William. Boss Chun, look, this is my son. He's 16 years old and will be in the first year of high school when school starts. He has good grades and is very obedient. If we rent your house, he will definitely take good care of the hygiene. Please help us. The woman's words were simple. She just hoped William could allocate an apartment to rent to her. As soon as the woman finished speaking, someone else came to pray. Boss Chun, I also want to rent a house, but the house prices here are too expensive. I really can't afford it. Me too. I have my own house in Dongchang district, but no one is willing to buy it, even if I want to sell it. But my son is about to enter the first year of high school, and now I don't even have a place to live. So I beg you, Boss Chun, to rent me a house. Look at the group of people in front of you. William knew very well that high school in this world was different from high school on Earth. There are no complete rules for on-campus boarding, and only a very small number of people can get the right to live in the school. To the extent that 99% of high school students rent a house near the school. However, William is not a good person who does charity. If everyone asks me for help, I can give them houses for free. But considering what the female salesperson said, consider the current situation. William thinks renting out the house is also a good idea. Especially in recent years, housing prices have continued to rise. If it was before yesterday, William might not have agreed. But today is different because he has obtained a 20% stake from Nanshan Group. In one word, I'm not short of money. Therefore, it would be a good choice to leave the remaining houses here and let them appreciate slowly in value. William decides what the market rental price of the school district house should be. Compared with selling them directly, renting out the remaining 84 units can at least reduce the pressure on many parents. Okay, I promise you. William stood up and agreed and said to the saleswoman, I will sell these 16 units, and after the remaining 84 units, all of them will be rented out. The rental price will also be based on your market price. The female salesperson was secretly delighted when she heard this, because this time his relatives also came to him, hoping to help rent an apartment. After that, William signed the house selling contract, and then signed a complete house sale contract and handed over the rental rights to the sales department. In this way, William could just sit at home and collect rent every month. A CEO of a listed company suddenly became a rented house. William found it funny just thinking about it. It was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon when we finished all this. William then left the sales office with Lily. Come to the underground garage. William was about to open the door. He discovered that the car seemed to be half a head shorter. I looked down and found that the tire was flat. After circling the car, I found that all 4 tires were flat. No need to think too much. Someone must have tampered with it. It looks like we won't be able to leave for a while. Just as she said this, Lily noticed a group of people appearing in the dark and walking toward her. Seeing this, Lily subconsciously moved in front of William. Something's wrong. You hide behind me. William smiled bitterly and said, even if there is danger, you can't let a grown man like me hide behind you. As soon as the words fell, the group of people walked out of the darkness and into the light. However, everyone had their faces covered, so we had no idea what they looked like. At the same time, there were still 2 people left in the dark. One was Roberto, and the other was a middle-aged man named Uncle Jean. They stood in the dark, carefully observing everything under the light. At the same time, the entrance and exit of the underground garage were also blocked by a group of people. William looked at these masked men and smiled bitterly. No way, this plot. How come it is similar to a gangster novel? I didn't expect that we would encounter it. They come with bad intentions. We must have met our enemy, Lily said calmly, not seeming to be worried at all about what would happen next. William asked, from your appearance, you seem to be used to this scene? Lily didn't look back. She just smiled and said, I used to be used to it. The masked man in the lead burst into laughter upon seeing this. Ha, look at that boy. He actually let a woman stand in front of him. Humph, today we will let him see the consequences of hiding behind a woman. Let's do it. We don't want to waste time talking to him. The boss is still waiting for us. Okay, go ahead. These people stopped talking and took out iron rods and rushed towards William. Obviously, in their eyes, Lily was just a fragile woman who could be completely ignored. And William is their target. But what they never expected was that the leader was hit in the face by a pair of shoes as soon as he rushed out, and he screamed in pain. The man touched his face with his hand, and blood oozed out of his face, staining his entire hand bright red. Everyone was extremely shocked when they saw this. I looked down at the shoes on the ground and found that they were high heels worn by women. The person who was hit in the face was still hanging on the back of the high-heeled shoe. Damn it, I'm going to kill this bitch. The leader pulled out the hair on his face, raised the iron rod, and swung it at Lily. Seeing this, the other person followed. Then, with 2 crisp bangs, the 2 people who attacked Lily flew several meters away. Looking closely, I saw that Lily had raised her legs high up, forming a figure-8 shape. This means that the 2 people who fell to the ground were kicked away by Lily. This fucking method is too cruel. If you were a strong man and kicked 2 people away with 1 kick, everyone would understand. But you are clearly a sexy woman. Especially the red dress Lily is wearing now. He doesn't look like an expert at all. But at this moment, the facts told them. Never trust your first feeling, because it has been proven wrong twice. Damn it, kill this stinky woman. Someone shouted, rushing over with a weapon in hand. Lily has to ensure William's safety while dealing with a group of people. So I can only stand there and wait for the other party to make the first move. Bang! Throw out another high-heeled shoe to block a round of attacks. Lily took a half step back and tore her long skirt apart around her legs. At the same time, she tied her hair up, and she looked like a completely different person. During the fierce fight, William stood at the back. Lily from the back, I found that not only does she have a nice figure, but her fighting posture is also so beautiful, just like the female agents in the movies. It seems that this woman didn't lie to me. She really has some skills. William retreated to the car and continued to watch their fight. The other side had 12 people holding various sticks and weapons. Lily defeated her opponent with just her pair of beautiful legs. This is totally unscientific. Then I thought we are all time travelers, so what science is there talk about? A sweeping kick, a high kick, a side kick. After several consecutive moves, all 12 opponents were finally knocked to the ground. Some were in so much pain that they couldn't even get up, while others fainted. In less than 5 minutes, the battle was over. The danger was over, and William walked towards Lily. He looked at the group of masked thugs on the ground, then looked at her and gave her a thumbs up. Awesome, now I'm convinced. However, at this moment, another person walked out from the darkness. But this man was not wearing a mask and looked to be in his 50s. Good trick, the other party said. His voice was very hoarse, as if he hadn't had a drink of water in years. William stared at the person who came and thought to himself, this guy who appeared later, could he be the ultimate boss? Who are you and why are you attacking us? Lily asked. I'm not doing anything to you. I'm just doing something to him. The other party replied. To me? We are enemies, William asked back. William can remember. He doesn't know this person. We are not enemies, but someone hired me to destroy you. Oh, I see. William smiled and said, so it was a hired killer. Ha ha. The other party laughed. Since you all know it, I'm too lazy to talk nonsense. After saying that, the other party walked straight towards William. As the other party walked towards him, he twisted his neck, making a sound of bones rubbing against each other. It can be seen that this person is much stronger than the one who fell to the ground. I don't know if Lily could be his match. How is it going? Can you handle him? William asked. In this situation, William really has no confidence. After all, this body is just like this. Apart from being handsome, he doesn't seem to know any kung fu. Chapter 16, Ruthless William. I don't know, let's try it. Lily said, already ready to take action. One is a beautiful agent, the other is a hired killer. I don't know what will happen if the two of them fight. Thinking of this, William walked to the side. At the same time, I took out my mobile phone to record this moment. You are a woman, and you could defeat 12 of my men. You are really strong. I wonder if you can withstand my punch. Lily liked the wind. His steps were extremely fast, and his moves were vicious. He didn't treat Lily as a woman at all. Just based on this point, he already has enough advantage. Dark place. Roberto leaned against the wall, staring at this place, not daring to even breathe. He originally thought that by following along this time, he would be able to witness with his own eyes William being beaten to a pulp and kneeling before him begging for mercy. But who would have known that there was such a powerful woman by his side? Fortunately, I didn't go out early, otherwise if I was seen, I wouldn't know who would win or lose. But as Lily and the man continued to fight, Roberto saw that his Uncle Zhang clearly had the advantage, even though Lily is very good at kung fu and has a wide range of fighting skills. But it was obvious that she lacked much fighting experience compared to Uncle Zhang, because every time she made a move, Uncle Zhang could resolve it reasonably. On the other hand, Uncle Zhang's punches were extremely powerful. Lily used her leg skills to attack with all her might, but was blocked by her opponent every time. William doesn't know kung fu. He has watched many martial arts movies before. In addition, since he was watching from a close distance this time, he could also see that Lily was completely at a disadvantage in the first few moves. The fight that followed was more like a head-on confrontation. Is this guy really that strong? William is very curious. The next moment, Lily was a little slow in dodging and was punched in the stomach by the opponent. Puff! At the same time, a trace of blood oozed from the corner of Lily's mouth. Seeing this, William became a little nervous and hurriedly shouted to the man. Hey, you're a grown man, but you were so busy hitting on a woman, what? Did you forget about me? Uncle Zhang turned his head to look at William, but slapped Lily in the face. Lily, who was already seriously injured, was hit hard by the slap and fell to the ground with her fair face pressed against the ground. It can be seen that Lily has tried her best. Although she is already very strong, she is really helpless when facing someone stronger than her. She's fallen. Now it's your turn. The man knocked Lily down and turned to walk towards William. William saw this, and although he looked a little nervous, he remained calm. But at this moment, Lily quickly got up and rushed over, hugging the man's thigh tightly. William, go, go, Lily yelled, and the man kicked her back, hitting her stomach again. More blood oozed out of her mouth and flowed down her lips. A bodyguard would do such a thing for himself. Why? Especially since she is a woman. No, it should be a beautiful woman. William escaped at this time, although this kind of bloody plot can only happen in TV dramas. But he did meet him today. Now that you have met her, you should act decisively like a man. Lily, let him go and let me handle him. William said to Lily, as if he was confident that he could handle the man. Lily looked up at William and cursed him in her heart. I told you to leave. Why did you stay here? Are you looking for death? Lily was in so much pain that she couldn't speak, but she didn't let go of her hands. There was no choice. William had to pick up an iron rod from the ground and slowly walk towards a man. Hey, she won't let you go, so you're not willing to break free? You are still a man? No, you look quite old. Maybe you haven't been a man for a long time. For any man, especially an older man, you can say he can do anything, but never say he can no longer be a man. Otherwise, the consequences will be serious. Indeed, the other party was already angry at this time. He grabbed Lily's head and pulled her hands free with force. Since you want to die, I will grant your wish. The man said to William with a mocking smile. It was like telling him, I can crush you to death with one hand. At this time, William had already raised the iron rod and was chopping at him. Bang! The man kicked the iron rod away and then kicked William on the shoulder with a sweeping kick. Bang! This feeling, it really shouldn't hurt. Well, William admitted in his heart that forcing his way and was simply courting death. But before that, he already had a plan. So at the moment of flying out, he took out an electric gun from behind. Bang! Inside the stun gun, 2 electrode barbs ejected onto the man. In an instant, a voltage of over 10,000 volts is generated. Squeak! In a flash of blue lightning, the electric current was instantly output from the electric gun and then transmitted to the man through the current line. In almost the blink of an eye, the man's hair was singed. Although he is experienced in this field and his body's ability to withstand blows is several times that of an ordinary person, but faced with such high voltage electric current, how could his artificial body withstand it? Bang! The current ends. The man fell to the ground like a huge hard rock. Lily, who was standing by, was extremely confused when she saw this. What's going on? That's solved. Watching the man fall to the ground, William stood up, grasped the gun handle, and continued to release electricity. After all, this has been shown on many TV shows, so if you encounter this kind of situation, you must do it a few more times. Otherwise, you are very likely to be killed. After releasing the electric current several times in succession, the man kept shaking like a flathead fish with bubbles coming out of his mouth. William saw this and thought that he probably couldn't get up. William put away the stun gun, walked up to the man, and took out his cell phone to take a picture of him. Then he rubbed his aching shoulder and looked at the injured Lily in the distance. Bang! Bang! He kicked the man one after another. This scene, not only was it seen by Lily, but also by Roberto in the dark. He had clearly seen Uncle Zhang win just now, and was about to beat William up again, and he was also ready to come out to celebrate. But the next moment, he saw Uncle Zhang falling to the ground, and William kicking Uncle Zhang hard from behind. In Roberto's memory, William was at best good at business. Why is fighting so good? At least in Roberto's eyes, Uncle Zhang was defeated by William in one move. As for the stun gun, he couldn't see it clearly because it was too far away. Uncle Zhang was knocked down. What else can his little brother do? You can only hide your tail. After kicking for a long time, William finally avenged himself and Lily. He came to Lily and slowly helped her up. How are you? It's okay, Lily replied with all her strength. He vomited so much blood on the ground, and he said he was fine. William said worriedly, he must have serious internal injuries. Or, I'll carry you to the hospital. No, I'm really fine, Lily refused. William had no choice but to help Lily walk. But when passing by the middle-aged man, Lily signaled William to let him go. As soon as he let her go, she raised her leg and kicked the other person hard on the head. With a crisp sound, the man's entire neck tilted to the side. William could see that Lily had done something ruthless. This simple kick, even if he doesn't die, will probably leave him half-crippled for the rest of his life. And Roberto just stuck his head out and saw everything. Now, he didn't even dare to breathe and could only sob quietly in his heart in fear. It was as if William's face was always floating in front of him. Whether it was William who kicked Uncle Zhang or Lily who kicked Uncle Zhang, he blamed it all on William. That's why I'm even more afraid of him. Wow. Uncle Zhang, what should I do? After, William helped Lily to the exit and found that there were several big men standing there. Shit, these guys can't be their people too. Probably. Lily nodded. Okay then, you rest here and I'll go deal with them. You, Lily was stunned, a little bit unbelievable. No way. Have you forgotten my strength so quickly? William said dissatisfiedly. Although I don't know kung fu, I don't have to use brute force to fight. Brains are also a good thing, right? Oh, Lily nodded. It wasn't until William walked away that she understood what he meant. So it means that you have no brains. Come to think of it, William is indeed smart. This can be seen not only from the fact that he defeated the middle-aged man, but more from the way he deals with people and his achievements in business, which are simply unmatched by ordinary people. Especially since his savior Li Zhang also has such high hopes for him. It means that he must have means that ordinary people cannot match. William looked around and dived behind a wall at the exit, then slowly stuck his head out and took a look. He found that there were only 2 people guarding the place. He took out his stun gun and took a look. It still had 30% of the power, but he didn't know if it was enough. 70% of my energy was wasted just now when dealing with a middle-aged man. William was not sure whether the remaining 30% could deal with the other 2 people. But if you think about it carefully, these 2 people should not be able to compare with a middle-aged man. After all, that guy's body is too strong. So, he turned down the current, which should be enough to deal with the 2 of them. And William also knew that if he didn't take action now, he would most likely be discovered. So, without any hesitation, William walked out with the stun gun. Hearing footsteps, they both turned back at the same time. When they were leaving, the eldest showed them a picture of William. So as soon as they saw William come out, they recognized him. You are William. As soon as he finished speaking, the man was hit by an electric shotgun. Squeak. Just like last time, the electricity passed through his body, causing him to tremble like a flathead fish, and then he fell to the ground. Seeing this, the other one attacked without hesitation. Because William had prepared for the battle in advance, after knocking down one, he immediately prepared to dodge. The opponent threw a punch. William dodged to the side, rolled over from the ground, pulled out the 2 poles of the stun gun, and then fired again. When the opponent was hit, a powerful electric current instantly passed through his body. In almost a second, his pants were soaked. Chapter 17. The wind is blowing, and it's time for you to go bankrupt. Staring down at his trousers, he felt helpless because he had no control over his body at all. However, he found that the electric current only lasted for a moment and then lost its power. Apparently, William saw it too. Look at the gun handle. There is still 20% power. I don't know what went wrong. Knowing that the stun gun was useless, William could only take advantage of the enemy's unpreparedness and attack again. Although the other person was not knocked unconscious, the electric current not only caused him to become incontinent, but also caused a short circuit so that he could not control his feet at all. Seeing that the other party didn't move, William rushed over and punched him right in the nose. Aha! It didn't fall? William wondered, and then he felt another kick in the stomach. Boom! He kicked with all his strength, and the opponent finally flew to the ground, where his head hit the ground and he passed out. The strong electric current, coupled with the collision, will make it impossible for him to wake up for the time being. Seeing this, William smiled proudly. It seems that my strength is quite good. After saying that, William went back to help Lily away and left the garage. After leaving the community, William called a car and escorted Lily to Jiangcheng Hospital. The other side, underground garage, Roberto slowly walked out from the darkness. He looked around and found that William and the other man had left, so he dared to walk towards Uncle Jean. When I walked in and took a look, oh my God, his chin was tilted to one side and he was foaming at the mouth. Can you still live like this? Roberto expressed his curiosity about this. Didn't my father say that his name terrifies people in the underworld? William has turned things into this in just 2 moves. Why? It's such a disgrace. Looking at the dozen people lying on the ground, Roberto had no choice but to call his father. Robert learned that his men were crippled by William. He was furious and angry. He originally thought that Uncle Jean could cripple William in just a few minutes. Now, you're the one who has been crippled by others. The most important thing is that William, as his son called him, was very ferocious when fighting, and it only took him 2 moves to make him foam at the mouth. What the hell? In Robert's impression, William is just a tender and delicate young man. How could I possibly beat Uncle Jean? Anyway, he couldn't figure it out. However, there's nothing I can do, even if I can't figure it out. It has come to this. In order to avoid making things worse, he had to find another group of men to take these people away. If the injury is serious, go to the hospital. If it's a minor injury, just give some money to comfort the patient. Who knew that when the people sent to check, they found that they were all seriously injured. There was no choice but to send them all to the hospital, especially Uncle Zhang. His chin was kicked crooked. Robert saw him like this in the hospital. He doubted for a moment that he would never be able to do anything for himself again. However, he felt a little comforted when he saw that his son was safe and sound. If his son was beaten like this, he would definitely go crazy. After seeing Uncle Zhang, Robert called his son out of the intensive care unit. Did you really see that it was William who beat your Uncle Zhang like this? Roberto nodded repeatedly, still thinking about the kicks William gave Uncle Zhang. If it had kicked me, I would probably have died on the spot. This kid's kung fu is so powerful. I couldn't tell before. Robert sighed, still thinking about how to deal with him next. But at this moment, Roberto stared behind Robert and his whole face twitched. Dad, look behind you. It's him. He's coming. Who's here? Robert asked curiously, then turned around and saw William in the distance. At this time, William is going through the hospitalization process. According to the doctor, Lily has to stay in the hospital for a week. But Lily refused to do so, because to him, this internal injury is nothing. She had suffered more serious injuries before and was still full of energy after lying at home for 2 days. It's completely unnecessary to be hospitalized for such a minor injury. But William still believed the doctor's words and insisted that Lily stay in the hospital for a week. Helpless, I have to obey the boss's orders. At the same time, the doctor looked at Lily's injuries and knew, without much thought, that she was beaten. He also found it hard to believe that such a beautiful girl could be so cruelly beaten. But if the doctor knew that he had beaten more than a dozen other people into this hospital, he probably wouldn't have had this idea. Robert heard from his son that William beat Uncle Zhang like this. He was filled with intense hatred. But at this moment, when he really saw William, the fear deep in his heart suddenly burst out. Without any nonsense, he pulled his son into the ward opposite. Through the glass of the door, Robert and his son quietly watched William pass by. Dad, what are you doing and why are you running so fast? Roberto asked. Robert glanced at his son and thought to himself, you useless son, if I don't run away quickly, what will happen if he sees me? Of course, he didn't say this, but instead said, what if he finds out that we have a relationship with your Uncle Zhang? Fortunately, you didn't show up today. Roberto didn't care about what his father said. Instead, he cared about the fact that his father was avoiding William. In other words, his father was also afraid of him. Dad, you hide from him because you are afraid of him, right? Roberto continued to ask. What do you want to say, kid? Robert frowned, thinking to himself, I am also a human being. Of course I am afraid of death. No matter how his father tried to argue, Roberto understood one thing. Father also began to be afraid of William. In the morning, he was still talking about what he was going to do to William, but now when he saw him, he actually hid like a dog. If even his father is afraid of him, how can a Lee family defeat him? Son, listen to me. I'm not afraid of him. Robert saw what was on Roberto's mind and quickly explained, I'm avoiding him because he's broke right now. What if he tries to silence me? He's in debt anyway, so if he dies, he's dead. But it's different for us. We still have a big family. So you have to understand that our lives are more precious. Roberto listened to his father's explanation and finally replied simply, you are just afraid of death anyway. Since he has nothing, what are you afraid of? I was the one who was afraid of him before, but now even you are afraid of him. How can our Lee family defeat him? Let's just not fight him. Bang! Robert slapped Roberto in the face. Stop saying such discouraging words. Even if you can't win, you have to fight on. Unless you admit now that you lost to him and admit that you are not as good as him. To be afraid of William. But Roberto was unwilling to admit defeat to him. I won't give up, Roberto yelled. As soon as he finished speaking, a sharp woman's voice came from behind him. Shut up, everyone. Can't you see I'm giving you an injection? It was very loud, much louder than Roberto's voice. The two of them followed the voice and turned around silently. I found that there were several patients lying behind me, and a female nurse was giving injections and infusions to the patients. They just saw Robert and his son come in and thought they were the family members of a patient. Roberto's roared just now that the nurse who was giving the injection was startled, so the scene of being yelled at happened. Robert and his son may call themselves bigwigs in the business world, but this is a hospital and they really can't do whatever they want. Especially now, it's their problem. Helplessly, the two could only smile bitterly, push open the door and walk out. However, at this time, William finished the hospitalization procedures and came over from the other end. The two were so frightened that they were too embarrassed to enter the ward. They could only run to the stairs in shame and walk down the stairs to leave the hospital. They also couldn't figure out why they were so afraid of William. Anyway, I just know that if I see it, I should hide quickly. After leaving the hospital, the father and son could only look back and curse a few words in anger. Since it is impossible to find someone to teach William a lesson, we can only focus on dealing with the Chun group financially to completely defeat William. They had good intentions in their minds, but little did they know that while William was processing the formalities at the hospital, he also sent the photo of the middle-aged man to Li Zhang. As for finding someone, it would be most appropriate to let Li Zhang do it. Although there were some mistakes when seeking investment from Frank last time, Li Zhang can be said to have done quite well in other aspects. When Li Zhang received the man's photo, he immediately handed it over to his subordinates. In less than 2 minutes, his men collected all the information about the man. Name: Zhang Chengwan. Age: 52, from Jiangcheng. Nickname: Zhang Yisha. The boss behind the scenes: Robert, chairman of Nanshan Group. Personal experience: retired from Kyushu Special Forces at the age of 28, with all kinds of combat abilities off the charts. William received the news and frowned. The Lee family, father and son again. It seems that your family always likes to go with me, and even troubles me again and again. William put down his phone, felt the cool breeze from the window, and whispered, "The wind is blowing. It's time for your Lee family to go bankrupt." The words fell. William closed the window, came to the bed, and handed the peeled apple to Lily. "It's peeled, eat it." Lily took the apple, looking embarrassed. He is clearly William's bodyguard, but he still needs William to take care of him. William looked at Lily's rosy face and smiled. "Don't be embarrassed. After all, you were injured in the garage because you were trying to save me. It's only natural for me to take care of you." It seemed like a simple comfort, but it left a mark in Lily's heart. After all, William was the first one to take care of himself after all these years. In the past, no matter how badly injured I was, no one ever comforted me, let alone peeled an apple for me. At this moment, Lily felt warm in her heart. William sat in front of the bed and sent a message to his assistant Alex on his mobile phone. "Divide all the money in my account into 3 equal parts and invest them in the 3 stocks I asked you to buy before." Alex received a message from William at the company and felt a little confused. I wonder where the boss makes money from. After all, he had just transferred $50 million from another stock market that morning. Although it was unclear, he used the computer to access William's account. You don't know until you check, and you'll be shocked when you do. This is another $120 million in cash. Where does this money come from? Alex was very curious. However, curiosity aside, things still have to be done according to the boss's requirements. The $120 million is divided into 3 parts, and each part of $40 million is used to buy 3 stocks. Chapter 18. Group plan begins. Alex is William's financial assistant, but he has no idea where his money comes from. The $50 million transferred to him in the morning also came from an unfamiliar account. This really made him curious. What was his boss doing recently? But looking at the 3 stocks that were bought, they all showed an incredible upward trend. Alex once doubted William's ability to predict the future. In just 2 days, the total increase was as high as 13%. The original capital investment of $80 million has now increased to more than $90 million, with direct profits exceeding $10 million. If the growth rate continues at this rate, Alex suspects that his boss will be able to pay off his debts within 3 years. However, he still underestimated William, because according to William's current shares in Nanshan Group, his personal assets have reached $40 billion. Moreover, since this reward is given by the system, therefore, it is impossible to find out the owners of these assets through personal information queries, unless William comes out and admits it. 7 p.m. William left the hospital and returned to the group, where he convened a meeting again. If the morning meeting is about developing new strategies, the evening meeting is the real beginning of implementing the changes. This is naturally related to what happened during the day. Robert and his son said that it was not enough to deal with the group, and now they're using dirty tricks against themselves. In this case, William must fight back strongly. So at the meeting, William also emphasized several things. First, target Nanshan Group as an enemy and work to bankrupt it. William starting tomorrow. William Ultraman was a child. He imagined himself holding the magic stick and transforming into a red and blue giant, trying to save the world. When he grew up, he also realized that this was all illusion and delusion. Despite this, when he often recalls his childhood, he still feels that watching Ultraman was a kind of happiness during those childhood days. But in this ordinary world, Ultraman does not exist. This means that countless children have never experienced that kind of passion. In this case, William decided to bring light to children all over the world in advance. Proposal proposed. Starting from the next morning. The company is looking for the best directors, animators, prop masters, and special effects artists all over the world. To paraphrase William, we only look for the best and most expensive ones in the world. The best, everyone can understand. But the most expensive one? Does the company really have that much money? No one knows, and no one dares to ask. Anyway, if you need money, just report to William. His financial assistant will then provide the money. Of course, every time Alex received a transfer from William, he was extremely surprised. He originally thought that the $200 million in those 3 stocks was all of William's assets. But what he didn't expect was that every time the company needed money, it was all transferred by William from other accounts. The props will cost $5 million later, transfer. The special effects equipment will cost $10 million in a while, transfer. It will cost another $30 million to hire a director later, forward it. In the end, the total performance fees of the actors reached 100 million yuan. Still a single word. My God. Alex took out the most recent bill and looked at it. In addition to the money invested in the 3 stocks, William transferred another 300 million to him. What the hell? Even though you're the president of the group, this is not the way you spend the money, right? It's only been a few fucking days, and they've spent hundreds of millions. Is money really that easy to pick up? Alex can only keep these problems in his heart. Because he is a member of the group, his salary is 3 times higher than that of other employees. William had only one request for him. He must not say a word about the bill, even if he died. Alex's original monthly salary was 12,000 yuan, which has tripled and now soared to 36,000 yuan. He is a big shot who earns 400,000 a year. Jiangcheng is an ordinary first-tier city, and Alex is just a financial assistant with an annual income of 400,000 yuan, which makes him the king of this industry. At first glance, his income is almost on the same level as other company executives. With such good treatment, why would he ask about unnecessary things? He would be willing to do so even if his mouth was shut. As for where William's money comes from, of course, it was cashed out from the shares of Nanshan Group. William also hired a financial assistant to manage the money. And this assistant only knew that the boss behind him was the major shareholder of the joint venture of Nanshan Group. Because the information did not contain William's name, but the names of several shareholders. In addition, the assistant had never met William, so naturally no one noticed the slight changes in these shares. Be busy for several days in a row. William came to the hospital to visit Lily as usual, but as soon as he arrived at the hospital, he received a message from Dora. Are you free today? I want to return the car to you. After seeing the message, William replied with 2 words, I am available. Dora sent the message. She just held her phone and waited. Unexpectedly, after only waiting for a minute, the other party replied. The last time we parted, the other party clearly said that he would contact me to return the car. Now, for days have passed, and the other party hasn't sent me any message. There was no other way. Dora could only give it a try with a thick face. He replied in less than a minute, so it seems he is not busy. Then, Dora edited the message again. It's time for lunch. Why don't we go together? Okay. Then come to Jiangcheng Hospital. I'm also going to eat. Hospital? Why do you have to eat in the hospital? Is he in hospital? Speaking of busy, William is indeed quite busy. After watching Lily, William has to go back to the group to arrange other matters related to the special effects project. It's just a meal. It doesn't matter where you eat it. In particular, the restaurant in Jiangcheng Hospital tastes pretty good. William ate it once and was quite impressed. Dora continued to edit the message. Why are you in the hospital? Are you sick? William, no, I came to visit a patient. Knowing that William was fine, Dora was not so worried. Okay, I'll come to the hospital right away. Dora's home is not far from Jiangcheng Hospital, only 10 minutes drive away. Go to the mirror, slightly adjust the makeup texture, and then go out. She went to the underground public garage, started the car, and slowly drove out of the villa area. Along the way, Dora was looking around, afraid of being discovered by her father and brother. If they knew that I was driving William's car, I'm afraid the whole family would be shaken by their hot tempers. After all, during these 2 days at home, Dora could hear her brother and father talking about William anytime and anywhere. However, the content of the discussion this time is different. Before, everyone wanted to do this and that about William. This time, he said that the only way to avoid William is to target the Chen group. Her family and William are enemies, but her heart is on their side, so Dora always feels a little awkward. Helpless, no matter what, Dora thinks that whatever William does is right. Whatever my father and brother did was wrong, especially what they did to William, which was completely wrong. What can we do? Soon, Dora drove the Bentley to the hospital garage. William had been waiting in the restaurant for a long time and had ordered the dishes. Dora followed the message William sent and went to the second floor of the hospital restaurant. William in the crowd. There's nothing you can do about it. It just makes him look so dazzling. Or perhaps, William's looks are too obvious here. Seeing William, Dora hurried to William's desk and handed him the key. For you. William looked up and saw that it was Dora. He immediately motioned for him to sit down and eat. You must be hungry. Come on, eat something. The hospital restaurant is delicious. Why don't I see your friend? Isn't he coming to eat? Dora asked curiously. He's in the ward. Bring him a portion after you finish eating. Wow, you're the boss of the group, and you actually brought him food. You must be very good friends. Good. How was he injured? Dora continued to ask. He was beaten for saving me. Seriously? I think it's pretty serious. She even vomited blood, but she didn't seem to feel anything. She was able to eat and move. Anyway, she didn't look injured. Oh my God, he's vomiting blood. This must be serious. Dora sighed and said, how about I buy some supplements for him? You'd better not. William refused. Why? Dora wondered. William couldn't tell her that Lily was beaten by someone her father had hired. If I tell her, I don't know if he will blame himself when he gets home. For things like this, William felt that it was enough for him to know the truth, and there was no need to implicate innocent people. Especially the relationship between Robert and his son and myself. The two families are clearly enemies, but Dora is caught in the middle. Come to think of it, it's quite difficult for her, because he is very lustful, and he has a disease that makes him like to stalk women, and this disease cannot be cured. William looked up and said seriously, you are so beautiful. If I take you to meet him, I am afraid that if she sees you, the consequences will be disastrous. Ah! Dora was stunned for a moment. There is such a disease in the world. Anyway, that's the diagnosis the doctor gave. Otherwise, if he was beaten up with internal injuries and spitting blood, and he could still be throbbing, do you think he could be normal? After hearing what you said, I also feel that he seems abnormal. Dora smiled awkwardly, and in her heart, she wanted to persuade William not to associate with such people. But the other party was William's friend after all, and it'd save him, so how could he say such shameless words? The two chatted while eating and finished the meal in half an hour. Before leaving, William asked the chef to make a separate portion for him to take away. Arriving at the hospital entrance, William waved and said, go back quickly. Oh, Dora nodded. When she was leaving, she suddenly asked again, next time, can I treat you to a meal? If we are friends, then of course we can. William replied, a small smile on his face. At this moment, Dora fell into it again. Of course we are friends, Dora replied firmly. After saying that, he left the hospital with a smile on his face. Dora's father doing to the Chen group? They both knew it very well. But as long as you don't say it, no one will care. William is that kind of person. He treats people differently, even if you're a family. But what you do is your business, and what she does is her business. They cannot be confused. Watching Dora leave, William smiled and fell emotional. It's said that people of the same family stick together. How come Robert and his son are so different from this little girl? Chapter 19. Ultraman trailer starts to become popular. Then, he came to the ward and handed lunch to Lily. Eat it while it's hot. I just saw that girl, Lily said while eating. If you deal with her father now and his group goes bankrupt in the future, do you think she will blame you? It should be, and it shouldn't be, William said with a smile, and then changed the subject. Why? Such delicious food can't shut you up. I just want to remind you that women are emotional animals, Lily explained. She may be on your side now, but if you defeat her father in the future, she may not be on your side anymore. How can I win if you are so good-looking? William asked back. Whether I am optimistic or not, I hope you win, and I bet on you to win, Lily replied firmly. Well, you have a good eye. William smiled. William certainly knew he could win, but it always makes you feel happy when someone is willing to stand on your side and support you. After, William has been taking care of Lily these days. The Ultraman special effects project has also officially started. At the same time, William also officially named the production department Tsuburaya Films. Everything is ready. William used the story about Tiga in his mind as the first Ultraman to be filmed. But for the new category of Ultraman, Both the director and the screenwriter are almost completely confused. At the beginning, William only briefly described the outline, which was probably a battle between giants and monsters. Even though the director and screenwriter are not clear about it, William knows it. So when William met the screenwriter and others, he immediately told them the story of Tiga from beginning to end. When the screenwriter heard this, he was shocked. It feels like Columbus discovering the New World. Ultraman Tiga saves the Earth for the sake of mankind. Lee Chung, the famous children's fantasy screenwriter, has been engaged in children's fantasy stories for 20 years. As soon as he heard the story, he felt that it might become popular all over the world in the future. It's very simple. Because Ultraman is a new thing. People have never seen it before, so their minds must be filled with endless imagination about it. But to outsiders, they all thought William was crazy. In recent years, the film and television industry has indeed developed rapidly. But if you abandon the physical industry and turn to the film and television industry, aren't you asking for trouble? Shin Group also gave a response. What I'm doing now is not entirely in the film and television industry, but a diversified industry. When it comes to diversification, the film and television industry is just one of them. As for the factories in the physical industry, they will still be retained. Because William knew that when Ultraman Tiga became popular all over the world, his suits, as well as surrounding theme parks and other products, will surely receive unprecedented popularity. William told Lee Chung the story of Tiga. Lee Chung immediately started writing down the entire story. At the same time, William himself also wrote lyrics for Ultraman Tiga and named it Miracle Reappearance. After, William also told the story about the leather case design, and the artist drew it. The entire initial production took a total of 7 days. As the saying goes, as long as the money is paid, nothing will be a problem in Kyushu. Even if I work 24 hours a day and all night, I can still finish the homework assigned by William on time. Next, the shooting officially began. As the boss behind the scenes, William also visits the site every day to pay attention. After all, this project was entirely his idea. After 2 consecutive days of shooting, a 1-hour-long story was produced. The 1-hour plot is divided into 3 episodes. At the same time, the trailer and the finished film were also sent to the only cooperating TV station. So far, there is only one provincial TV station that has cooperated with Tsuburaya Pictures. As for other TV stations, they said they were not interested in Ultraman at all. Not to mention, give up 20 or so points to play it. Especially the conditions given by William, the first few episodes were given to the TV station for free. How could such a good thing happen in the world? Anyway, most TV stations don't believe it. Especially knowing that Tsuburaya Pictures' parent company, Chung Group, still owes so much foreign debt. The bosses behind these TV stations don't want to be implicated by this. William was too lazy to explain this. However, although it was rejected by many TV stations, in the end a TV station called Yuesheng was willing to cooperate. The reason is simple, because this TV station has been in a loss-making state for 10 years. Now that they meet someone who is willing to fund film and television for free, of course they are willing. William naturally felt great sympathy when he saw that the other party was in a similar situation as himself. At the same time, he also paid out of his own pocket to promote the broadcast of Ultraman Tiga. Just when many companies were mocking the Chung Group for being at the end of its road, a piece of news quickly became a hot topic. That's right, the news is about Tiga. From the moment William decided to make it, he has been using the slogan, "You must always believe in the light." In addition, in the trailer, Tiga swung out the clasp and transformed. When countless children saw this scene, they couldn't help but shout out the name Tiga in their hearts. Yes, no matter in which world, light will always be the beautiful light that accompanies children, especially the moment when Ultraman Tiga turns into a giant and saves the world. It is what countless children yearn for. Even many adults couldn't help but give thumbs up after watching the trailer. 10 seconds into the trailer, the prelude of Miracle Reappears sounded, like sunlight through the night. The dawn passes quietly across the horizon, whose voice travels through reincarnation. The road to the future is right under our feet. Don't be sad, don't be afraid. Countless viewers stared at the trailer and listened to the theme song, and immediately their bodies became boiling with excitement and their blood boiled. This was beyond almost everyone's expectations. There is no way. First of all, the story of Tiga is good. Secondly, William spent over 100 million yuan to find the world's top producers. Whether it is the trailer images or the music rhythm, it is completely made for this era. The fact that this trailer has been on the hot search list is already popular enough. William continued to ask his men to spend money to push it onto all currently known video platforms. Now, at least one-third of the 900 million netizens in the country have seen this trailer. Just based on this popularity, if nothing unexpected happens, Ultraman Tiga will become the hottest TV series of the year. During this period, many TV stations saw the popularity of the trailer and came to us one after another, begging for cooperation. But do you think it's possible? When I asked you to cooperate with me before, you stayed away from me. Now, see the fire is raging and you cling to you like a dog. No matter who it is, they will kick you away. What's more, this person is William. He hates evil, so how could he give you a chance? Nanshan Group and its allies were preparing to defeat the Chun Group, but suddenly they saw the fiery look of Ultraman Tiga and were stunned for a moment. What is happening? Are they going to turn things around? Many people are skeptical about this. After all, according to the data, the popularity of Ultraman Tiga is too exaggerated. They once thought that there was suspicion of fraud, so they went to verify it. The evidence also shows that there are indeed people behind the scenes investing and fanning the flames of this. But at the same time, evidence also shows that the Chun Group has spent more than 300 million yuan to promote and complete the project. Last time, Frank owed William 500 million, and William quickly paid it back to the bank when he wanted to get it back. This film and television shooting cost another 300 million yuan. Who gave the money? This is a cash flow investment. Where on earth did his Chun Group get so much money? However, no matter how rigorous something is, it will eventually be exposed. A secret organization, using its powerful stealth capabilities, finally discovered the source of these funds, which turned out to be all from the Nanshan Group. Isn't it said that Nanshan Group is planning to conspire to bring down Chun Group? Why do you still invest in him? Robert and his son were the least confused. When they learned that Chin's group had ordered a counterattack, they had already taken defensive measures. Who would have thought that such a thing could happen at this time? Without even thinking about it, he told his allies that someone must have framed him on purpose. But how can others believe what you say? They look at the evidence. Various secret evidences show that there are indeed people within Nanshan Group who provide it with cash flow. In this regard, Robert could only ask the group to conduct self-examination. But unfortunately, no matter how hard we searched, we couldn't find the person behind it. Anyway, we only know that there was a certain amount of money which was transferred to William through layers of transfers. What the hell? There's no need to think about it. There must be a traitor in the family. Therefore, just as the Chun Group was vigorously promoting the Ultraman TV series, the Nanshan Group caused a shocking incident. An insider in Nanshan Group laundered money to provide funds for the Chun Group. When business owners learned about this, their first reaction was that the Nanshan Group was afraid of the rise of the Chun Group and deliberately created fake news to slander the other party. For a time, the Chun Group became popular. Boss Chun, the news that you asked me to deliver the package has spread. How should I repay you this time? At this moment, William was sitting in the group office, talking to Li Zhang on his mobile phone. You are my creditor. How can I repay you? Of course I will pay you back and give you some interest. We can just calculate the interest as before, Li Zhang said with a smile. But I heard rumors that you're secretly planning some big business. How about adding me as an investor? William smacked his lips. TSK, TSK, TSK. Where did you hear this rumor from? Okay, let me be frank. I heard that the pre-production and promotion of this TV series called Ultraman cost you several hundred million. Tell me, where does all this money come from? Of course, I'm not in a hurry for you to pay me back. It's mainly because I've known you for such a long time. I can see the changes in you recently. Whether those rumors are true or not, I'm sure you must have found a way somewhere. Do you really want to know where the money comes from? William asked back. Of course, Li Zhang affirmed. After spending some time with Li Zhang recently, William found that he is a really good ally. From the beginning to the end, William's group was able to survive for so long after owing hundreds of billions of dollars in debt, and a lot of its strength was due to Li Zhang's support behind the scenes. Since you are so nice to me, there is no need for me to be dissatisfied with you, and you have helped me so much. William is preparing to expose this secret recently, with the aim of quickly counterattacking the Nanshan Group and annihilating it. It doesn't hurt to tell you about Li Zhang in advance. Chapter 20. TV series and movies are popular all over the internet. In fact, all my money comes from Nanshan Group. Later, William told Li Zhang the secret. Hearing this, Li Zhang asked in confusion. You said your money came from Nanshan Group, which means the rumors you asked me to leak out were not false, but true? That's right. William nodded. What on earth is going on? I'm totally confused, Li Zhang asked. Although he found it hard to believe, he knew that William was not someone who could make up lies at will. You just need to know that I own a lot of shares in Nanshan Group. As for the money I owe you, I will find the right time to pay it back to you in one lump sum. Hey, look at what you're saying. Didn't I just say this? You owe me money. Take your time. I'm not in a hurry at all. Really? William asked back. Then I seemed to hear someone say yesterday that a big boss brought people to your bank to cause trouble. It seemed that there was a problem with the deposit. Well, that matter was my own problem. It has nothing to do with money. Li Zhang explained and continued to ask. Boss Chen, don't talk about our business first. Tell me why you hold shares in Nanshan Group. William smiled, paused for a few seconds and said, That's all I can tell you. As for why I hold their shares, that's a big business secret. I won't tell you now. But when the day comes that Nanshan Group goes bankrupt, I will be the first to tell you the truth. Li Zhang was the first to know that William was going to deal with Nanshan Group. But I didn't expect that William had set up such a large plan. Sure enough, William has really changed, becoming even better than when I first met him. Okay, I understand what you mean, Li Zhang replied. Anyway, you told me that you hold shares in Nanshan Group. Since you are willing to believe me, I, Li, will continue to fully support you, as usual. Well, that's what I've been waiting for you to say, William said with a smile. On the other end of the phone, Li Zhang also laughed, as if he had foreseen the day when Nanshan Group would go bankrupt. After the Ultraman Tiga trailer was aired, the next day at 8 o'clock in the evening, U Province TV station broadcast the drama. Because everyone knows in advance which TV station the program will be broadcast on and the broadcast time. So countless viewers across the country have already sat in front of their TVs waiting. The vast majority of children are truly attracted by the existence of Ultraman Tiga. More adults want to follow the trend and pay attention to Ultraman because of his popularity. At the same time, a large number of film and television self-media celebrities are also paying attention to this drama. The reason is simple, because it is very popular, so I pay attention to it. Therefore, they plan to finish watching it as soon as possible, edit the drama, and bring it to the public through explanation while it is still popular, so as to gain more traffic. The other side, before broadcasting the series, Tsuburaya Pictures tried to find a way to attract audiences, so they simply broadcast all 3 episodes simultaneously, which also allowed everyone to understand the story more comprehensively. So from the first episode, Daegu accidentally obtained a magic stick and transformed himself, then defeated the monster and saved humanity from danger. The plot seems simple, but it is particularly dazzling when interpreted in the way of Ultraman. It can be said that the advent of Ultraman represents the first appearance of the concept of giants fighting giant beasts in this parallel world. Sure enough, the show just aired. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Ultraman Tiga's name appeared on Dubon's ratings. This is probably the fastest time in history that Dubon ratings have gone from a TV series being broadcast to comments appearing. So much so that thousands of viewers would leave comments in the comment section as soon as they finished watching the TV series. This is so good. This is definitely the hottest drama this year. It's definitely a dark horse. The battle between giants and giant beasts is so original. It instantly reminded me of a new story, Monsters vs. King Kong. Damn it, Ultraman Tiga is clearly a children's TV series, but how can a 25-year-old young man like me be unable to stop watching it? Damn it, I feel like I'm done for. To be honest, this Ultraman series really opened up new horizons for me. It's awesome. I thought the trailer was the most exciting part of the show, but who knew the show was even more exciting? The first 3 episodes were perfect. I won't say more. I'll just give it full marks. No wonder people are saying that the director and screenwriter of this drama are the best in the world. I didn't expect it to be so well made. Love it, love it. No matter how great the director and screenwriter are, they're still not as great as the original creator. Isn't the original creator the screenwriter? William, the boss of Chen Group. Fuck, a group boss actually has artistic talent. Ultraman has only been aired for 1 hour, and its Dubon score has reached 9.3 points, with the number of people who have rated it reaching 100,000. Dupiang Rating is the most authoritative review website in Kyushu. If everyone rates it so highly, it can only mean one thing. This drama is really good. The first 3 episodes of Ultraman Tiga were just William's test run. But overall, the trial was successful. According to the background data, the attendance rate of a Yuesheng TV station from 8 to 9 p.m. exceeded 125 million. After Ultraman Tiga was broadcast, the attendance rate instantly dropped to 5 million. It shows how strong its popularity is. Afterwards, in addition to the extremely high Dubon score, the plot was also praised by countless self-media celebrities. William had originally planned to expand the Ultraman series, and when he learned of this result, he immediately instructed Tsuburaya Pictures to shoot a sequel. That's all. While the TV series was just over and the popularity was still at its highest, Tsuburaya Pictures quickly shot 2 trailers and released them at the same time. These trailers reasonably convey the mainstream core ideas of Ultraman Tiga. It mainly tells the story of Ultraman Tiga's justice and selflessness, and finally the love story between the male and female protagonists Daegu and Lena. In terms of casting, William personally selected the most famous and talented actors in Kyushu, Hu Minj and Liu Shaoshi, plus the top production. When these two become one, instantly elevating the Ultraman story in William's mind to a deeper level. If we talk about William's previous world, Ultraman Tiga can evoke countless adults' fond memories of their childhood. Then the Ultraman Tiga, created by William, added more resonance on this basis. When the story resonates enough, it will naturally lead the audience to have infinite expectations for the sequel. However, just as the sequel was stepping up filming, Tsuburaya Pictures suddenly received unprecedented complaints. Most of the complaints from others are because there are problems with your products. However, the complaint from Tsuburaya Pictures was because Ultraman Tiga was updated too slowly. So much so that countless children across the country were clamoring to see the sequel. Those parents are also helpless. No matter what food or toys they use to tempt their children won't want them. They cry and make a fuss just to watch Ultraman. In desperation, a wave of complaints began to erupt from a kindergarten parent group, then went to a school's parent group, then the entire Jiangcheng, and finally the entire Kyushu parents jointly complained, asking Tsuburaya Pictures to quickly broadcast the sequel. Tsuburaya Films, please air the 4th episode soon. My kid is going crazy. I don't know what Ultraman is about, but my son keeps asking to watch Tiga. If I don't let him watch it, he won't even know how to eat. What should I do? I have no choice but to complain to you. My children are the same. They don't understand what's so attractive about a TV series. But anyway, please update it as soon as possible. If you don't update within 3 days, I will not only come to the website to complain, but I will also go to the State Administration of Film and Television to complain about your slow update. There were widespread complaints, some of which were made on the Tsuburaya website, and some through Yuesheng TV. And without exception, they all have only one request, which is that they hope Tsuburaya Pictures will broadcast the next episode as soon as possible. After seeing these complaint letters, Yuesheng TV and Tsuburaya also expressed helplessness. Compared to the first 3 episodes, the subsequent sequels are not only more carefully produced, but the special effects and plots are also stretched to a new level. Therefore, the shooting progress was naturally much slower. Yuesheng and Yuengu also responded actively to everyone's complaints and explained the reasons. In this way, the parents of these children gradually forgave them. 3 days after Tiga was aired, a piece of news about the TV station's audience ratings was released. Among them, the most eye-catching is the first content. Yuesheng TV broadcast Ultraman Tiga from 8 to 9 p.m. on June 15th, and the ratings for the day exceeded 20 points. You know, this TV station has been making losses for 10 years. This is because, as a provincial TV station, its annual ratings are only 0.5 points. But the ratings of the drama, which was only aired for 1 hour that night, increased by 19 points. And this became a TV station legend almost overnight. In this world, where everything is connected to the internet, the news about the ratings of Yuesheng TV naturally spread quickly throughout the internet. When other TV stations learned about this situation, they were so angry that they vomited blood. It was such a good TV series. Why did I decide to reject it in the first place? At this time, those who had once rejected Tsuburaya Pictures were confused. That night, In Zifeng, the general manager of U Province TV station, put down everything he was doing and flew to Jiangcheng overnight. Because he knows very well that the rise of his own TV station will entirely depend on this Ultraman Tiga. Therefore, in order to prevent others from snatching away the broadcasting rights of Tiga, he must immediately go to Jiangcheng to meet William with 100% sincerity. After 2 hours of flight, 11 o'clock at night, In Zifeng came to Jiangcheng and found a hotel to stay in. He asked his assistant to contact the person in charge of Tsuburaya Pictures, hoping that he could make an appointment to meet with William. Although Yuesheng TV station has been making losses for many years, it is a provincial TV station after all. The supporting force behind is naturally indispensable. In addition, since Tsuburaya and Yu Sheng are now partners, it is reasonable for the bosses of both sides to meet. The other side. William received this message from his assistant. He knew very well the purpose of the other party's visit. Chapter 21. I have more special effect dramas. Jiangcheng, a city with a population of 15 million, has been listed as a first-tier city in Kyushu. The population of Yu province is as high as 85 million. Although it is not a first-tier city, its economic strength is quite strong due to its large population. As Yuesheng TV is a provincial TV station, Tsuburaya Films' cooperation with it means that the other party will be able to bring you the resources of his entire city. Although this city is much worse than other big provinces, but it is also a province after all, so William had no reason not to meet. William said to his assistant on the phone, "Let's set the meeting time at 12 noon tomorrow, and the location is at the number 1 Courtyard restaurant." Last time William went to number 1 Courtyard, he tasted the delicious food there. Although it is quite expensive, generally speaking, it is expensive for a reason. After eating there once, I want to go there a second time. It just so happened that there were guests coming from afar this time, so while I was treating them, I wanted to try some new food myself. When the assistant learned of William's consent, he quickly contacted Ian Ziefing and told him the agreed restaurant. Then, the next day at 12 noon, William and Ian Ziefing came to the most luxurious number 1 Courtyard restaurant in Jiangcheng. As soon as they met, Ian Ziefing smiled warmly and shook hands with William to show his friendship. "Hello, Mr. Chun. I see you today, and you are indeed extraordinary." He is indeed a young and promising man. Not only does he run the most famous enterprise in Jiangcheng, but he has also created special effects dramas such as Ultraman. William smiled calmly. "Manager Ian, you are too polite." As he said this, he gestured for a place to sit down. William made a restaurant reservation in advance and asked them to order some of Jiangcheng's most distinctive dishes. However, before the food was served, Ian Ziefing stated the purpose of his visit. "Mr. Chun, I'm sure you know very well why I came here this time, so I won't beat around the bush." William nodded. "Go ahead." After yesterday's discussion, our TV station hopes to purchase the rights to the first broadcast of Ultraman Tiga. Of course, I came here with good sincerity this time. I hope you can take a look." Ian Ziefing said as he handed a drafted contract to William. William took the contract and flipped it open. It listed dozens of preferential terms offered by Yu Province TV station. In fact, many local companies are willing to invest and cooperate with the Chun Group. Obviously, Yu Province TV station put a lot of effort into this. Sure enough, this TV station has always been underestimated. The capital force behind it is far more than what we see. Otherwise, why would these local companies be willing to invest money to help the Chun Group and cooperate in the development of peripheral products based on the Ultraman IP? After reading the contract, William smiled and said, "It seems that you have done enough research in the past few days and even know our future development progress of the Ultraman IP. Mr. Chun, you are too kind. After all, we are partners. Since we are cooperating, of course we must understand you in all aspects," Ian Ziefing explained. "To be honest, when we first learned that Mr. Chin's Chun Group had a lot of debts, we were quite worried about this cooperation. But fortunately, we resolutely believed in you. Because we believed in you, the broadcast of Tiga has gained unprecedented popularity. Therefore, our TV station collectively believes that this drama will be the hope for the rise of our Yuesheng TV station. If we want to rise, we must put in some effort. As for the cooperative enterprises you saw written in the contract, they will all fully support the development of Mr. Chin's group in the future." The reason why Ian Ziefing did this, because in his eyes, the Chin group has been in debt of 100 billion for 2 years. Since you want to discuss long-term cooperation, of course you have to offer generous benefits first to make the other party interested. In this way, the other party can maintain long-term cooperation with you. However, he didn't know that William was not sure of money at all. At present, in addition to the 3 stocks that William invested in the stock market, which have skyrocketed, he also sent people to cash in the 20% stake he held in Nanshan Group. William is indeed not short of money, but he likes Ian Ziefing's attitude very much. So even if Ian Ziefing didn't come in person, it was necessary to continue the cooperation. And through previous cooperation, everyone saw hope that in the future, cooperation should continue. Relatively speaking, Yuesheng channel may not be the most popular channel. But after this broadcast of Tiga, the ratings have changed visibly. So William also has reason to believe that after the entire series of Ultraman Tiga is broadcast on Yuesheng channel, they can truly rise up and become the most popular channel in Kyushu. Okay, I promise you, according to what is written in the contract, I am willing to give you all the rights to the first broadcast of Ultraman Tiga. After you premiere it, I will do other things with its broadcasting rights. After receiving a positive answer, Ian Ziefing immediately stood up and said excitedly, "Thank you so much." When he said this, it was obvious that there were tears in the corners of Ian Ziefing's eyes. Obviously, in recent years, as the general manager of the TV station, he shouldered the heavy responsibility of Yueshing TV station and had been in a slump for too long. Today he sees hope and knows that radio is about to rise. With tears of excitement on his face, he appeared relieved. Because he knew that the appearance of Tiga was the only thing that could definitely change the current situation of the TV station. Of course, what he didn't expect was that this cooperation discussion would go so smoothly. William saw this and smiled. "Manager Ian, please sit down and don't get too excited, because what I'm about to say might excite you even more." Ian Ziefing. In fact, Ultraman Tiga is only my first special effects drama, because I have a total of 63 in my plan. 63? Ian Ziefing's eyes widened in complete disbelief. The first part became a hit on the internet just after filming began. You actually already have plans for 63 dramas. If 2 films are shot a year, wouldn't it take 30 years to broadcast? If this is true, and the 2 companies continue to cooperate, Yueshing Radio will have no worries for the rest of its life. Just thinking about it made Ian Ziefing feel excited. On the other hand, William said 63 because he currently only remembers 63 Ultramen, like Zoffy, Seven, Jack, Taro, Leo, these widely circulated ones. There are still many Ultraman in his former world, but there are no independent special effects dramas. But in order to complete this big IP, William decided to invest all his money, film all the Ultraman he remembered, and make a league collection for it. As for the filming situation, William decided that 5 dramas a year would be best. In a nutshell, just let the audience enjoy the show, and that's it. So while filming the sequel to Ultraman Tiga, William was already looking for other directors to film Ultraman 7 and Ultraman Leo. Compared to Ian Ziefing's prediction of 2 films a year, William's plan is more than double that. If he knew what William was thinking, he would be so happy that he would go crazy. "I wonder, Mr. Chun, how many films are you planning to cooperate with our U Province TV station?" Ian Ziefing asked tentatively. In his opinion, it was already amazing that William had a few special effects dramas. Who would have thought that there were actually 63 of them, which is simply unimaginable. Moreover, he also knew that the theme of Ultraman was thought up by William. If one can develop new themes in the film and television industry, he or she can almost become a leader in the industry and may even be called an artistic genius. On the other hand, William is not only handsome and rich, but also has a genius in art. It is no exaggeration to say that he is stunningly talented. If possible, I am willing to give all the premiere rights of the planned 63 special effects dramas to your U Province TV station. Hearing this, Ian Ziefing couldn't help swallowing. At this time, his heart was filled with infinite joy, but his partner was sitting in front of him, so he couldn't show it too obviously. But William could see his excitement from his micro-expressions. However, William would not say it out loud because it would embarrass the other person. "Come on, Manager Ian, let's drink this glass to celebrate this pleasant cooperation." William raised his glass and said, "Bang!" The wine glasses clash, and Ian Ziefing drinks it all in one gulp. Afterwards, the food was served, and Ian Ziefing ate while laughing. This meal could be said to be the happiest meal he had had in all the years he had been in U Province. After dinner, William took the initiative to invite Ian Ziefing to visit the Tsuburaya film and television shooting base. When we arrived at the site, we saw clusters of miniature buildings. Ian Ziefing couldn't help but be amazed. This kind of shooting idea is indeed the first of its kind in contemporary times. Although many housing estates have this kind of miniature building models. But no one has ever thought of using this method to shoot a monster drama. This time William set a precedent, and it also meant that the monster Manhwa from this parallel world was about to come out. Do you think William hasn't thought about this? Of course he had thought about it. In fact, while Ultraman is being produced, more Monster Universe movies are also being planned. In short, William has too many film and television works in his mind, and he needs to develop them step by step. Anyway, even if others want to catch up, they may not be able to do so. So he had nothing to worry about. The filming process of special effects dramas is very fast. Inside the base, stuntmen are fighting in suits. Outside the base, real actors are filming the plot. Although now, in order to improve the quality, the shooting is combined with indoor and outdoor shooting, and the shooting period of one episode is only 3 days. According to this algorithm, Ultraman Tiga will be officially and stably broadcast starting from next week. 3 episodes are broadcast every week, and there are 49 episodes left, which will be completed in just 4 months. Once Tiga is finished broadcasting, Tsuburaya will continue to release the subsequent Ultraman. In this case, do viewers still have the nerve to complain about Tsuburaya Pictures' slow updates? If you say something like this again, I'll shut your mouth. After watching the filming process of the special effects drama, Ian Ziefing no longer has to worry about the radio station not being able to broadcast it. This time when he returns, he can also bring this good news to everyone. That's all. That evening, Ian Ziefing took a plane back to U Province. For the general manager of a TV station, time is extremely precious, so he rushes back and forth in such a hurry. This negotiation also caused a tsunami-like heated discussion in Jiangcheng, because after this day, the entire business community knew that Yushingtai and Chun Group had signed a long-term contract. This long-term contract is powerful enough to allow the Chun Group to rise again. Chapter 22. William is the largest shareholder. Although no one knew what William and Ian Ziefing talked about, many people in Jiangcheng Group noticed something strange. As a result, those allies who once stood on the side of Nanshan Group withdrew from the group, targeting Chun Group. The reason is very simple, because they are all afraid that the former king will rise and turn against them. Secondly, the Nanshan Group, which was triggered by the last incident of investing in the Chun Group behind the scenes, has already lost everyone's trust. With news favorable to the Chun Group appearing twice in a row, everyone had no choice but to withdraw in order to protect themselves. Just when this incident was causing negative emotions within the Nanshan Group, William did another earth-shattering thing. Sell off the Nanshan shares held by oneself at a low price. What the hell? It's totally causing trouble. Many onlookers saw this. I wondered if there was a problem within Nanshan Group. Otherwise, why would they sell the shares at a low price? This incident immediately caused a major turmoil in the stock market. Overnight, Nanshan Group's stock price shrank by 20%. 200 billion worth of stocks turned into 160 billion in the blink of an eye. Even though William's stock also shrank by 20%, it was not a big deal for him. Anyway, the purpose is achieved. His deliberate lowering of the stock price this time was actually just a gimmick and would not cause much impact on the Nanshan Group. But for ordinary investors, this is undoubtedly a sign of changing times. However, after the incident triggered a major turmoil in the stock market, everyone turned around and found that, oh, it turned out to be just a cold sweat. Nevertheless, the stock plunge has become a reality. Robert and the group's shareholders finally began to get anxious, so they immediately organized a shareholders meeting and seriously investigated the cause of the incident. That's all. Nanshan Group held its shareholders meeting that afternoon. William drove the Bentley that Dora returned to him to the headquarters of Nanshan Group. Just as he was about to go in, William was stopped by the security manager. "Excuse me, sir, I don't think you are a shareholder of the group?" As the security captain of Nanshan Group, he knows almost all the shareholders at the shareholders meeting. But the person in front of me was very handsome and had almost no impact, especially since he was so young. Therefore, he had reason to believe that the other party was not a shareholder of the group. William did not say anything in response, and an assistant immediately appeared behind him and handed him the shareholder documents. The document clearly states the transfer of multiple shares, and the transferee is William. Through photos and personal information, the security manager can confirm that the person in front of him is undoubtedly a shareholder of the group. But looking at William's name, he suddenly remembered something. William? William? Well, isn't William the chairman of the Chun Group that the chairman often mentions? Why is he here? Why does he hold shares in the group? What's even more exaggerated is that he actually controls 20% of the group's shares, which is higher than the chairman's shares. What the hell? What is going on? Although I don't understand it, what the other party is holding is indeed a share contract with legal effect. So, he had no reason not to let the other party in. There was no choice but for the security manager to let William and his assistant in. Seeing William's back as he walked in, the security manager suddenly remembered the previous public opinion in the business community. Many people are talking about the fact that there is an insider in Nanshan Group who is funding the Chun Group to develop new projects. And afterwards, the group's stock price plummeted for unknown reasons. Now that I think about it carefully, It turns out that all this was William's doing. And the so-called traitor is undoubtedly William. Oh my God. As soon as he realized this, the security manager seemed to see the life and death of Nanshan Group. As a manager, he discovered a huge inside story of the group. So, should I call the chairman and explain this matter now? After thinking for a moment, the security manager seemed to have guessed the purpose of William's visit today. He also knew that explaining the matter to the chairman now would not seem to have much effect. One is a shareholder holding 20%, and the other is the chairman holding 18%. The security manager even doubted that the chairman might not be able to defeat William. Right now, he seemed to understand why Robert had previously declared that the group and even other groups would unite to defeat a company that was about to go bankrupt. It turns out the opponent is really that strong. In just 2 minutes, the security manager seemed to see through everything. In the end, he could only return to his office silently to think about the next steps for the group. However, several security guards around were discussing William heatedly. If you listen carefully, you can tell from their words that they recognized William early on. The reason why I got to know William was because their children at home were clamoring to watch the sequel to Ultraman Tiga every day. So they searched online, but unfortunately, they only found the first 2 episodes. However, one of the security guards found information about William on the internet. At the same time, photos of him were also kept by the security guard. When he came to the company today, he recognized William as soon as he saw him. At this time, he showed the photos to several other colleagues and argued endlessly. Watching his men discussing William, he no longer had the heart to care about them, because he knew that before long, most of the group's bosses would have to be replaced. Group shareholders meeting room. There were originally 46 shareholders, but today there are only 36 shareholders. Afterwards, William and his assistant appeared in the conference room at the same time, and each chose an empty seat to sit down. When everyone looked over, they were surprised to see that not only were so many major shareholders late, but there was also a strange shareholder. Just as everyone was curious, several shareholders stared at William, recalled carefully, and soon recognized him. That's right, this person seems to be the chairman of Chun Group, William. How did he end up here? Could it be that the previous rumors that there was a traitor in the group who was behind the Chun Group and fanning the flames were true? In short, no matter what, they all felt that this matter was very strange. You are William, right? Suddenly, someone asked. Yes, that's right. William nodded calmly and said, Do you know me? Yes, the other person answered, but his face was full of embarrassment, because he was really wondering what was going on. How could a big boss of an enemy group show up at a shareholders' meeting of his own group? Logically speaking, he would be stopped as soon as he entered the door. But when he looked closely, he found that the assistant behind William seemed to be holding a document in his hand. Yes, it was a shared document. Anyone who can attend the shareholders' meeting will hold a copy. But since he is already an old shareholder, no one in the group will stop him even if he doesn't take it. But why does the other party have such shared documents? Could it be that he is also one of the major shareholders? Originally, the person who spoke was just suspicious, but then several other shareholders also noticed something unusual. This feeling is like during wartime, when the enemy marches into your camp with great brass, but you can only stare at the enemy in confusion, doing nothing. Tell me, isn't it embarrassing to encounter such a thing? At this time, Robert's father is here. The two entered the conference room one after the other, and just as they were about to sit down, they saw a shocking scene. Roberto stared at William, his lips trembling. There's no way, after going through a series of things before. Whenever Roberto sees William, his mouth becomes like this, and he can't control it at all. Robert on the side also saw William. Why is he here? Robert frowned and said angrily, Where's the security guard? What does a security guard do? How can they let an outsider in? William smiled instead. Don't worry, your security manager is very responsible and has already stopped me. However, as one of the shareholders of Nanshan Group, there is no reason for him not to let me in. What? You are one of the shareholders. Robert felt a little confused. William was too lazy to talk nonsense and signaled to the assistant beside him. Then the assistant opened the shareholder document and read, Li Jiangcheng, Huang Hanbo, Zhou Shiran Li Jiangguo, Noah Hong, Zhou Jia. William half a year ago. And my boss is now the largest shareholder of Nanshan Group. The largest shareholder? While everyone was still surprised, someone had already figured it out. Yes, if all the shares of those shareholders who did not come were added together, wouldn't that be exactly 20%? And if this 20% is held by the group, Wouldn't that make you the group's largest shareholder? How so? The most shocked were Robert and his son. The two of them encountered this situation as soon as they entered the conference room, and it felt like they were on a roller coaster. William, stop fooling people here, Robert shouted at William. Although I don't know where you took the other shareholders, if you don't leave, I will have no choice but to call the police. Okay, call the police, William affirmed. As soon as these words came out, Robert and his son were even more stunned. In case what the other party said is true and the share documents are completely valid, the police will only delay more things. But if William doesn't leave, today's meeting can't be held. Seeing that the two father and son were silent, William asked, I heard that at this conference, it seems that there was a traitor in your group. Are you going to find out the traitor? Insider? After hearing these two words, everyone present understood. That's right. William is the traitor. But is he an insider? He is clearly the enemy. It's over. Everyone here is almost going crazy. No one can understand this kind of relationship. Roberto looked at William's carefree appearance and quickly pulled his father and said, Dad, what should we do now? Robert glared at his son and whispered, No matter what, he has to leave here today. Go downstairs and call the security guard to take him away, forcibly. Roberto had no choice but to do as his father said. Just as he was about to leave, William shouted at him, Roberto, if you go call the security guard, I will have to bankrupt Nanshan Group immediately. After hearing this, the most nervous ones were the major shareholders, because they all knew that the stock price crash a few days ago was definitely caused by William, the largest shareholder. Therefore, what he said was completely logical. A shareholder rushed over, closed the door, and stopped Roberto. Say, don't go. Wait until he finishes speaking. William laughed and said, That's right. As a human being, you should be more sensible. Right now, William sat in the conference room, looking like the boss with the most say in the group. Chapter 23, New Leader of Nanshan Group. Robert looked at the shareholder who stopped his son and shouted, Zhang Yi, what the hell do you mean? Don't you know who the person standing in front of us is? Of course I know, Zhang Yi replied affirmatively. But didn't you hear what he said just now? He is now the largest shareholder of the group. He has the ability to make our group go bankrupt immediately. Do you really believe what he said? Robert asked back. I didn't believe it at first, but then I remembered that our stock price has shrunk by 20% for no reason in the past few days. How can I not believe him? Indeed, William just say something that was in line with the previous stock market crash? Maybe it was really as William said. As the person holding the largest share of the group, he naturally had his own way to make the group bankrupt. Logically speaking, the other party is also a major shareholder, and doing this is tantamount to killing each other. But when I think about the hostile relationship between Robert and his son and William, perhaps there is nothing he can't do. Chairman, I think Zhang Ye's concerns are not wrong. Otherwise, let's first listen to the purpose of Chairman Chen's visit today. At this time, another shareholder stood up and said. Then, another shareholder agreed. Yes, Chairman, no matter what, this is just a conflict between you and Chairman Chen. You can't let this cause our stock to shrink significantly. I agree with that. Several shareholders spoke up for William, and Robert was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. Okay, son, no need to look for security, Roberto said to Roberto, then looked at William. I want to see today what you, William, want to do here. In fact, he said so much simply because he was afraid that what William said was true. But due to his status, he could only endure it, because he was also very curious about how William got his shares from those major shareholders. And this was half a year ago. But the Chen Group has been in huge debt since 2 years ago. Where on earth did he get so much money to buy the shares of those old shareholders? However, this is not the scariest thing. The most terrifying thing is that this group of old shareholders have insisted on coming to the meeting for 6 consecutive months and even proposed different constructive suggestions for the group time and time again. What the hell? It's scary just thinking about it. But at this moment, Robert knew that all this was William's fault, and the planning started half a year ago. This boy is indeed not an ordinary person. Robert thought about it, the more scared he became. All along, he thought that he was the one suppressing the other group. But if the other party really owns 20% of the shares of his own group, then all this suppression is directed and acted by William himself. Why? The more I think about it, the more helpless I feel, and the more painful it becomes. Robert called his son back, and the two of them could only sit down quietly and listen to what William wanted to say. Seeing that all the shareholders had sat down, William stood up and said with a smile, Everyone here should know who I am, right? Everyone nodded slightly. Very good, but I don't know most of you here yet. But I think I'll get to know you all sooner or later, so I hope you won't be too hostile to me. There are actually only two things I came here for today. First, I hope Robert can step down from the position of chairman. Second, I plan to distribute 5% of my shares in Nanshan Group to everyone present, except Robert, of course. However, if you want the second point to be realized, you must all agree to the first point. What the hell? It turned out that they came to the group to force the emperor to abdicate. Even TV dramas don't dare to perform this kind of plot. But today, everyone saw it with their own eyes. Sure enough, reality is often more ridiculous than TV dramas. If it were before today, everyone might think this was ridiculous and would not have agreed to William's request. However, by the time William had proven that he was the largest shareholder of the group, many shareholders had privately messaged the assistant to check the matter. The assistant learned from the old shareholders who transferred their shares that what William said was indeed true. Now that it has been confirmed, what William said next is naturally reasonable. He proposed to abolish Robert's position as chairman, and as long as more than half of the shareholders agreed, it could be passed by vote. William looked at everyone in silence, and then continued, I am not very interested in the position of chairman of the Nanshan Group. But now that I'm here, I have to do what I planned before. If you don't agree, then I have no choice but to leave. In recent days, everyone has heard about the special effects drama filmed by Chun Group. And I also heard that he has signed a long-term contract with Yuesheng Radio. Among them, there are many other companies in Yu Province that have close cooperation with it. At the same time, after briefly weighing the pros and cons, these shareholders recalled that Robert had previously targeted many shareholders for hegemony. And he learned that Roberto had already intended to retire, and the person who would inherit his position as chairman would be his stupid son Roberto. Considering all these factors, everyone immediately felt that the suggestions put forward by William seemed to be most in line with their own interests. I agree with Mr. Chen's proposal to abolish Robert's position as chairman and have Mr. Chen take over as the next chairman. Zhang Yi was the first to speak up. Seeing this, the other shareholders thought that Zhang Yi, as the third largest shareholder of the group after Robert and William, had agreed to this matter. Then small shareholders like us have to follow suit. If you disagree, would you be stupid enough to go against William? Without thinking too much, several more shareholders raised their hands immediately. I also agree with Mr. Chen's proposal. I agree. Since so many shareholders agree, I have no choice but to agree with them. All 36 shareholders stood on William's side. Sure enough, due to the general trend, normal people can only follow the trend. Seeing this, Robert and his son felt like they were dreaming. Are you all rebelling? Robert yelled at the shareholders. I feed you and keep you well fed, but you want to destroy my pot. Zhang Yi, who was standing by, sneered when he heard this. Robert, what you said is not right. Most of us here have invested in the company and are not your employees. Why do you think we're eating your food? Yes, most people bring their own capital to invest from the very beginning. When did I ever let you raise me? When did I ever ruin your pot? In the past, it was Robert who maximized the benefits for everyone, but now it is William. It is not wrong for everyone to choose to stand on William's side. As the saying goes, I belong to whoever pays me enough. William voluntarily gave up 5% of his shares, but more importantly, his new project had become known throughout the country. His partners had increased several times, and had even expanded to another province. Why wouldn't everyone follow such a big shot with great resources? Since everyone agrees with me, please help me get Robert out of here, William said calmly to the shareholders in the conference room. Upon hearing this, everyone stood up. Robert, this is a joint decision. You won't make things difficult for us, will you? Yes, we all hope that you can move aside by yourself. You don't want us to carry you away. Robert, seriously, now that things have come to this, you should just accept your fate. Looking at the shareholders in front of him, Robert wanted to kill them. But he only has this useless son by his side, and he is no match for these people even if he fights with his bare hands. But he just couldn't get over it. I founded the group myself. Why should I be let go? No matter what you say, I'm going to sit here and not leave today. Let's see what you dare to do. Robert began to act helpless. He didn't believe that these people dared to carry him away. As it turned out, he was still too confident. This time, it was Zhang Yi who took the initiative to step forward and gestured for other shares. What are you still standing there for? Robert is doubting that we dare not do it. So of course we have to do it to make him believe that we are not easy to mess with. From Zhang Ye's words, it can be seen that he has long been fed up with Robert. So from the beginning, no matter what William said, he seemed to agree with it. This is not agreement at all. It's obvious that he is unhappy with Robert and won't stop until he kills him. Seeing this, the others thought that since someone was taking the lead, they had nothing to be afraid of. That's all. Dozens of shareholders left their seats and gathered around Robert. Roberto, who was standing by, saw this and tried to stand up to stop them, but they pushed him away. What do you want to do? Robert stared at the people surrounding him from all directions. We just told you to leave immediately, but you refused to listen. We are helpless, Zhang Yi said as he reached out and grabbed Li Yuan's right hand and signaled to the people nearby. Then, the shareholders grabbed Robert with one hand and lifted him up from the chairman's seat. Robert was carried away, shouting and cursing angrily. You bastards, are you all crazy? You actually messed with me for an outsider. If you don't let me go, I will make you pay sooner or later. No matter how Robert yelled, no one paid any attention to him. Because his voice was so loud, a female employee who was passing by the meeting room heard it and hurriedly put her face close to him to take a peek. It doesn't matter if you don't look at it, but you'll be shocked when you do. She actually saw the company's chairman being lifted up by other shareholders. Seeing this, the female employee was very puzzled. I thought, didn't the group's stock just plummet? How come these people still have the mind to entertain themselves? However, the next second, Robert was thrown aside by everyone. Bang! A crisp sound. Robert even broke the corner of the seat beside him. Fortunately, the seat was strong as a whole and did not break completely. But after being thrown like this, Robert screamed even louder. At this time, the female employee outside the door seemed to have noticed something fishy. No way, are they rebelling? Out of curiosity, the female employee even took out her VO phone to take pictures. Powerful photography function allows you to clearly see everything happening in the conference room. Even the sounds inside can be heard clearly. Okay, you are so cruel. Robert sat on the broken chair and continued to vent his anger at this group of shareholders. But they forget that it was William who made him become like this. Chapter 24. Want to die, but can't. On the other hand, William and his assistant were just watching the joke. Because since he stepped into the group, he began to anticipate the various situations that would happen next. But he never expected that this group of shareholders was even more snobbish than he imagined. I thought giving them 5% of the shares wouldn't have much effect. But I didn't expect it to have such a great effect. Moreover, William only said at the beginning that Robert would step down from the position of chairman and did not mention that he would take the position. As a result, these shareholders took the initiative to help William raise the issue. It seems that these old hands are all shrewd people. William thought that if he became the chairman of Nanshan Group and a major shareholder appeared in the future and asked him to give up his position, wouldn't he also encounter this situation with these shareholders around? This is also one of the most important reasons why William asked Shun to withdraw from the stock market early. Only by withdrawing from the stock market can he have 100% control over the group. In the near future, Nanshan Group will become the next group in Jiangcheng to withdraw from the stock market. So, when he saw this group of idiots killing each other, he just laughed and cursed in his heart. What a bunch of idiots. In the past, when Robert scolded these shareholders, they might not have dared to refute. But things are different now, because in their view, the group has changed its owner. So in response to Robert's insults, the shareholders responded one after another. Robert, hurry up and force me. I have tolerated you for a long time. You don't think you are still the chairman, do you? That's right. Stop yelling. After our collective vote, just now, you are no longer the chairman. If you keep yelling, believe it or not, we will throw you out of the conference room, and you'll be the one getting thrown out by then. After hearing the last sentence that threw him out of the meeting room, Robert finally shut up. It's embarrassing enough to make a scene in the meeting room. If he is thrown out again, how can he, the former chairman, survive? However, he didn't know that all of this had been recorded by the female employees outside. Felt happy when she heard Robert being scolded by other shareholders. After all, he was once scolded by Robert for doing something small wrong. This time she finally caught Robert's weakness, and she also understood that from now on, Robert would no longer be the chairman of the group. Just when she was curious about who the chairman was, Zhang Yi suddenly spoke to William in the distance. Chairman William, we have carried Robert away, as you requested. You can now sit in the seat that belongs to you. Hearing this, the female employee turned the camera and pointed it at William. A handsome face enters the camera. Who is he? I don't think I've seen it before. Why did you become the chairman of the group at such a young age? Countless questions formed in the female employee's mind. While she was curious, William stood up and sat down in the seat that originally belonged to Robert. A seemingly smokeless business war was easily won under William's control. This was something Roberto had never expected, and he never expected that everything would end so quickly. Everything went wrong from the day when I took the initiative to cause trouble for William in the #1 courtyard restaurant. But what can I do if I'm wrong? Now you have lost. Among them, in the eyes of shareholders, William should have planned to seize the position of the top leader of Nanshan Group a long time ago. But in fact, William just took the opportunity to remove some troublesome people from his site while expanding new projects. Unexpectedly, in the hearts of these shareholders, he became a business king unprecedented and unrivaled. At this time, William sat in the chairman's seat and said lightly, "I never thought the chair of the chairman of Nanshan Group was so hard. It's not comfortable to sit on. Forget it. I've said what I need to say. Next, I would like to trouble you to convey a message to the group for me. Your chairman has been replaced, and the group's next goal will be to fully support the Chun Group's diversified industries." William's meaning is clear. It is to tell everyone that from now on, Nanshan Group will follow the Chun Group. William was promoted as the new chairman. In his heart, Nanshan Group was just the source of funds behind the Chun Group. Want to drive your development? Hee. Forget it. Just keep the status quo. When everyone saw this, they didn't care. Anyway, I'm just a shareholder. As long as the group can make a profit, that's enough. And they also know that if the group changes its top leader this time, the stock market will certainly experience greater turbulence. But this turmoil will definitely keep the stock rising because the Chun Group has caused such a big sensation recently. If the name of the head of the family becomes William, then the next big news that will cause an explosion will definitely be about Nanshan Group. Everyone nodded in agreement with what William said. After making sure that everyone had no objections, William asked his assistant to stay and share the designated shares with everyone, as well as a transfer of the chairmanship position for everyone to sign. Seeing people signing one after another, William smiled and prepared to leave the group. Opening the door to the conference room, William found a woman with her face pressed against the door. William glanced at her and reminded her, "Eavesdropping is not a good habit. Be careful next time." Hearing this, the female employee nodded repeatedly. I'm sorry, I know I was wrong." Although it is still unclear what major changes have taken place in the group's top management. But the only thing she was sure of was that William in front of her had become the next chairman. So of course she had to listen to his reminder, otherwise she might not be able to stay in the company in the future. After closing the door of the conference room, William walked towards the elevator without even looking back. At the same time, the female employee followed him and hurried back to her post. William walked through the corridor. Countless eyes were cast at him. Before, when he entered the meeting room, many people were guessing who he was. Now that he is seen leaving again, many people are discussing who this young and handsome man is. Is he a new major shareholder joining the group? Or a business partner? As everyone speculated, the eavesdropping female employee gave the answer. I know who he is. Hearing this, everyone turned around and looked at her. Who is he? William, the female employee replied. I just heard them talking about the next chairman, and it seems to be him. How is that possible? If nothing unexpected happens, the chairman will definitely give up his position to his son. Yes, I have also heard that the chairman plans to hand over the position to his son Roberto. Although his son is a bit stupid, he is still his biological son after all. How could he give up his position to someone else? Xiaoxi, please don't talk nonsense. Seeing that everyone didn't believe it, Xiaoxi had to produce the evidence. I've already told you, but you just don't believe it, right? After saying that, Xiaoxi opened the video she had just recorded on her mobile phone and held it high. You can watch this video and see if what I said is true. Really? In the video, everyone can clearly see Robert being lifted up and thrown aside by the crowd. At the same time, other shareholders were seen speaking to William respectfully and letting William take the position of chairman. It was not until the end that William said a few words that made everyone understand that the group had changed hands from today. Oh my God, this plot is even better than many business war novels. Especially, everyone kept saying William's name. Finally, they remembered who it was. A chairman from an enemy company has become the top leader in his own company today. This is too dramatic. 2 weeks ago, the group announced that it would go all out to deal with the Chun Group. Although these low-level employees don't know the inside story, they have heard a lot about it through word of mouth. But now it seems like a complete failure. This war has just begun. Even at the end? Obviously, we are not stupid. After watching this video, we will know that Robert has been completely defeated. In fact, failure is not the most terrible thing. The most terrifying thing is that not only did you lose, but you even lost the entire group to your opponent. After watching the video, everyone felt sorry for Robert and found it unbelievable. After all, William is only 30 years old. From a distance, his appearance might even make one mistakenly think he was only 25 or 26 years old. A group ruled by a group of people over 60 years old was no match for a group controlled by 30-year-olds. If you tell others about it, people will probably laugh their heads off. Right now, Robert and his son sat in the conference room, watching the shareholders excitedly sign the contracts drawn up by William one by one, and they were shaking with anger. Suddenly, Robert roared and rushed towards the floor-to-ceiling glass. Bang! It was a loud bang. The glass didn't break, but Robert was bounced back and fell to the ground. Robert had prepared himself to die just now, but he forgot that the floor-to-ceiling glass was made of bulletproof glass. The impact of a 140-pound person rushing out could not cause any harm to him at all. At the moment he fell to the ground, Robert recalled that more than 10 years ago, his partner committed suicide by jumping off the building in this office out of anger. He laughed at the person who jumped off the building and then ordered his men to install super strong bulletproof glass here. But he never imagined that he would commit suicide one day and in the same place. The only thing is that he didn't die. But what can he do? Because he knows what humiliation he will suffer if he walks out of here. Whether in the business world or with bosses or celebrities that you are familiar with, they will definitely despise you behind your back. As the head of the largest listed group in Jiangcheng, he was unexpectedly dethroned by a young man today. It's ridiculous just to think about it, for Robert to accept all this. So he believed that only death could bring relief. However, fate played another cruel joke on him. As he lay on the ground, recalling the evil things he had done in the past, warm blood slowly flowed out of his forehead. At the same time, the shareholders passed by Robert and didn't even want to look at him. A shareholder who owns 18% of the group is now treated like this. So, this is what it feels like when you lose power. Robert laughed at himself in his heart, slowly closed his eyes and fainted. And his son beside him kept roaring, but no one paid any attention to him. Chapter 25. William is the real business tycoon. The door to the conference room was opened. These shareholders left one after another. And at this time, the lower-level employees could clearly hear Roberto's voice. They sat at their posts, slowly raised their heads, and looked inside through the door of the conference room from a distance, and found Roberto supporting his unconscious father. So everyone rushed to discuss it. Fuck, what Xiaoxi said is true. Oh my god, the chairman has fainted. Why is no one taking care of him? If what Xiaoxi said is true, then he is no longer the chairman, but only a major shareholder of the group. Even if he is a major shareholder, how can these people ignore him? Because you are new here, you don't know what kind of person Robert is. Once you know who he is, you will understand why no one pays attention to him. After hearing what his colleagues said, the new employee stared at the conference room in confusion. Of course, what he didn't expect was that the chairman of a group would step down like this. As expected, business is like a battlefield, and any misstep will result in a total destruction of both sides. Knowing this, he decided to keep a low profile in the company in the future. Otherwise, he would end up like the chairman, dying without knowing how. That's all. While the employees were discussing the matter with each other, they all quietly returned to their posts and pretended to work seriously, as if they had no idea what was happening in the meeting room. But in fact, they returned to their posts and just took out their mobile phones and asked Xiaoxi to send the video to them. Xiaoxi received the message from her colleagues and started forwarding it to everyone without thinking too much. After receiving the video, they sent it to people they knew within just a few minutes. Immediately afterwards, someone posted this video on WeChat Moments. Finally, no one knows who downloaded the video and sent it to the group's chat group. For a time, turmoil arose within the group. Countless employees, whether they were senior executives or middle managers, had shock written all over their faces when they saw this video. No way, the chairman was kicked out. It shouldn't be fake. I was just listening to the discussion on the 10th floor. The chairman was so angry at the shareholders that he fainted and no one paid any attention to him. So cruel? As expected, without power you are nothing. Oh my god, this news is so shocking. Especially this guy named William is awesome. I only heard his name on the internet before, but today I saw him in person and found that he is not only handsome, but also has strong business capabilities. He is really amazing. He managed to hold on to a debt of 100 billion yuan for 2 years without going bankrupt. It should be said that the major banks in Jiangcheng were afraid to let him go bankrupt. Hey, not only did they not go bankrupt, but they also swallowed up our group today. I guess this news will definitely become a hot topic today. As these employees were discussing, an ambulance appeared downstairs of the group. Not long after, Robert was carried out of the group building on a stretcher by medical staff. Along the way out, many employees came forward with curiosity to check it out. At the beginning, many people did not believe the authenticity of the video. Robert on the stretcher, they could only believe that all this was true. Especially some executives who stood on Robert's side. When they learned that Robert's position as chairman had been removed, they were scared to death. After all, without his strongest backing, it would probably become unprecedentedly difficult for him to climb up in the group in the future. At the same time, as internal news came out, the news in Jiangcheng also smelled this. Robert, who was lying in the hospital, was completely unconscious and could not be interviewed at all. Helplessly, the group of reporters went to Nanshan Group to interview the staff. After all this time, there were all kinds of news about the changes in Nanshan Group and Robert. Anyway, it starts at 8 o'clock this afternoon. All the online news in Jiangcheng is about Nanshan Group. Nanshan Group chairman Robert was removed from office, and the new chairman turned out to be the head of a rival company. William. Robert fell ill. William officially took over the group. The two are clearly business competitors. Why did this happen? It is said that many years ago, William, the chairman of the Chun Group, had planted a mole inside the Nanshan Group. 2 years later, he finally managed to turn the tables. The business competition between Nanshan Group and Chun Group ended with William easily winning the position of the head of Nanshan Group. See these news. The most shocked were the entrepreneurs who have been working closely with Nanshan Group. They had conspired with Robert to fight against the Chun Group, but they didn't expect that Robert would be brought down without any fuss. Now leaderless, they were so scared that they could only bury their heads in the ground and pretend that they knew nothing. When those entrepreneurs who withdrew from the fight against the Chun Group early saw the news, they were secretly delighted. It's a good thing that they withdrew, otherwise they would definitely suffer. However, what they never expected was that the forces hiding in the dark were quietly approaching these companies. In William's opinion, all the entrepreneurs who once chased Robert and suppressed the Chun Group will now suffer backlash from him. There's nothing you can do about it. That's how business competition works. You have hurt me before, no matter whether you back out later or not. You have hurt me after all. Since I have hurt you, I have no choice but to get back what I owe you one by one. At this time, when the presidents of major banks in Jiangcheng received messages from their friends about William taking away Robert's position as chairman, they were all grinning from ear to ear with joy, because they all understand what it means for William to become the chairman of Nanshan Group. This means that William no longer has to worry about not being able to pay back the money he owes to their bank. However, what they were more puzzled about was, how did William do this? After all, some time ago, everyone went to the rooftop of William's building to stop him from committing suicide. Looking back now, they even suspected that the suicide was a deliberate stunt by William. He didn't really want to commit suicide at all. He just wanted to fool those fools in Nanshan Group. After realizing this, the bank presidents couldn't help but applaud William in their hearts. It's really awesome. After reading the message, the bank presidents quickly transferred it to the group chat of Jiangcheng Bank. After meeting with a client, Li Zhang just went home and was about to lie down on the bed when he saw other bank presidents sending messages in the group. I clicked on it and saw that it was all news about Nanshan Group. But as soon as he saw the title, Li Zhang understood what was going on. He went and checked the contents, and it was exactly as he had guessed. The chairman of Nanshan Group was kicked out by William. Without hesitation, he immediately called William on his cell phone to tell him the good news. Beep. Hello, President Li. Why are you calling me? On the other end of the phone, William spoke in a calm tone, as if he was unaware of what had happened during the day. Hearing this, Li Zhang smiled and said, Boss Chun, such a big thing happened today. Why don't you sound happy at all when you talk? He is indeed worthy of being the boss I admire. He really has the demeanor of a business general. William naturally knew what the other party was talking about. However, he still answered in that calm voice. Didn't I tell you before that I would bankrupt Nanshan Group? Now we are only 1/3 of the way there. There is nothing to be happy about. You are already the chairman of Nanshan Group. Why do you want to bankrupt it? Li Zhang didn't understand, so he asked back. What do you think? William explained. In name, I'm the chairman of Nanshan Group, but Robert's subordinates are not weak after all. Sooner or later, he will gather his own strength and find a way to pull me down. Also, the reason I took his position was just to weaken his power and prevent Nanshan Group from growing stronger again. especially since Tsuburaya Pictures, which I founded recently, is stepping up its filming. I must not let it be hindered by any external factors. In fact, the most important reason why I let Nanshan Group go bankrupt is that I don't want to spend my energy to make money and give it to those shareholders. After hearing this, Li Zhang understood what William did. It turned out that he wanted Nanshan Group to withdraw from the stock market like the Chun Group and to have complete control over it in the future. In this case, the only way to completely strip shareholders of their power is to let the company face bankruptcy. Knowing this, Li Zhang admired William even more. He actually possesses such a business acumen. He is simply inhuman. Boss Chun, no, I should call you William. You are really awesome. I can only call you brother. Li Zhang on the other end of the phone couldn't think of any words to praise William, so he had to use the word brother instead. William was happy to accept it this time. Okay, brother Li Zhang, whatever you call me, I agree to it. Li Zhang, this. Okay, although I'm only 15 years older than you, your strength is there after all, so it's okay to call you brother. Then William, when will you take me with you to make money? You see, I go meet those big clients every day, and my belly is getting bigger and bigger. Li Zhang said this, his tone revealing that he was full of grievances. On the other end of the phone, William smiled and said, Okay, since you have always stood by me and supported me, I will give you 3% of the shares in Nanshan Group. Based on your 3% stake, I'll pay you back about 4.8 billion. When he heard the number 4.8 billion, Li Zhang's heart suddenly trembled. For 0.8 billion? He felt like he hadn't seen so much money in a long time. Really, it does feel like a failure for a bank to be unable to come up with so much money. If you give me 3% of the shares, won't you lose your position as the chairman of the group? Li Zhang asked. Don't worry, I don't plan to stay in this position for long. Even if I only hold 1% of the group shares, I will still make it my own group. Then won't the 3% shares I own be gone soon? Li Zhang asked again. Since you understand this, why not sell it and cash it out? William replied, I've heard that your bank is short of funds recently, so take this money and use it for emergency. As for the 3% you own, I've kept it in mind. Even if you cash out all 4.8 billion worth of shares, you will still own that many shares within my group. According to William, these 4.8 billion worth of stocks are equivalent to the money returned to Li Zhang. As for the 3% of the group's shares, it means that William will get 3% of all the funds of the group. The share may seem small, but Li Zhang knows very well that William's wealth in the future will definitely be beyond his imagination. Then the money that William owes him alone can probably be ignored when added to the 3% in the future. Wow, thank you so much, William. Li Zhang burst into tears immediately, and his voice sounded even more miserable. Of course, William didn't know whether he was crying for real or fake. He just knew that this was just his personality. She is clearly 45 years old, and her child is already in the second year of junior high school, but she still behaves like a child. However, it is also good to have someone who is responsible for making comedies around you, who can also act as the atmosphere creator in some occasions in the future. No need to thank me. After all, you have helped me so much. This is William's character. If you are cruel to me, I will be twice as cruel to you. But if you're nice to me, I will definitely be twice as nice to you. Finally, William said a few words of comfort and quickly hung up the phone. Otherwise, he didn't know how long Li Zhang would continue to cry. After hanging up the phone, William asked his assistant to allocate 3% of Nanshan Group's shares to Li Zhang. Just as I finished, the system in my mind sounded a prompt again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for paying off more than 5% of the debt and winning a prize. After hearing the voice, William remembered the main task assigned by the system at the beginning. For every 5% of debt repayment completed, you will receive a chance to win a system lottery. If the system hadn't mentioned it, William would have probably forgotten about it long ago. Knowing that he had a chance to draw a lottery, William spoke without hesitation. System, please help me draw the lottery. Just 3 seconds passed. The system prompted. Congratulations to the host for completing the lottery and winning the reward, 100 yuan. 100 yuan? William was stunned at first, and then 100 yuan in cash appeared in his hand out of thin air. Looking at the 100 yuan in his hand, William felt like cursing. This dog is really more deceptive than the system sometimes. When he first got the system, William thought that by completing the lottery, he might be able to win hundreds of millions of cash rewards. Who knows, it might directly give you 100 school district houses or 20% of the shares of Nanshan Group. The total value of all these things adds up to tens of billions, which is a bit scary. After the previous two draws, William was already able to accept this kind of super reward. I thought there would be a bigger reward this time, such as the ownership of all the Swiss banks, or with something more alternative, 100,000 Deadpools. Who would have thought that it was 100 yuan in cash? It is equivalent to William exchanging 5 billion for 100 yuan in cash. This is definitely the most unprofitable business in the world. Sure enough, there are risks in the system lottery. Use it and cherish it in the future. William collected the 100 yuan and put it in his pocket. But what he didn't know was that the 100 yuan in cash actually emitted a faint light the moment it entered his pocket. And inside that light, it was like endless radiance emanating from the depths of the vast universe, as if some terrifying power was hidden. Despite this, William was completely unaware. 10 o'clock at night. Jiangcheng Hospital. Roberto, Oscar, and Dora, three siblings, sat in front of the bed. They all stared at their unconscious father in a daze. Just then, their mother, Jessica, walked in from outside the ward. "Mom, how is Dad?" Dora spoke first. "Your dad is fine. The doctor said it was caused by anger. He will be fine after resting for a while." Dora felt relieved after hearing her mother's words. Roberto kept staring at his father, his eyes as empty as the endless abyss. "What's wrong with your brother?" Jessica asked. "Why hasn't he spoken since I came to the hospital?" Oscar on the side shook his head and said, "I don't know either, but I heard from people in the company that it seems that my brother was so angry because the shareholders didn't save my father. But if you ask me, it's all William's fault. If he hadn't come to the group to cause trouble, our father wouldn't have become like this." Dora felt unhappy when she heard Oscar put all the blame on William. Don't put all the blame on him. If you hadn't been targeting him, would this have happened? Hearing Dora speak for William again, Oscar got even more angry and asked, "Dora, what do you mean?" "William scolded our brother in the restaurant. This time our dad got sick from being mad, and you actually stood on William's side. Are you having an affair with William?" "I'm your sister." Dora also said angrily, "Don't be disrespectful. I know you're my sister, but you can't speak to outsiders." Oscar retorted. Faced with Oscar's rebuttal, Dora was too lazy to pay attention to him. "After all, I am the elder sister, and you, Oscar, are just the younger brother. What right does a younger brother have to question an older sister?" Seeing that Dora didn't answer him, Oscar had to go to his mother to complain. "Mom, look at your daughter. She ignored me when I asked her a question. I must have been right." Jessica certainly knows what her daughter is thinking. They are both her own children, and as a mother, she can't say anything. In fact, she didn't want William to become her enemy. Over the years, Jessica has advised Robert many times, but he always retorted. As a woman, she couldn't be the head of the household, so she couldn't interrupt. But I didn't expect that the conflict between the two families would become bigger and bigger, and finally the whole Jiangcheng knew that something happened at home. "Okay, both of you stop arguing. Can't you see your dad is taking a rest?" Jessica snapped, just hoping that the siblings could get along. Then, Jessica came to her eldest son, Roberto, and patted him on the shoulder. "Son, you guys go back first. I'll be here to guard it." Roberto shook his head and said nothing. After what happened during the day, he finally understood how useless he was. My father fainted and no one came to help him. As Robert's son, no one paid any attention to him, even if he shouted at the top of his lungs. Even if you call security, they won't bother to pay attention to you. Finally, I don't know which good person in the group called the hospital, and someone from the hospital came to take Robert away. But at the same time Roberto was taken away, he unexpectedly heard those employees talking bad about him behind his back. Like Robert's stupid son who can only cry and can't even call the police. For example, Robert's stupid son is trashy and incompetent. How can he inherit the position of chairman of the group? At the end, I even heard someone cursing that Roberto was ashamed to all the rich second generations. Hearing these taunts, Roberto didn't know whether they were saying them to him on purpose or if he had accidentally overheard them. But once you hear it, it will definitely take root deeply in your heart. It turns out that in the eyes of outsiders, I am so unbearable. He is just a waste who is worse than most rich second generation. Roberto thought about it for a long time in the hospital, and it seemed that he was really no different from waste. From the beginning to the end, those who were willing to hang out with him were only hindered by the fact that he was Robert's son. Whenever the senior executives of the group saw him, they would call him Young Masterly, and that was all for the sake of my father's face. But during the day, when everyone heard that Robert's position had been taken away, everything changed. What happens more often is that the other person sees me, turns around, and walks past me. It was as if they couldn't see themselves, or as if they were 100% sure that Robert would never be able to return to his original position. It turns out the clown is really me. Roberto looked at his father and smiled bitterly in his heart. He couldn't even hate William. Having hated him for too long and targeted him for too long, the sudden defeat without any warning made Roberto completely lost. He even thought that William had never considered himself and his son as enemies. It's not because I have a good heart. It's because I look down on you. Jessica looked at her son's lost expression and didn't know how to persuade him anymore. Instead, she said to Dora and Oscar, "You two go back first. Your brother and I will stay here." Hearing this, the two siblings nodded and left the hospital. Early the next morning, Roberto suddenly woke up from his sleep. He opened his eyes and stood up and found himself lying on a hospital bed beside him. The mother was lying beside the father's bed. He didn't call his mother, but got up from the bed and left the hospital. After arriving outside the hospital, I drove to William's home. After previous investigation on William, he already knew where William lived. At the same time, after thinking all night last night, he decided that he must go find William today. Because some things have to be concluded, otherwise he thinks he will always be a clown. From the hospital to William's home is 40 minutes. There were not many cars on the road in the morning, so the car arrived at William's building smoothly. 2 minutes later, Roberto entered the building, but was stopped by security personnel. Although we know that William lives here, this is a high-end luxury residential area, and outsiders cannot enter at will. There was no choice but to ask the security guard to ring the electronic doorbell on the first floor. Ding dong! A doorbell rang in a large flat where William was. Hearing the voice, Lily turned on the microphone. "Who is it?" "Roberto. I'm here to see Chairman Chun." "William." Roberto wanted to call him by his name, but then he changed his mind and remembered what William had said to him before. People always change. "Oh," Lily responded, and then called William. However, the answer I got was, "Don't disturb my sleep." After that, the sound of a machine beeping was heard. The security guard on the side saw this and gestured for the other person to leave. "Sir, you have also seen that the owner does not want to see you." Helpless, Roberto could only wait at the door. Chapter 26. When did I become so strong? Roberto knew William definitely didn't want to see him. So now he had to wait at the door for him to come out. Because he wanted to ask William for forgiveness and hoped that he would let his father go. Through these recent events, Roberto has a thorough understanding of William's strength and is also more aware of his own family strength. If I insist on fighting him, isn't it like trying to hit a stone with an egg? It's totally a dead end. That's all. Roberto waited at the door for the whole morning, but did not see William come out. But there is no other way in order to see William. He was still willing to wait, even if it had to wait until tomorrow morning. The security personnel nearby tried to persuade him to leave, but failed. But little did people know that William didn't even go through the main door. Instead, he took the elevator to the underground garage and drove the black samurai Bentley out of the mansion building. William has been very busy lately and has no time to see Roberto. Or maybe he really didn't want to bother with his father and son. After all, these two father and son have caused him too much trouble over the years. And William also knew that this was the only way to best deal with Roberto's father and make them suffer a fate worse than death. In particular, the news about Robert's fall from power was not only widely circulated in Jiangcheng, but even spread to several other cities. Just one night passed. Many companies have begun to compare Nanshan Group and Chun Group. Some senior executives even wrote an article overnight about how the Chun Group secretly manipulated and seized Robert's position. After watching it, many people couldn't help but marvel in amazement. In addition, some online writers wrote this story into a novel and named it Rising from a Debt of 100 Billion Yuan. The first 20,000 words instantly attracted countless readers. After all, this happened right around us, so it was naturally more likely to cause a sensation among everyone. William didn't care about these, because these things had already been included in William's plan. A few hours in the morning, William stayed in the group to process some important documents. It was not until noon that he suddenly felt his stomach growling. I looked at the time, and it was almost 12 o'clock, almost time for dinner. So he searched online to see if there were any delicious food nearby. But after searching for a while, I found that no matter how delicious the food is, you'll get tired of it if you eat it every day. To this end, he came to the staff lobby and suddenly spoke to everyone. By the way, does anyone know what delicious food there is in Jiangcheng? I can't think of what to eat with so many people in the company. Everyone said a name, and William took his time to choose, and he always picked one that he was satisfied with. I know. Suddenly, product manager Zhou Yang stood up and spoke. Boss, I know there's a small restaurant in Jiangcheng that's delicious and not expensive, but I don't know if you can get used to it. William laughed and said, Who do you think I am? When I started my business, I ate a lot of food from roadside stalls, so just tell me what kind of food it is. I always can't remember the name of that store. Zhou Yang said, How about I take you there? It's almost lunchtime. Okay, let's go. William nodded. Yeah, Zhou Yang replied, put down the work in his hands, and walked in front to lead the way. Speeding all the way, William drove the Bentley and kept the accelerator pressed to the bottom. According to where Zhou Yang said, it was 40 kilometers away from the group. So, William chose to take the highway on the edge of the city to bypass it. Who made William hungry now? Because he was in a hurry to eat, he had to rush over as fast as he could. But this actually scared Zhou Yang to death. Bentley's top speed is 300 kilometers per hour, but William managed to increase it to over 200 kilometers per hour. Apart from the high-speed rail, he had never been on such a fast train, especially as the co-pilot. Fortunately, William's skills are very good, almost on par with those of professional racing drivers. Therefore, Zhou Yang felt much more relieved. Although the car body passed by other vehicles many times, it did not hit each other in the end. Moreover, those who were driving were scared and drove away when they saw William's Black Warrior Bentley passing by. Anyone who has driven one knows that this car is not cheap. The starting amount ranges from 4 million to tens of millions. If you accidentally touch it, even if you sell your car, it might still be enough to ask your Bentley to repair the door. Therefore, many drivers are advocating that those of you who drive luxury cars should stay at home. Even if you want to go out, can you please not drive so fast? It will scare people to death. Soon, it's been a dusty journey. William drove into the city and arrived at his destination. After parking the car on the side of the road, William discovered that this was just a semi-roadside stall. Why is it called a roadside stall? Because when there are not many people, you can eat inside the store. Once there are too many people, you can only eat on the roadside. However, William smelled a strong fragrance as soon as he got off the car. William had never smelled this kind of fragrance since he came into this world. Even though he had eaten many famous dishes in the top restaurants in Jiangcheng, there was nothing worth mentioning compared to the aroma here. It seems that the real deliciousness is still among the people. Zhou Yang walked quickly in front, took out a menu from the store, and then sat down at a table at the door. Come on, boss, sit here. Zhou Yang quickly gestured and handed the menu to William. Boss, take a look at what dishes you like. Anyway, this restaurant is the most delicious one I've ever eaten in Jiangcheng, and it seems that this restaurant has only been open for about a year. William took the menu and asked as he looked at it. The company is at least 40 kilometers away from here. You look like you eat here often. Yes, Zhou Yang said with a smile. Actually, I live nearby. Do you live here? Yeah, yo yang no dead. This is the first place I worked for after graduation. When I first started looking for a job, I didn't care how far away it was. As long as I had a stable job, I was satisfied. However, I have worked in the company for 5 years and have long been accustomed to this distance. After listening to Zhou Yang's words, William discovered that this guy with a silly smile on his face and who liked to flatter others actually lived a pretty simple life. After all, his previous salary as a product manager was less than 20,000 yuan, and after deducting the mortgage and car loans, he basically spent all his money every month. Fortunately, his salary has doubled now. Even if he deducts the previous 20,000 yuan, he can still save 20,000 yuan. Afterwards, William randomly ordered some home-cooked dishes from the front of the menu. 20 minutes later, all 4 dishes were served. Spicy hot pot, twice-cooked pork, mapo tofu, and boiled pork slices. When all the dishes were served, William took a bite of the spicy hot pot with chopsticks. The minced meat that melted in his mouth instantly reminded him of the delicious taste of his childhood memories. That's right, this familiar smell is a smell that the main body is very familiar with. It was as if this was a dish made for me by someone I knew well. It felt great and tasted really good. So William couldn't help but take a few more bites. Sure enough, after eating too much delicacies from land and sea, sometimes you still need to go back to places like this to have some simple home-cooked dishes. Because after eating these home-cooked meals, you will find that those top restaurants worth millions are really rubbish. While everyone was enjoying the meal, a curse was heard from a distant table. Damn, is this for feeding people? I think it's for feeding pigs. That's right, it's really disgusting. Who is the chef? Come out and see what kind of rubbish he made. Waiter, didn't you hear what my brother said? I asked you to call the chef out to me. If you say that the environment here is not good and there are some other strange smells on the roadside, William will agree. But if you insist that the food on the table is not tasty, then you are obviously looking for trouble. However, William and Zhou Yang just came here to have a meal, so there was no need to cause trouble for themselves. In particular, the average height of the 5 people at the other table was 1.8 meters, and each of them weighed more than 200 kilograms. Moreover, each of them exposed their arms, which were covered with tattoos. In fact, a big man not only insulted the waiter, but also grabbed his clothes and yelled, "You don't understand what I'm saying. I told you to tell the chef to come out and apologize to us." The waiter was caught, and his face turned purple with fright. It could be seen that the waiter is not very old, only 17 or 18 years old. Naturally, I was frightened by this group of big men. I'll go and call, but first, let me go. The waiter trembled before he could utter the whole sentence. Only then did the big man let go of his hand. As soon as he was let go, he went to the kitchen and told the chef what had happened outside. Soon, the chef came out to check the situation. Everyone, excuse me, what's wrong with my food? What do you mean? This dish of yours is as disgusting as the one my dog eats, and you dare to cook it for us. Do you want to die? As soon as he saw the chef, the big man immediately started to threaten him. Seeing this, the people at the nearby tables seemed to already know what would happen next. So they all stood up, gave the money to the waiter, and left. Just now, the store was crowded inside and outside. In just a few minutes, almost everyone had left except William's table. The chef watched everything and naturally understood the other party's purpose. There's no way. He is both the owner and the chef of this restaurant. Faced with the unreasonable provocation of the big man, the chef could only greet them with a smile. "Everyone, I must have neglected this table of food. How about I make a new table for you right away as a treat for you? What do you think?" But faced with the chef's good intentions, the group of men refused to agree at all. "Bullshit. You think you can just cook us another meal and be done with it? What we want is compensation." "Compensation?" "Yes, it is compensation. So, how much money do you want?" 200,000. 200,000. The chef was stunned when he read the number. He was just about to explain that he didn't have that much money. In fact, a big man hit him in the face with a punch. "Damn it, I want 200,000 and you don't want to get it to me?" Now, Zhou Yang, who was far away, couldn't bear to watch it anymore, because he knew very well that the group of big men had never eaten the food on the table from beginning to end. From the moment the food arrived, they were ready to cause trouble, and they had been prepared for the beating of the chef just now. No matter what your chef says, they will use your refusal to compensate as an excuse to take forceful action against you. After the big man in the lead threw the first punch at the chef, the others followed suit and started punching and kicking the chef. The chef was beaten until he lay on the ground and begged for mercy. "Fuck, this group of people is so bullying." Zhou Yang put down his chopsticks and wanted to help. William smiled calmly and asked, "Why? Do you think you can defeat them alone? What else can we do? It's so easy, just call the police." William smiled, then took out his cell phone, dialed the police, and shouted, "Hello, is this Zero? I want to call the police. There seem to be a few big men here with knives ready to chop people." "Oh, you asked me where this is? This is Bamboo Shoot Restaurant." William looked up at the name of the restaurant, then continued, "Hurry up and send someone or someone will die. By the way, there are 5 of them. You need to call more people." When the big men heard William's voice, they stopped immediately. One of them turned around, stared at William's back and laughed. "Huh, there are really people who are not afraid of death. They actually dare to call the police." At this time, William also stood up and turned around, staring at the group of men in front of him. He was just about to pull out his gun, but he forgot that the electric gun that Li Zhang gave him last time was not charged. More importantly, it was actually put in the car. "I advise you to leave quickly. There are several police officers in the block behind. They will be here soon." William tried to scare the other person, who knew that one of them was not afraid. He grabbed an iron stool and dragged it forward, making a creaking sound on the ground, and then walked towards William. Looking at the stool in the other person's hand, if he raises it and hits you with it, the first thing that will hit you will definitely be the iron foot. If that thing hits your face, it will probably disfigure you. "Oh, if I had known earlier, I would have asked Lily to teach me some self-defense skills. But now think about it, it's too late. You want to meddle in other people's business? Today I will let you know the consequences of meddling in other people's business." The big man dragged a stool and talked as he walked. Seeing this, Zhou Yang rushed out and stood in front of William. "Do you know who he is? If you dare to touch him, you will live a life worse than death for the rest of your life. Do you believe it?" What Zhou Yang said was true, but unfortunately, the other party would not believe it. Huh, here comes another one, huh? The big man laughed and raised the iron stool to smash towards Zhou Yang. William wondered why he would let his men get hurt to protect him. He rushed out and pulled Zhou Yang away, trying to dodge the stool that was thrown at him. Bang! It was a loud bang. William's shoulder hard. Although he wanted to dodge, his speed was still a little slow. Almost everyone thought that William's shoulder must be broken after being hit so loudly. Even if there are no broken bones, one should still scream in excruciating pain. Unexpectedly, William just stood there as if nothing had happened. Look at the bent iron stool legs. What the hell? This guy's a bit cruel. Have you ever practiced iron shirt? The legs of the iron stool were knocked crooked, but the other party was not hurt at all. Chapter 27. My $100 bill is a magical artifact. On the other hand, William still thought that the opponent did not hit him. But seeing everyone's surprised expressions, he knew that the noise just now was caused by hitting his shoulder. But the problem is, when did my shoulders become so hard? William moved his right arm subconsciously. Well, it doesn't hurt at all. The next moment, confidence arises naturally. So, you still want to fight me? This time, the big man didn't dare to attack again due to William's threat. Brother, he seems to be very skilled. Otherwise, let's go. The younger brother, standing by, reminded the big man holding the stool. But if I just left, wouldn't I be losing face? So, he decided to try again, but he was unsuccessful because the opponent's shoulder was harder than an iron bench. Go to hell. The big man yelled and threw the stool at William. Bang! Boom! William subconsciously blocked it with his hand. Still the same as before. The stool hit William's arm and bounced directly to the ground, but he was completely fine. Oh shit, it's really awesome. It looks like an iron shirt without a doubt. There was no way. The Han knew that this battle would definitely be difficult to fight, but there were several brothers watching him from behind, so he didn't dare to leave like that. I don't believe it. As the big man spoke, he actually took out a dagger from his pocket. Today I will let you have a taste of my power. William was speechless seeing this big man doing stupid things over and over again. You originally thought of him as just an ordinary gangster, but he insisted on proving to you that he was as stupid as a pig. Facing the opponent's dagger, William couldn't dodge even if he wanted to, because the big man was too wide. Just as William was about to move around him, the big man grabbed William's sleeve and stabbed William's waist with a dagger. Normally, in this situation, a normal person would think, it's over. On the other hand, William even had a little expectation in his heart whether the miracle just now would happen when the dagger stabbed into his waist. Crunch. A crisp sound. The dagger broke with a sound. Fuck. These two words came out of the mouths of almost everyone present. The dagger broke. To what level does one have to practice the iron shirt kung fu? Anyway, these people were dumbfounded. Seeing that his waist was fine, William raised the corner of his mouth slightly, glanced at the big man, grabbed the empty beer bottle on the table next to him, and smashed it hard on the other's head. Bang! The beer bottle shattered and the big man was staggered. In fact, smashing your head with a beer bottle won't cause any substantial harm. But when William smashed it, he used the bottom of the beer bottle. That's the hardest part of the beer bottle, almost like a rock. William used enough force and hit it hard enough, so it broke into pieces with one blow. The big man was knocked back and forth, and William took the opportunity to kick him in the stomach, sending him flying. Finally, the big man fell to the ground. William, who weighed 140 pounds. This was William's second fight. Compared to the last time, when he used his wits to fight, this time he fought like he was using cheats. It just made him equally curious about what had just happened to his body. Not only was he able to easily block the iron bench with his hands, he was even able to block the dagger with his body. Made William doubt was that the system helped him. But what I clearly obtained was a wealth system. How could there be such a miraculous plug-in, and the system never reminded me of it? When the big men saw the eldest brother fall to the ground, they all stepped forward to help him up. But at this moment, the police car came over with a honking sound. 7 or 8 policemen got out of the police car. Seeing this, the big men were so scared that they ran away in all directions. Originally, the police didn't know the situation at the scene, but when they saw you running like that, they knew without a doubt that you were the criminals. Although these guys are tall, they are police officers after all, and it would be easy for them to knock down a group of you guys who only have brute force. 5 minutes later, the 4 big men who were trying to escape were all subdued. Afterwards, after investigating the restaurant surveillance, it was discovered that the culprit of everything was the fallen man. In response, the police had no choice but to drag the fallen man into the police car. At the scene, William and others explained the whole story, and the police took the group of men away. After the police left, the chef hurriedly thanked William and Joyoung. But when William saw the big hemorrhoid on the chef's forehead, childhood memories suddenly flooded back to his mind. "What's your name?" William asked suddenly. The chef kept his head down to express his gratitude when he suddenly heard William asking his name. He slowly raised his head, looked at William, and said, My name is Jiangyang. Jiangyang." William said this familiar name and suddenly laughed. "Do you still remember who I am?" "Who are you?" "I'm William." William smiled happily. "We haven't seen each other for at least 10 years. Jiangyang stared at William's face, repeated William's name, and recalled their past friendship. At that time, the two were still in high school and were almost inseparable after school and class every day. It was not until the college entrance examination that William was admitted to the best university in Jiangcheng, and he also founded his own company in the school. But because Jiangyang failed to get into university, his parents took him to another city to start working. At the beginning, the two had some contact. But later, I heard that William had become the big boss. Jiangyang knew very well that the distance between them was growing farther and farther, and he didn't want to hinder the other party, so he simply cut off contact. But in fact, Jiangyang gave up all the previous contacts just because of his inferiority complex. After that, Jiangyang continued to work in other provinces for many years and save some money. Until a year ago, he resolutely returned to Jiangcheng and opened a restaurant. The restaurant's location is not good, but the food is delicious, so it is very popular. The big man who had just caused trouble was no more than a guest invited by a high-end restaurant a few hundred meters away. They had come here several times before. Jiangyang also paid compensation many times just to appease the other party's deliberate troublemaking. Who would have thought that today the other party would insist on demanding 200,000 and threaten to beat people if they didn't give it? To put it bluntly, this high-end restaurant couldn't stand Jiangyang's booming business. Who made that high-end restaurant claim to have the word high-end in its name? Apart from the high consumption, it can hardly make any dish that satisfies the customers. The most important factor in determining whether a restaurant is popular is the quality of its food. If your food is terrible, even if all the restaurants within dozens of kilometers around you are ruined by you, you still won't be able to attract customers. Just like William, he was tired of those expensive dishes and now wanted to eat this kind of plain home-cooked meals. "William." Jiangyang read the name and suddenly laughed. "Are you really William?" "It's me." William nodded. "You've changed so much. I can't recognize you at all," Jiangyang said with a wry smile. William started taking care of his face when he was in college, to the extent that after so many years, he has become so handsome that you can't tell he is the same person. Moreover, Jiangyang had only heard of the name Jiangcheng William from hearsay and had almost never seen his photo on the internet. "I saw the real person today, and it was exactly the same as what those people said. A 30-year-old man has the face of a 25 or 26-year-old, and there is not a trace of impurities or wrinkles on his face." On the other hand, Jiangyang's face was full of wrinkles, and coupled with his dark face, he looked 10 years older. "I contacted you after I started my own business successfully, but your QQ, phone number, and other contact information seem to be invalid." Jiangyang smiled awkwardly and explained, "Yes, I changed all my phone cards and QQ accounts because I felt I was useless. I can't even get into a university. I'm totally unworthy of communicating with you." Through recollection, William knew that Jiangyang felt very inferior because he failed to get into university. And this inferiority complex has lasted for a long time. Perhaps it has continued to this day. Otherwise, why would Jiangyang waste time talking to those big men? He should just call the police and say, "I don't believe you dare to harass me." Listening to what Jiangyang said, William couldn't help but hug him. This reaction comes from the depths of consciousness, indicating that the original host really misses this friend. William can also empathize through this layer of memory, because the friendship during the high school period was so pure, with almost no human relationships involved, let alone any money involved. Jiangyang was hugged, tears welling up in his eyes. It is said that men don't shed tears easily, which means that men should not cry easily. If you can hold back your tears during an encounter like today, then you really don't understand this brotherhood. Zhou was watching the two of them hugging each other and couldn't bear to interrupt them, so he simply went back to the table and continued eating the cold food. After a moment, the two let go. Jiangyang saw that the food on the table had gone cold before they had even eaten much, so he quickly said, "William, please sit down first." I'll go get you some of my best dishes. After saying that, Jiang Yang trotted into the kitchen. Outside the restaurant, William, who was in good condition, and asked curiously, "Boss, what happened just now? That guy stabbed you with a knife, but you didn't seem to be injured at all?" William shrugged, then looked at his waist and found that there was a hole in his clothes. Judging from the length of the cut, this should be where the dagger entered. William opened the opening with his hand and found a red $100 bill inside. Confused, William lifted up all his clothes and found that the banknote was right next to his abdomen. William took the banknote down and looked at it in front of his eyes. He suddenly remembered that this $100 bill was the reward for the system lottery yesterday. Could it be that this is not an ordinary banknote, but a banknote with strong defensive properties? The problem is, I clearly put it in my pocket yesterday, so how did it get inside my clothes? Could it be that it has the function of automatically protecting itself? William could only guess this, otherwise he wouldn't understand why he could withstand the damage from the iron bench and the dagger. When Zhou Yang saw the boss playing with money, he was even more confused about what kind of person he was. There have been more and more legends about William in Jiangcheng recently. As his subordinate, Zhou Yang often heard him discuss strategies in meetings, but he had no idea how those strategies were thought up. But as long as you do what William says, the results will definitely exceed what you want. Not long after, Jiang Yang cooked a few dishes and brought them out to the table. At the same time, he hurried back to take out a sign saying, "Out of business," and put it at the door. William today, he was so happy. I thought about closing the business for a day and catching up with William. William was naturally happy to see Jiang Yang. He put the money away and chatted with Jiang Yang while drinking. Through chatting, William finally found out who had called those big men. Now that he knew this, William would of course help his old friend. So, he took the opportunity to send a few messages to Li Zhang to explain the reasons while going to the toilet, and then went back to continue drinking with Jiang Yang. And at the same time, Li Zhang has already called a group of people to go to the high-end restaurant nearby. "Since you're using dirty tricks against my friend, I will naturally treat you in the same way. No, it should be returned to you multiple times." As for those big men who came into the police station, Li Zhang also sent a group of people to wait for them to leave the police station and then have a drink with them alone. Favors must be repaid, and hatred must be avenged. This is William as principle in life. Especially since Jiang Yang was your best playmate in high school, you will pay a heavy price if you hit him. After that, William spent almost the entire afternoon drinking with Jiang Yang. Next to him, Zhou Yang was already drunk. He originally wanted to drink a few sips with William, but in the end, he was forced to drink until he passed out. As for William and Jiang Yang, it seemed like they had just warmed up. Even if they continued working until dark, they might not get drunk. Just after finishing the last box of beer, William suggested going back, because he has important things to deal with tonight. Jiang Yang had no choice but to let William leave. An hour later, William and Zhou Yang left. The owner of a high-end restaurant a few hundred meters away and a group of employees hurried over here. When Jiang Yang saw this, his face instantly became extremely embarrassed. It seems, I'm really in trouble this time. He had just finished sighing when what happened next completely stunned his jaw. The group of people actually all knelt in front of Jiang Yang and cried, "I'm sorry, Boss Jiang. It's all our fault. We shouldn't have offended you before. I hope you can forgive me. If you don't forgive me, I will kneel down today." This group of people knelt there, reciting the same apology words over and over again. Jiang Yang, who was still a little confused, listened to them repeating these words several times. He probably understood something. William left. This group of people came over and knelt down to express their gratitude. Without thinking too much, Jiang Yang guessed that it must have been William who ordered someone to do it, especially the marks on the boss and the boss's wife's faces left by the whip. "Please get up. I forgive you," Jiang Yang said. The years of grassroots polishing have made his character extremely honest. Faced with these apologies, he dared not accept them. These people stood up, and the proprietress who was in the lead quickly handed them a box. Jiang Yang opened the box and found a restaurant transfer document inside. It turned out that William bought the other party's restaurant and gave it to Jiang Yang. Chapter 28. Send Jiang Yang a high-end restaurant. Jiang Yang took the restaurant transfer documents and thought about the past time he had with William. A moment later, tears were streaming down his face. He never thought that he would have the chance to see William again. What I didn't expect was that this good friend whom I hadn't seen for so many years would be willing to help me in this way. This alone was enough to move him deeply. From the moment Jiang Yang accepted the transfer procedures, he became the owner of that high-end restaurant. At the same time, The employees shouted, "Hello, Boss Jiang." As his former boss and his wife, they kept complimenting him with a smile. There's nothing you can do about it. This is a world where money talks. As long as you are rich enough, you are my heaven. The people Li Zhang called over first beat up the boss and the boss's wife a few times, and then threw several million in cash at him. If you want, you could be a complete person. If you dare not, you will know the consequences. As for these, William knew that Li Zhang would let his men do it now. So he didn't care much about it. But in the message, he emphasized that Li Zhang bought the restaurant and gave it to Jiang Yang. That's why this scene happened. As for those who had beaten Jiang Yang, they were called by Li Zhang's men to drink as soon as they left the police station. In the end, he didn't get to drink the wine, but instead appeared at the door of Jiang Yang restaurant with blood on his face, kneeling and apologizing. It was not enough for them to just apologize. They were finally asked to work in Jiang Yang's new restaurant for 6 months for free. They knew clearly who the people who beat them up belonged to. So no matter how difficult the request was, they had to agree to it. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Seeing this situation, Jiang Yang felt helpless. It was good to run a small restaurant, but who knew that you would be given a high-end restaurant now? Instead, he didn't know what to do. But William had already thought of this for him. After the entire restaurant was transferred, William immediately asked someone to renovate the interior that day. They also hired a professional to manage the restaurant for Jiang Yang. All Jiang Yang needs to do is to be the restaurant chef and teach his chefs his skills. Although he is the head chef, he is the boss behind the restaurant. A high-end restaurant that serves home-cooked dishes that everyone likes will naturally attract a lot of people. So on the second day after Jiang Yang took over as chef, the restaurant instantly started to pick up. After finishing their meal, those high-class people kept praising the food for its deliciousness before leaving. As a high-end restaurant, although the dishes are ordinary, the color, aroma, and taste satisfy their taste buds one by one. William left Jiangyang Hotel and went home at night, still taking the elevator in the underground garage. So much so that Roberto missed seeing him again. But Roberto was really stupid. That's why he just waited for him there. It was not until the early hours of the morning that Roberto again begged the security guard to help him ring the doorbell of William's house. But the other party was rejected outright, because William called the boss of the security staff and asked him not to let Roberto disturb him. In particular, please do not ring my doorbell in the middle of the night. Rejected by security and seeing that it was getting late, Roberto had no choice but to leave in disappointment. A few days later, Roberto really never went to find William. William also asked Tsuburaya Pictures to speed up filming. More than an hour of Tigo plot is freshly released. As before, the 1.5-hour plot is evenly divided into 3 episodes. And take the example of 3 consecutive episodes broadcast 3 days a week. Future broadcast plans will also be carried out in accordance with this. As soon as Tsuburaya finished production, Yueshing TV immediately obtained the resources and broadcast it that evening. If the last broadcast of Tiga was a turning point in the ratings of Yueshing, this broadcast can be regarded as a complete reversal of his 10-year loss-making situation. Starting at 8 o'clock that evening, the staff of Yueshing radio station were constantly paying attention to the real-time online data in the background. Less than 10 minutes after the show started, the total number of people online nationwide reached 150 million. That's right, 150 million. Such terrifying data can be said to be unprecedented and unparalleled. This is a big era of the internet, and the total audience of daily television stations is only 400 million. Today, the radio station in Yu Province alone has a revenue of 150 million. For this reason, when the senior management of Yushingtai learned the news, they rushed to the company to check whether there was a problem with the monitoring system. After a careful check, it was confirmed that there was no problem with the monitoring system. This shows that there are really so many people online at Yueshing TV. After all, these senior executives have experienced failure for too long and still dare not believe it. Finally, after in-depth investigation by the staff, it was found that 80 million viewers watched the show through the online Yueshing TV station. In other words, these 80 million people are not sitting in front of the TV, but watching Yueshing channel online through their mobile phones or computers. This can only prove one thing. These people are all netizens. Because they like Tiga, they pay attention to Yueshing TV. But for Yushingtai, it is completely sufficient. No matter which channel is used, the ratings will ultimately be attributed to oneself. Nowadays, many people like to watch TV on online channels. What's more important is that everyone can communicate with each other in real time. Right now, if you access Yueshing TV through the internet, you'll find that the screen is full of comments praising Tiga. I thought the first 3 episodes were innovative enough, but I didn't expect the 4th episode to fully demonstrate the strengths of this drama. It is a masterpiece in all aspects. It is based on the Cthulhu mythology and integrates elements of Christian mythology, Japanese folklore, special effects, etc. It has extremely high attainments in music, art, and camera, and it is truly worthy of being a children's drama. What the above person said is very good, but one thing is missing. Every episode of this drama has sympathy and protection for the weak, correction and guidance for extremists, and some of the storylines are also very warm and touching. To be honest, I think this drama that integrates humanistic feelings and correct values will have a huge impact on mankind in the future. I don't have much education. I can only describe it in 4 words. Awesome. Good looking. After watching Ultraman Tiga, I felt happy and excited. After watching it, I kept thinking. In front of others, I mocked myself for being immature, but behind others, I still hummed the theme song with enjoyment. I agree. The theme song is so beautiful. I don't know who composed it. I heard it's the boss of Chun Group, William. William again, damn. Is he really a businessman? After seeing these comments, the senior management of Yuesheng understood clearly. It was a very correct decision for the general manager to take the initiative to approach William to discuss cooperation. So before the 4th episode of Tiga was finished, the group members of Yuesheng TV began to celebrate internally. Because this time the ratings have improved a lot compared to last time. There is no way. Tiga will only be premiered on Yuesheng channel. Other streaming platforms can only get the resources after Tiga is finished broadcasting. Moreover, the cost of broadcasting resources is surprisingly expensive. What can we do? Ultraman is novel and popular enough. In order to compete for traffic, many channels have paid high prices to acquire the broadcasting rights for the first 3 episodes of Ultraman Tiga. After several days of negotiations, Tiga directly earned 300 million yuan in copyright fees from major broadcasting channels. This was considered a huge success for the newly established Tsuburaya Pictures. After all, there are only 3 episodes. William initially invested 300 million yuan to prepare all channels in an all-round way. Whether it's actors, directors, props, equipment, William paid for almost everything that was needed in one lump sum. So many people used to think that William was stupid for spending the money for making movies on making TV series. But they never expected that the show would make huge money as soon as it came out. It's too late for these people to be envious now. It's only been a week. As soon as 1 episode of Tiga was aired, it immediately became an unprecedented success. At this time, a group of reporters came to the Tsuburaya film and television base, ready to interview the staff. However, there's still 3 episodes to be broadcast next week, so they dare not relax at all. So he refused the interview, saying he had absolutely no time. William, the behind-the-scenes boss of Tsuburaya Pictures, had to reluctantly accept everyone's interview. Outside the Tsuburaya Films base, William prepared many seats for the group of reporters. They sat in a row, like a group of elementary school students, holding microphones and asking William all kinds of questions about Ultraman Tiga. Mr. Chun, we all know that you own the famous Chun Group in Jiangcheng. May I ask why you also want to create Yuengu films? William replied, because of passion, Tsuburaya was born. The meaning is very clear, which is to tell everyone that he likes watching movies and TV series, so he makes them himself. Afterwards, another reporter also raised a question. As for Ultraman special effect dramas, everyone recognizes that you are the first one. May I ask why you came up with the idea of creating such a character? William continued to answer. If you watch the first 4 episodes of Ultraman Tiga and then think about it, maybe you will understand why. The reporter clearly didn't understand what William said. Although she knew that Tiga was very popular, she had been busy with interviews these days and had not watched the show yet. Obviously, William also saw this, and then explained, to sum up, the ultimate concept of this drama is about human nature, the natural environment, and the relatively simple justice and evil. Life and the natural environment are mainly for adults, while justice and evil are for children. The former is to let everyone understand what life is and learn to respect nature, while the latter is to tell children that evil can never defeat justice because light is always by our side. William's words instantly resonated with many reporters present. By the way, Mr. Chun, when the drama Tiga was first released, the trailer often mentioned light. Does this light represent justice? It also represents hope, peace, well-being, and prosperity. William stared at the dozen cameras in front of him and explained, "Light has a very broad meaning in this drama. It represents all the beautiful things we aspire to have." "So, after the broadcast of Tiga, do you have plans for other dramas?" the reporter continued to ask. Hmm. William thought for a moment and said, "In addition to Tiga, there are currently more than 60 development plans. According to our shooting schedule, one show takes about 4 weeks to shoot. Since we are broadcasting at the same time as filming, the broadcast will be finished at the same time as filming. But some dramas are longer and some are shorter, so the plan is to air about 4 dramas in a year. With 4 dramas a year, according to the plan, wouldn't all the dramas for the next 10 years have already been planned?" The William as rumored. These people here are all journalists. They all knew clearly that William entered the shareholders' meeting to overthrow Robert and become the chairman himself. So no one had any doubts about the plan William mentioned. William said. Some reporters began to whisper. As expected of the group CEO, he looks young but speaks in an orderly manner. Yes, and most importantly, he's so handsome. I wonder how old he is this year, and whether he has a girlfriend? Are you crazy? What are we here for today? We're here for an interview, not a blind date. Oh, I almost forgot. Although the sound was small, people nearby could hear it clearly. So, the group of female reporters all burst into laughter. William said, "If there are no other questions, let's end the interview here." William wanted to leave before we had even asked a few questions, which of course everyone disagreed with. But William said what he wanted to say. He had already said almost everything he needed to say. Saying more would just be a waste of time. In the end, as the interview failed, everyone had to leave one after another. Although the interview only lasted a few minutes, it should attract a lot of views when it is broadcast. After all, Tiga is so popular. The video of the morning interview was released by major news media in the afternoon and appeared on online platforms. In general, reporters still praise William as a genius. The news was broadcast shortly. In a chat group called Class 6 of the Management Department, a video interview with William appeared. Everyone clicked on the video one after another and watched the entire process. Finally, a message was sent from a person named Jiangcheng in the group. Recently, William's fame has shocked the entire internet. I just saw a few reports about him a few days ago, but I didn't expect to see news about him again in our class group today. Then, Zhang Qiuyang replied immediately. "You are in your hometown, so you probably don't know how famous William is in Jiangcheng. He seems to be in Jiangcheng. Tell me how he is now." "Yes, we are all in our hometown. I wonder how William is doing in Jiangcheng. I remember hearing someone say a month ago that he was in debt of 100 billion. So what is the situation now?" Same question. Same question plus one. William successfully started his own business when he was a junior in college and was considered the most awesome person among his college classmates. Many classmates have borrowed a lot of money from him. William had a good heart at the time. After all, they were all classmates. He even invested a lot of money to sponsor many of his classmates to start their own businesses. But everything came to a halt 2 years ago. Because everyone knows that William is in debt of hundreds of billions, many people are scared and stay away from him, fearing that he will implicate them. Especially those students who started their own businesses with William's sponsorship were so scared that they stayed away from him. At that time, William was already in huge debt. In addition, many of his friends and classmates distanced themselves from him, which made him even more heartbroken. Helplessly, he finally took the initiative to withdraw from this so-called classmate group. After that, William simply changed the way he contacted them. Everyone thought that William should have gone bankrupt in the past 2 years. News about William on the internet. Chapter 29, Party Invitation. Only then did they realize. William had been struggling on the brink of death for 2 years, but he finally survived. As a native of Jiangcheng, Zhang Qiuyang has stayed here since graduation. Of course, he knew more about William's news. William's current situation, which everyone was curious about, he began to explain to everyone. Let me tell you, William is not only not bankrupt, but he has also become the chairman of another of the largest groups in Jiangcheng. This means that he now controls the 2 largest groups in Jiangcheng at the same time. Moreover, he has now founded a company called Subaraya Films that specializes in special effects dramas. It is said that he invested 300 million yuan and recovered his investment in less than 2 weeks. That is to say, he is now the most powerful boss in Jiangcheng. Almost everyone knows his name. Everyone was shocked to hear Zhang Qiuyang's explanation. They didn't expect that William not only turned things around, but also became even more powerful than before. However, at this time, a man named Su Peng stood up and sent a message. Zhang Qiuyang, Just fart. Do you think I haven't seen the news online? I guess William bought all the news himself. Don't disbelieve me. I saw a month ago that Chun Group was a listed company. I just took a look and it was directly delisted. But you, Zhang Chuyang, still have the nerve to say that he has risen. I now seriously doubt whether you have also been bribed by him. Zhang Chuyang sent a contemptuous emoticon and continued sending messages. Su Peng, do you think I, a 30-year-old man, need to lie to you? You are not in Jiangcheng, but you insist on imagining some unfounded things. What can I do? And the way you said that, I seriously doubt that you hate William. After all, 2 years ago, it was you who told everyone that William was in debt of 100 billion and told us to stay away from him. Otherwise, those debts would most likely affect us. And if I remember correctly, William sponsored you when you started your business. But you were afraid that he would ask you to pay back the money, so you slandered him everywhere. At first, I thought you and William were getting along pretty well, so why did you suddenly start targeting him? Until this year, I learned the reason from others. See the group message. Su Peng was a little dumbfounded. He has been hiding this from everyone. How did Zhang Chuyang hear about it? Did William tell him? It shouldn't be the case. Anyway, Su Peng couldn't figure it out. But as the first person to repay kindness with enmity, he naturally couldn't bear to see William doing well. What if the other party retaliates against you? And deep down, Su Peng always believed in his own judgment. Since the Chun Group has delisted, it must mean that it has gone bankrupt long ago. And the subsequent operations were completely to become a minion of capital, collecting money everywhere just to pay off debts. After all, in his eyes, the so-called Ultraman Tiga is a completely low IQ drama. He didn't believe at all that it would be as amazing as it was hyped up on the internet. After thinking for a moment, Su Peng at Zhang Chuyang. Zhang Chuyang, since you said William has risen, then if you have the guts, invite him to the class reunion this time. Then we can see for ourselves who this William you're talking about is. When everyone saw this, they all started to make a fuss. Yes, Zhang Chuyang, go and call William to the class reunion. If William is really as good as the rumors on the internet, I will admit defeat to you. Haha, the group hasn't been this lively for a long time. I didn't expect that just as it became lively, people would start fighting. As more and more voices appeared in the group, Zhang Chuyang replied decisively. Okay, I'll go find him today. In fact, he was not sure whether William would pay any attention to him if he went to find him. After all, when William was in the most difficult time, almost everyone abandoned him. However, Zhang Chuyang should not be counted, because he had never borrowed a penny from him, nor had he ever asked him for a penny for investment. The two of them can only be considered ordinary classmates. It was just that when he saw the news about William and then thought about what Su Peng and his group had done to him, he just felt indignant for them. Currently, in the entire group chat, only Zhang Chuyang is in Jiangcheng. Others are located in various cities. Therefore, he was the only one who had the chance to find William. When everyone saw that Zhang Chuyang agreed, they all asked about the location of the dinner. For 2 consecutive years, no one called William at the dinner party. William to come again this time, we all knew deep down that it would be difficult. And those who repay kindness with enmity know that it will be awkward for them to meet William if they go there this time. However, anyone who believed what Su Peng said would naturally think that William had already been unable to protect himself, and all the news that broke out were fake. In this way, they certainly all have the confidence to attend the party. I went there just to see you, William, embarrass yourself. Finally, the bet between Zhang Chuyang and Su Peng was formed. The group chat also temporarily became a topic for everyone to discuss who won and who lost between the two. Jiangcheng, East District. Zhang Chuyang left the office and checked the time. It was exactly 3 o'clock in the afternoon. It takes an hour and a half to drive from the East District to Chun Group. As the company's financial manager, he only needs to write a leave application. After arriving downstairs of the company, he drove to Chun Group alone. Along the way, he was thinking about how to start the conversation after meeting William. After all, the two hadn't seen each other for 2 years. At the same time, he was also prepared to be rejected. I just thought that after being rejected, the bet in the group chat would definitely make me more embarrassed. But there was no way, since he had already made the bet, he had to go. An hour and a half later, he finally arrived at his destination. He had been at Chun Group before. Looking at this building again now, I find that it has not changed much from 2 years ago. Taking a deep breath, he strode into the building. Arriving at the counter, he said to the receptionist with a smile, "Hello, I'm looking for someone." There was a young girl at the front desk. When she heard the other party was looking for someone, she asked, "Who are you looking for?" "William, your chairman," Zhang Qiaoyang said. Hearing the name, the receptionist was stunned for a moment and asked, "Do you have a reservation?" "No." Zhang Qiaoyang shook his head and said, "William and I are classmates. I want to meet him. I hope you can let him know." In fact, when Zhang Qiaoyang heard the word appointment from the other party, he estimated that this meeting would be difficult. However, the front desk did not make things difficult for Zhang Qiaoyang. She picked up the phone and called William's office upstairs. The call was connected, and the person who answered was William's office assistant. The receptionist told him that Zhang Qiaoyang wanted to see him, then asked, "Excuse me, sir, what is your name?" "Zhang Qiaoyang." At the same time, the front desk also forwarded this sentence. After waiting for about a minute, there was a reply from the other end of the phone. Boss Chen asked him to wait in the company for half an hour, but he was still outside handling matters. "Okay, I understand." After saying that, the receptionist hung up the phone. Seeing this, Zhang Qiaoyang thought, it's all over. Today's trip was in vain. Just when he thought he would get a negative answer and was about to leave, he heard the receptionist say, "Mr. Zhang, our chairman won't be back for another half an hour. Why don't you wait here first?" Hearing this, Zhang Qiaoyang was dumbfounded. In other words, the other party is willing to see me? But in fact, William received a call from his assistant and learned that an old classmate named Zhang Qiaoyang wanted to see him, but he couldn't remember who it was. There's nothing I can do. This body can only be remembered by the people closest to me and those who are very important to me deep in my heart. Everyone else seemed to be ignored by the brain. "Okay, I'll wait a moment," Zhang Qiaoyang said, and his expression immediately became happy. Knowing that he was William's classmate, the front desk staff quickly asked Zhang Qiaoyang to wait in the lounge nearby and also prepared a pot of Longjing tea for him. Zhang Qiaoyang sat in the lounge, drank a cup of tea, and immediately took out his mobile phone to take pictures of the surroundings and then took a picture of the group's logo. Afterwards, I selected a few nice photos and sent them to the group chat. When everyone saw the photo, they immediately recognized that the logo inside was that of the Chun group. "No way, you're going to find him so soon." As expected of Zhang Qiaoyang, he speaks fast and acts fast. "Are you in the Chun group? Why don't you see William?" In response to everyone's questions, Zhang Qiaoyang edited and sent out a message. "I just got here. William should be out here dealing with something important. The front desk asked me to wait for him here for half an hour." Seeing Zhang Qiaoyang's explanation, Su Peng immediately jumped out and laughed. "You could just brag. If William is really the CEO of the group, can you meet him? If I remember correctly, you're just a financial manager of a small company. With your position, if you really want to meet a group boss, you have to make an appointment in advance." Seeing that Su Peng didn't believe it, Zhang Qiaoyang first sent a mocking picture and then said, "The meeting you mentioned is a business meeting. When I go to meet him, I represent my classmates. How can it be the same?" In short, no matter what Zhang Qiaoyang said, he just wouldn't believe it. "Whatever you say, or we can move the party forward to tomorrow. Our alma mater is in Jiangcheng. Let's go back and take a look tomorrow. What do you think? Tomorrow is the weekend, and most people have a day off." Since someone suggested going back to our alma mater for a reunion tomorrow, most people agreed. "Okay, I agree. We'll go back to Jiangcheng tomorrow." "I'm going too. The Ultraman special effects drama has been very popular recently. My 10-year-old nephew has been clamoring to watch it every day. I want to take him to meet William. Whether William really rose to prominence or not, I just wanted to see how he was doing. After all, he was the best among our group. I'll come too." Zhang Qiaoyang, remember to book a hotel. I haven't been back to my alma mater for many years. Seeing that everyone was very active, Zhang Qiaoyang also replied, "If William is willing to go, he should be the host. After all, he manages 2 large groups in Jiangcheng." Zhang Qiaoyang said this deliberately for Su Peng to hear. When Su Peng saw this content, he felt really uncomfortable. However, he wanted William and Zhang Qiaoyang to be slapped in the face together. "Zhang Qiaoyang, this is what you said. If William goes, you should let him book all the best restaurants in Jiangcheng. Okay, provided he is willing to go, but I'm afraid he doesn't want to see you." Zhang Qiaoyang is too lazy to argue with Su Peng, so he just wants to tell you that if William doesn't go, it's only because he has a deep grudge against you. Almost everyone in the group knows this. After sending the last sentence, Zhang Qiaoyang simply turned off his phone, too lazy to read what Su Peng said. "Just wait like this." Zhang Qiaoyang finished a cup of tea and then had another one. After drinking 7 or 8 cups, he had gone to the toilet 4 or 5 times. But William still didn't show up. Look at the time, an hour has passed. The front desk clearly said half an hour. How come it's been so long and he still hasn't come back? But then I thought, after all, he's the boss. Maybe he is really busy. So he could only continue to wait. That's all. When Zhang Chuyang was about to fall asleep on the sofa, a familiar figure appeared in front of him. When he saw this figure, he instantly woke up. That's right. The person who came was William. William was walking towards Zhang Chuyang at this moment. When he came in front of him, William didn't waste any words and asked directly, "Are you looking for me?" But there was something wrong with the tone of his voice. It's like, I don't know him at all. That's right. Zhang Chuyang quickly stood up, stretched out his hand, and said, "William, long time no see." William stared at the other person's face. He really couldn't figure out who it was. However, since they were old classmates, William, of course, had to politely extend his hand to shake hands. "Haven't seen you for a long time." After saying that, William motioned for the other party to sit down and talk slowly. "I haven't seen you for 2 years. I hope you're doing well lately." After thinking for a long time, Zhang Chuyang said something that made no sense. William was stunned and thought about it. They hadn't seen each other for 2 years. Didn't that mean they hadn't seen each other since he owed debt? But why did it suddenly appear now? Is it because he has some difficulties and needs my help? William made a wild guess, then smiled and said, "Not bad. Actually, the reason I came to see you this time is about the class reunion tomorrow." Zhang Chuyang explained. "Everyone will come from their own city tomorrow and just go back to their alma mater. But if you don't want to, we won't force you." However, this time the classmates are very enthusiastic and hope to meet each other. Hearing this, William probably guessed that because of the debt he incurred over the past 2 years, William probably had not attended any class reunions. Now he invites me instead. Could it be because my fame is becoming popular again? Or perhaps the original William was too embarrassed to attend a class reunion because he owed too much debt. Whatever it was, it's a thing of the past. Seeing that the other party didn't say anything, Zhang Chuyang thought that he didn't want to go. But the next second, he heard William answer, "Okay, I'll go. Where's the dinner location?" William's words left Zhang Chuyang confused. "I guess wrong again." "It hasn't been decided yet," said Zhang Chuyang. "Oh." William nodded, thought for a moment, and said, "Otherwise, let's stay at courtyard number 1 tomorrow." Courtyard número 1? Of course, Zhang Chuyang was familiar with this name. It was the most expensive and luxurious restaurant in Jiangcheng, and it was a membership-based restaurant. If your net worth is less than 100 million, you basically cannot become a member. Suddenly, Zhang Chuyang smiled at his heart, because he knows that there will be something interesting to watch tomorrow. "Then it's settled," Zhang Chuyang said with a smile, and then asked, "Can you give me a contact number?" "Okay." William nodded and read the phone number to Zhang Chuyang. After saving the number, Zhang Chuyang prepared to say goodbye. But William asked him to stay. "We are old classmates. Please stay and have dinner." I wanted to refuse, but William pulled me away. Although he couldn't remember Zhang Chuyang clearly, William didn't feel disgusted behind him. That means there was no conflict between the two, but their relationship was not good. The most important reason for keeping him for dinner was that William needed to understand the relationship with his former classmates. Chapter 30. William reserved the venue for everyone. After, William and Zhang Chuyang came to Sui Yuan restaurant. This restaurant is the one that William gave to Jiang Yang, currently renamed as Random. The reason for the name change was mainly to get rid of the bad impression of the restaurant among customers. In short, no matter whether the name is good or not. But since Jiang Yang took over as the head chef, the restaurant's popularity has been increasing. When we entered the restaurant, we found it was already packed. At this time, the waiter standing at the door to greet people had just finished saying the 4 words, "Welcome," when he looked up and saw a person who made him inexplicably scared. Oh my God. As soon as he finished speaking, the waiter was frightened and stepped back. The waiter looked at William, puzzled. "Isn't this the boss who was stabbed by me with a dagger last time? Why are you here today?" Ever since he was assigned to work here, he was afraid that William would come and cause trouble for him. After all, he knew that the reason he came here to work for free was entirely arranged by William. Therefore, in his heart, William is more terrifying than those who taught him a lesson. Moreover, the group of big guys at that time pasted William's photo on the big man's forehead, asking him to remember him forever, and if he saw William again next time, he had to bow his head and call him boss. Otherwise, the big man would only get one word, and that is death. Of course, this was all said by Li Zhang's men to deliberately scare him. However, after being frightened, he did learn his lesson. When the big man saw William, he was stunned for 2 seconds, Then he immediately lowered his head and shouted, "Boss Chun, good evening." Although the voice was loud, there was a hint of fear in the tone. Zhang Chuyang, who was standing by, seemed to notice this and laughed silently in his heart. William waved his hand to signal him to keep a low profile, and then said, "Arrange a private room for us. We will have dinner here tonight." Okowo. After saying this, the big man spread out his hands and led the way. Zhang Chuyang walked behind and asked in a low voice, "Is this restaurant also yours?" "No, it's from friend. I felt like the waiter just now seemed to be afraid of you, but he was obviously tall and strong, and his body was covered with tattoos." William laughed jokingly and said, "I don't know. Maybe I just look scary." Zhang Chuyang knew he was joking, so he didn't take it seriously. But he knew that William must have done something to the big man before. Otherwise, why would he be so afraid of him? But from the moment Zhang Chuyang met William, he didn't feel that he was scary at all. Or maybe because they are classmates, they can't feel it. No wonder Jiangcheng is talking about it on the internet. William's business prowess makes him the strongest person born in the 90s. After all, he single-handedly took on a group with a debt of hundreds of billions, and in the end he managed to survive and bring down the big boss of the enemy group. Now, in the eyes of people in the business world, he is a godlike legend. The other side, in the kitchen, Jiang Yang was instructing the chefs on how to cook. Suddenly, the big man came into the kitchen with the menu William ordered and handed it to Jiang Yang, saying, "Boss, your friend is here to eat." "Friend? Which one?" "That's Boss Chun." When Jiang Yang heard the words Boss Chun, he naturally knew who was coming. Since the restaurant was transferred to Jiang Yang has called William many times to invite him to dinner and express his gratitude to him. But they were all rejected by William. William did this just to maintain their childhood friendship. So he didn't want Jiang Yang to feel any resentment towards Lily, and at the same time, he didn't need Jiang Yang's thanks. Because of the relationship between the two of us, there's no need to say thank you. Knowing that William had arrived, Jiang Yang asked the chef to make way and said that he would cook all of William's dishes himself. Sure enough, compared to other chefs, he is indeed quite accomplished in cooking. As soon as the base ingredients are put into the pot, a rich aroma wafts out from the kitchen. Although the kitchen door is always closed, the fragrance will escape as long as there is a slight gap. Many new customers have not yet tasted the restaurant's dishes, but they couldn't help but praise the food once they smelled the delicious aroma. "Wow, it smells so good. I heard that the restaurant has changed its owner and the food has become great. When I came here today, it really lived up to its reputation. Oh my God, my mouth is watering when I smell this. Waiter, what kind of dish is this aroma? I want to order one too. And here, I'll order one too." In fact, what Jiang Yang is cooking now is just an ordinary dish of shredded pork with fish flavor. But when these guests get the menu, this is the first dish they ignore. After all, this dish is so common that everyone is tired of it. But I never thought that the dish Jiang Yang cooked today would have a completely different flavor. Seeing this, the waiter smiled and explained, "This dish is called fish-flavored shredded pork." Fish-flavored shredded pork? Who are you kidding? Almost everyone present didn't believe it. But if you smell it carefully, it does seem to have the flavor of shredded pork with fish flavor. But why does it smell so good? Could it be that this restaurant uses other seasonings in its fish-flavored shredded pork? In fact, Jiang Yang also stir-fried the shredded pork with fish flavor according to the standard method. Perhaps this is what people often call talent. Jiang Yang may be very clumsy in other areas, but in the kitchen, his talent is 100 times better than those chefs in five-star hotels. If you ask him how he makes this dish so delicious, he can only tell you that from the moment the oil is put into the pan, use the number of breaths to decide when to put the meat in, when to add salt, and when to take the pan off the heat. Anyone can make this dish taste like this as long as they follow his instructions. Having said that, once Jiang Yang leaves the kitchen, your skills will return to their original state. And this is Jiang Yang's true strength. William ordered were still simple. Jiang Yang quickly finished it in no time and brought it to the private room himself. Jiang Yang passed through the hall, and the aroma of the dishes in his hands drifted to every corner of the restaurant. Some children smelled the fragrance, put down their chopsticks, and chased after it. Fortunately, their parents grabbed him and prevented him from following. Then, he came to the door of the private room and pushed it open and walked in. At this moment, William was chatting with Zhang Chuyang about some past events. He turned his head and saw that the person who came was Chef Jiang. William quickly stood up and took the plate of food from Jiang Yang. "That's great. My dish was delivered by Chef Jiang himself. Hearing this, Jiang Yang smiled bitterly and said, "Look at what you said. Didn't I tell you on the phone before that in the future, whenever you come, I will cook for you myself, and I will cook all the dishes I have learned throughout my life for you." "That's great. Starting tomorrow, I'll come here to eat every day," William joked. "I'm just worried that you don't have time," Jiang Yang also said with a smile. After all, he had called several times before, but William always didn't come on the pretext of being busy. "By the way, you haven't had dinner yet, right?" William asked suddenly. "I've been in the kitchen all day. How can I have an appetite?" Really? For someone who stays in the kitchen for a long time, smelling the fumes from morning to night and having to taste the dishes from time to time to see if there is anything wrong with them, how can he have any appetite for these foods? "Okay then," William sighed. "It's a pity that some people don't have the pleasure of eating these delicacies." Although it was a sigh, Jian Yang knew that he was teasing him on purpose. He was happy to see William willing to come for dinner today. But as the head chef, he dared not be lazy when the restaurant was busy. So, he said, "You guys eat first. As the chef, I have to watch them. Otherwise, if the taste is not right, it will be troublesome." William nodded and said, "Go ahead." Jiang Yang left. Zhang Qiuyang was already so hungry after smelling the food that he had no choice but to eat anything. As soon as he took a bite, his taste buds were completely conquered. Although he is not the boss, he is at least a manager-level figure in the company. Usually the boss would pay for them to eat at high-end restaurants. But the taste is 1,000 times worse than that of these home-cooked dishes. "Oh my god, this taste. I'm trying it for the first time in my life." Zhang Qiuyang picked up a piece of meat, stared at it for a long time, then put it in his mouth with a look of enjoyment on his face. "Is this really shredded pork with fish flavor? It has the aroma of fresh fish soup, the chewiness of minced meat, and the light sour taste of sour soup fish." As Zhang Qiuyang spoke, he could no longer think of any words to describe it. In a word, it is beautiful and fresh, fresh and crispy, crispy and rich, rich and honey. It is said that if you want to conquer a man, you must first conquer his stomach. Now, Jiang Yang has conquered Zhang Qiuyang with just a few dishes. If the other person was a woman, Zhang Qiuyang would have wanted to rush out and confess his love to her immediately. It's a pity that the other party is a 40-year-old man. Of course, he didn't know that the other person was the same age as William, just turning 30 this year, but had experienced too much and became old and dark. If it tastes good, eat more. William looked at Zhang Qiuyang's smug look from the side. Of course, he knew how delicious Jiang Yang's cooking was. After all, he had already experienced it once. I just looked at the menu. This dish of shredded pork with fish flavor is only 25 yuan. It's even better than the 2,500 yuan dish I had before. There's nothing you can do about it. That's the reality. Many restaurants claiming to be 7-star or top-notch restaurants do not serve very good food, but are extremely expensive. After all, their slogan is, "We don't want the most delicious food, but we want it to be the most expensive, just to save face." William looked at Zhang Qiuyang eating so happily and suddenly suggested, "How about I let my friend be the chef for tomorrow's party?" Hearing this, Zhang Qiuyang nodded repeatedly. But after thinking about it, he changed his words and said, "That's number 1 Courtyard, the top restaurant in Jiangcheng." Will they agree? "Of course, we just need to book the whole place." William replied calmly, "Private the whole place? Or book the entire number 1 Courtyard?" Zhang Qiuyang was stunned, but he felt inexplicably happy in his heart. Because Su Peng said in the group during the day that if he could prove that William had risen, he would let him book the most luxurious restaurant in Jiangcheng. Well, William actually took the initiative to propose it. How could he not be happy? After all, everyone in the group knows the reputation of number 1 Courtyard. Not only the people of Jiangcheng know about its nobility and grandeur, but most people in the entire Jiuzhou kingdom know its reputation. Before, many Big V anchors went to number 1 Courtyard to try it, but they were all directly rejected. The reason is simple, because you don't have the money to become a member. Many middle and lower class people have praised number 1 Courtyard, saying that it never cheats the poor. This makes sense. Anyway, the poor can't afford your food, so they won't be cheated. Will it be too expensive to rent out Courtyard number 1? Zhang Qiuyang asked subconsciously. "I'll call and ask," William said, taking out his cell phone and calling the person in charge of Courtyard number 1. Soon, the person on the other end of the line answered with a smile on his face. "Hello, Mr. Chun. How can I help you? I want to book a floor at your number 1 Courtyard to hold a class reunion tomorrow." When he heard that the entire place was reserved, the other party's tone became softer. "Which floor does Mr. Chin want to book? I remember the top floor of your house seems to be the best, right?" The top floor of courtyard number 1 faces the sun on all sides and is 120 meters high, overlooking almost half of Jiangcheng city. With such a great location, you can imagine the price. The top floor is indeed the best floor in our number 1 courtyard, but it may be much more expensive than the floors below. Although the person in charge knew that William was not short of money, in his opinion, William was just having a class reunion and would not spend so much money on the venue. However, he had no idea how William felt about money. Money is just a string of numbers. Now that you've earned it, spend it quickly. Otherwise, why keep it? Will it get moldy if you put it in the bank? Oh, it's okay if it's expensive, as long as no one else buys it before me. Okay, the other party asked, when do you want to start rapping, Mr. Chun? How long do you plan to rap it for? Tomorrow. Let's just book a whole day, 12 hours, to make it a whole. 12 hours? Hearing this number, the person in charge paused for a moment and considered his tone. The top floor of number 1 courtyard is a gathering place for the super rich, with the hourly charter price being as high as 1.2 million. If calculated based on 12 hours, that would be 14.4 million, and that doesn't include the cost of food. Normally, there's no one having dinner parties on the rooftop of number 1 courtyard, so it is basically left alone. William booked the theater for 12 hours, making him the first person in history. There have been big guys who have booked the venue before, but they only booked it for more than an hour. The total is just over 1 million, and the money William spent was more than 10 times that of the other party. As expected, even the person in charge couldn't understand how a wealthy man like William viewed money. Mr. Chun, I've done the math for you. The price for renting the rooftop of courtyard number 1 is 1.2 million yuan per hour. So for 12 hours, it's 14.4 million yuan. I can give you a discount. Just give me 14 million. William heard the number 14.4 million. He felt it was okay and not very expensive. Then he replied, it doesn't matter whether there is a discount or not, but this time I want to ask my friend to be the chef and have him bring his own people to cook. That's it. You call it a thing? No problem at all. The person in charge immediately replied, since Director Chun has reserved the venue, everything is up to you. Okay then. I'll ask my assistant to deposit the money into my VIP card, and you can deduct it yourself. After saying that, William hung up the phone. However, Zhang Chuyang on the side was dumbfounded, because he just heard clearly what the other person said. It cost 14.4 million to book the entire venue. On the other hand, William agreed immediately. What the hell? It is indeed not a world that the poor can understand. Zhang Chuyang earns 300,000 yuan a year. If he doesn't eat or drink, it will take him 48 years to save that much money. And William spent all the money just for a phone call. Zhang Chuyang, who was originally quite happy, now just wants to hold his forehead and curse the world, asking why the gap between people is set so huge. Then, William made a call to his assistant, hung up, and put down the phone. It's settled. You can inform them tomorrow. Okay. Zhang Xiaoyang nodded silently. After that, Zhang Xiaoyang just ate in silence and didn't say anything more. Because he understood that he and William were not from the same class, he could no longer find any topics to talk about. At the same time, that evening, all the classmates in the group chat flew to Jiangcheng overnight. By the time most people arrived in Jiangcheng, it was already very late. So I stayed in a hotel near the airport until early the next morning. When they left the hotel, they found that most of the people were nearby. So they contacted each other and went to their alma mater at the same time. Almost everyone went, except William. When Supeng found out that William was not there, he immediately became excited and kept mocking him. Zhang Chuyang on the side had nothing to say, because after what happened yesterday, he realized that it was completely meaningless to argue with Supeng about whether William would rise. It feels like a group of ants on the ground are discussing how Tai by Jinxing in the sky cannot defeat Taishang Laojun. No matter you can win the fight or not, you can only watch, because you're not even qualified to touch his slippers. After Supeng finished his ridicule, he saw that Zhang Chuyang was still behaving abnormally, which made him more certain of his guess. William is a blockhead who looks strong on the outside, but is actually weak on the inside. That's all. Until 7 o'clock in the evening. William's request, Zhang Chuyang took everyone to the number 1 courtyard restaurant. When everyone got off the car and looked at the restaurant towering into the sky, the shock in their hearts could not be erased for a long time. Zhang Chuyang, why did you bring us here? I don't see any hotels or restaurants nearby on the map. Yeah, you're not going to bring us here to enjoy the view of this building. I just had a quick bite at noon, and now I'm starving. Zhang Chuyang, you can't play with me. The reason why everyone said this was because they all thought that Zhang Chuyang had booked the seats for everyone at the dinner. Because from the moment Zhang Chuyang met everyone, he never mentioned the fact that William had booked the entire theater at Courtyard Number 1. And it is even more impossible for them to associate Zhang Chunyang with Number 1 Courtyard. Facing everyone's confusion, Zhang Chunyang pointed to the building in front of him and said, "Isn't this the restaurant? Since everyone is hungry, let's walk faster." "What do you mean by pointing at it?" someone asked. "What else could it mean?" "Of course we're going in to eat." Zhang Chunyang said this and walked straight towards the building. Seeing this, everyone was confused. When they were studying in Jiangcheng, they all knew that Number 1 Courtyard was a membership-based place and only customers who had applied for membership could enter. In addition, the other party will determine whether to process your application based on your financial strength. Basically, the threshold for applying for VIP status is an annual income of over 10 million. Chapter 31, the final masterpiece of red wine. But Zhang Xiaoyang, he is just a small financial manager with an annual income of only 300,000 yuan. How could he possibly get into such a place? Su Peng, who was walking behind, thought of this and shouted, "Zhang Xiaoyang, although you have always lived in Jiangcheng with your little income, what's the point of bringing us here?" Faced with Su Peng's ridicule during the day, Zhang Xiaoyang was too lazy to pay attention to him. But now, he really couldn't help but fight back. He just said, "I know what you were thinking, and I also know that I don't have the ability to bring you in here. But what I want to tell you is that the person who invites you to dinner today is not me, but William. He has reserved the entire venue at Courtyard Number 1 yesterday, so please follow me." During the day, Zhang Chuyang didn't mention William at all, and I thought he didn't meet William in the end. But unexpectedly, he not only met William, but also brought Su Peng's request. Isn't it just booking the best restaurant in Jiangcheng? Courtyard Number 1 should be qualified. Is this true? Most people are curious about this. Some even think it's all a scam. Among them, Su Peng is the first. William booked the whole theater. Su Peng Thou Win. If I remember correctly, the booking of Number 1 Courtyard is charged by the hour. If you book the whole theater for a whole night, 1 million would be gone. He is bankrupt and still wants to book the entire theater. He is dreaming. Even after walking downstairs, Su Peng still thought that William did not have the ability to book the entire place. Although everyone was confused, they still followed Zhang Chuyang. When he arrived at the door, Zhang Chuyang directly gave his name. The reception manager, standing at the door, led the way politely. When everyone saw this scene, how could they not believe what Zhang Chuyang said? At least, most people believed it. Open the VIP elevator. More than 30 people entered at the same time without affecting the operation of the elevator at all. Going all the way up, standing in the elevator, you can take in the entire night view of the River City. As the elevator continued to rise, someone asked, "Which floor are we going to?" The reception manager smiled and replied, 32nd floor, which is the top floor. The top floor is commonly known as the most expensive in Jiangcheng. According to Zhang Chuyang, William booked the entire theater for them. In other words, William booked the entire top floor. At this time, someone else asked, "Well, how much does it cost to rent the top floor for a day?" Hearing this, the reception manager knew that what they wanted to ask was how much William spent on booking the entire venue. He replied calmly, "Mr. Chen spent 14.4 million to book the entire venue this time." Spending 14.4 million to book an entire theater just for a reunion with old classmates? Even if you are rich, you shouldn't spend money like this. There's nothing we can do about it, since these people have never seen so much money in their lives. Although in the past, William had also spent tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands to sponsor some of his classmates. But compared with tens of millions, this money is nothing. Su Peng, who was standing at the back of the elevator, heard clearly what the reception manager said. At this moment, he clenched his fists, because he began to have a bad feeling. Could it be that William really turned the tables? The staff at Number 1 Courtyard called him Mr. Chen one by one, which meant that he often came here. How could someone who comes here to spend money frequently go bankrupt? If the other party has not gone bankrupt, what will he do when he sees me again? Will he take revenge? After all, William had lent him nearly 800,000 yuan. Even though he failed in his business, William never asked him to pay back the money. It was Su Peng himself, seeing that William was in debt, who started slandering him everywhere. William was also aware of these things back then. As the grudge continues to this day, Su Peng can no longer control his mouth and can only continue to mock William in secret. Soon, the elevator reaches the top floor. The elevator door opened, and everyone looked at the luxurious interior in the starry night sky, their mouths wide in amazement. The venue that cost tens of millions to book out is indeed not something that belongs to this mortal world. Especially the group of women in their 30s. Looking at the starry night, they rushed out and even imagined themselves as Snow White attending the prince's banquet. Even though some women have become mothers, they still yearn for fairy tales in their hearts. One of the classmates said in the group that he wanted to bring his 10-year-old nephew, and he actually brought him. A 10-year-old child, looking at the luxurious decoration, feels like he has entered a movie castle. Sure enough, the life of rich people is simply unimaginable to ordinary people. Uncle, didn't you say that I could see the founder of Ultraman Tiga when I came to Jiangcheng? Why haven't I seen him? Hearing his nephew's request, he also expressed helplessness. During the day, he was talking about meeting William, and just now I heard Zhang Chuyang say that William would attend the party, but I didn't see him. Zhang Chuyang came over, looked at the child and said, "Don't worry, your Uncle Chan will be here soon. He has sent me a message and is on his way." On the way, William sat in the car and continued to sort out the Chun Group's financial statements after delisting. Others who travel through time and space and become wealthy just sit there and pick up money, spending it however they want. But William insisted on doing it himself, and he had to personally review everything related to the development of the group. So, even on the way to a party, he still kept the files in his hands. The person driving the car was Lily. After Lily was injured, William let her stay in the hospital for a week, and after she returned home, he let her rest for another week. Only now has she officially returned to one of her jobs, driver. If William's driving skills are professional, then Lily's driving skills must be described as super. In short, super professional. Just like when she drove before, she relied on her superb skills to shuttle around the city at an incredibly fast speed. William didn't care about the speed. After all, he knew Lilia's ability and just continued with his work. At this moment, a Lamborghini suddenly caught up. Lily in the driver's seat. He kept making a heart shape with his hands. William, who was standing by, turned around subconsciously and found that someone was blowing a kiss to Lily. Is this driving a Lamborghini one-handed and expressing love in the street? Lily didn't want to pay attention to the other person at first, but when she turned around, she found William staring at her. So she didn't hesitate, stepped on the accelerator hard, and instantly pushed the Lamborghini away. In this situation, how could the other party admit defeat? Quickly refuel and catch up. Lily knew that the other party was getting excited. Since you want to fight, I will fight with you. Activate sport mode. The gear position is instantly changed to manual mode. Speed up and step on the gas. In 3 seconds, the speed instantly increased to over 100. Immediately following, 130 yards, 150 yards, 180 yards. This acceleration shocked the Lamborghini owners. A woman is speeding in front of him, faster than him. Do you think he can give up? Of course not. Likewise, oil production is accelerated. The next moment, the whole street was filled with the sound of sports cars roaring. Lily glanced back through the rearview mirror, smiled faintly, and continued to accelerate to 200 miles per hour. At this time, Lamborghini also broke through 200 to catch up. However, at this critical moment, Lily slammed the steering wheel, changed lanes instantly. The car body turned sideways 180 degrees, the tires rubbed against the ground, and thick white smoke rose under the light. Finally, the Bentley completed a graceful turn. But the Lamborghini chasing from behind was in trouble because there was a large flower bed in front of him. Faced with the flower bed, he had no idea how to drift to the extreme and could only slam on the brakes. But how effective can the brakes be if the speed is over 200 miles per hour and there's an obstacle in front? Obviously, it doesn't have much effect. Then, with a loud bang, the Lamborghini flew into the large flower bed and the entire body of the car fell into it. The front of the car shattered instantly, and the airbag popped out, protecting the owner's face. The people were protected, but the car was basically scrapped. He borrowed this car from a friend, and his friend drove it from a car wash. The total price was as high as $12 million. As a nightclub worker, at that day's moment, he knew deep down in his heart that his life was over. Hearing the loud noise, Lily and William looked back through the rearview mirror at the same time. Finally, the two smiled at each other again. William gave a thumbs up and said, "Great." Lily smiled awkwardly and said that it was not her fault. If anyone had to blame someone, it was because his skills were not good enough. Since it's not good, but you insist on racing, you're going to die. This little incident that happened on the road did not affect the two of them. 20 minutes later, the car finally arrived downstairs of courtyard number 1. This time, Lily was still wearing a formal dress. as if she was attending some grand occasion. If others knew that she came here today just to act as William's driver, they would probably all scold him for having no vision. After, the two came to the top floor of courtyard number 1. As soon as she appeared, almost everyone's eyes fell on Lily. Yes, she is so beautiful. Even more beautiful than the last time she wore it to attend Frank's cocktail party. The most important point is that this is a class reunion, so apart from William, there are almost no high-class people. They usually only see beautiful and elegant women on TV. When I saw Lily at this moment, of course I couldn't bear to take my eyes off her. As for why other women also stare at Lily, it was simply because of his figure, appearance, and temperament. Almost everything they could see with the naked eye was what they dreamed of. It was not until the next moment that everyone set their sights on William. Especially the men present here, they all hate themselves in their hearts for being such losers. If I could be like William, wouldn't I also have a supermodel-like woman by my side? But they all knew it was delusion. William saw everyone and waved, "Sorry, I'm late." Upon hearing this, everyone shook their heads at the same time. No, no. Su Peng, who was standing at the back of the crowd, was completely stunned when he saw the scene. He thought that when he met William, he could talk to him whatever he wanted. But the reality is, he was afraid of William, so I could only hide at the back timidly. In the end, Zhang Qiuyang had to step up and take charge of the situation. "What are you doing? We're all old classmates. How come we can't even talk when we meet?" As soon as he finished speaking, a child ran up to William and asked, "Are you Uncle William Chun?" William nodded and asked curiously, "Yes, I am." "Whose child are you?" "I'm Li Xuanrong's nephew," the child explained, and then asked, "I heard from my uncle that you were the founder of Ultraman Tiga, right?" Yeah, what's wrong?" "Great. I finally get to meet you. My friend and I love watching Ultraman, and we both want to meet the real Ultraman." Before I left, I told him that I was going to meet Ultraman, but he didn't believe me. Now that I see you, I know you will definitely let me meet Ultraman, right? Seeing the child was quite cute, William smiled and said, "Okay, after dinner, I will take you to see Ultraman." At this time, the child's uncle saw him pestering William and quickly shouted, "Xiaoji, what are you doing? It's rude. Your uncle doesn't have time to take you to see Ultraman." "No, Uncle Chun just promised to take me to see Ultraman, right?" Faced with his uncle shouting, the child began to act helpless. William beside him smiled, touched the child's head, and said with certainty, "Don't worry, I will take you to see Ultraman, and your uncle will let you go too." After hearing William's affirmative answer, the child's uncle was speechless. "You've all been here for quite some time. Let's eat something first," William said, motioning for the reception manager to start setting up the food. Sure enough, this picture looks very much like the marketing account on Douyin. No one at the table dared to pick up their chopsticks until the real boss arrived. However, those plots were deliberately performed by marketing accounts to attract attention. But now, William is truly a big shot. If he didn't come, even the reception manager wouldn't dare to move the food out. Soon, countless waiters came out from behind the scenes, pushing carts. There are all kinds of sweets and delicacies on the cart. Finally, a waiter pushed out a small cart filled with red wine. Coming in front of everyone, the waiter began to open and pour wine for everyone. Just as the waiter poured a few glasses of wine, a light-colored triangle logo appeared. The moment he saw the sign, Huang Rinjia's expression changed suddenly. Seeing this, Li Fanyuan, a classmate standing by, asked, "What's wrong with you? Why did your face suddenly become so ugly?" Huang Rinjia shook his head slowly and said in disbelief, "Did you see the red wine in the waiter's hand?" Li Fanyuan took a look and nodded. "I see. I remember your family has been selling bars for generations." "Why? Your family has never sold this kind of red wine." "My family does sell wine, but we definitely can't sell this kind of red wine." "Why?" Li Fanyuan was puzzled. "Is this wine very expensive? Tens of thousands per bottle." Huang Rinjia turned his head, stared at him, and sneered. "Tens of thousands for a bottle? What a joke. This wine can no longer be described as expensive. It is simply the king of wines." At this moment, Li Fanyuan was stunned. He listened to Huang Rinjia talking mysteriously for a long time, but he didn't get to the point. "Can you explain it a little more clearly?" Li Fanyuan asked. "Look at the triangle logo on the edge of the red wine. It was produced by the most famous Radis winery in the Great Gemma Empire. That company was transferred to Mindy's winery in 1965. Do you know what this means? Does it mean that this wine is produced by Mindy's wine industry?" Li Fanyuan looked at Huang Rinjia in confusion and then answered, "Fuck you." Huang Rinjia rolled his eyes at him, wondering how come this guy is still as stupid as he was in school. Rodis Wines was transferred in 1965, but the wines and the logo were retained on the bottles produced before. If Lafite 1982 is the most expensive red wine in the world, then Rodez 1965 is the last red wine of the Great Gemma Empire. It is said that there are less than 5,000 bottles left in the world. But look at that cart. There are more than a dozen bottles. After listening to Huang Renjia's explanation, Li Fanyuan laughed and said, "Maybe it's a replica?" Ha! Huang Renjia sneered. "Do you think number one courtyard dares to drink imitation wine? I think you've been away from Jiangcheng for too long and have forgotten the status of number one courtyard. Really, if any restaurant in Jiangcheng can cheat, only number one courtyard dares not to. Because his reputation was so great, he dare not do anything that would damage his reputation." Li Fanyuan didn't know much about wine, but he felt that what Huang Renjia said made sense. So he walked straight to the waiter, picked up a glass of wine, and asked, "What is the name of this wine?" The waiter replied, "Rodis' Last Swan Song." Hearing the name, Huang Renjia rushed over and asked, "How much does this wine cost per bottle?" "Well, our number one courtyard sells it for 1.2 million per bottle." 1.2 million per bottle. This simple sentence attracted the attention of most people present. The woman standing next to the waiter held the wine glass and looked at the wine in it, her hands shaking uncontrollably. If a bottle of wine is worth 1.2 million, then based on the amount of wine the waiter poured, the glass in their hands is worth about 100,000 yuan. My God, a small glass of wine is worth 100,000 yuan. After realizing this, not only did these women's hands tremble, but even their legs went weak. After all, the average annual income of these women is only about 100,000 yuan. Huang Renjia listened to the waiter's introduction, then picked up the bottle and looked at it carefully. Finally, he asked the waiter to pour him a small glass and drank it. Sure enough, this taste is unique in the world. Maybe these women can't tell the difference between it and ordinary red wine. But as a third-generation wine seller, Huang Renjia has been exposed to and tried various different types of wine since he was a child. So, after just one sip, he knew the wine was definitely from before 1965. "How much of this wine do you have left?" Huang Renjia asked. The waiter thought for a moment and replied, "The 12 bottles here are all that we have in courtyard number one. There are also the last 12 bottles in Kyushu. In other words, the last 12 bottles of Rodish's last song in the country will all be eaten by everyone tonight." Is this a kind of happiness or a kind of pressure? William came over with a glass of red wine and motioned for everyone to come over. "Everyone, these red wines are the last collection of number one courtyard. Let's drink together." William said this and handed out the wine glasses one by one. Chapter 32, Lily S. Strength. Huang Renjia finished one glass and then had another. After 2 cups in a row, he had a look of satisfaction on his face. This taste is sweet and rich. It's simply unique in this world. It's so delicious. This is the first time in my life that I've had such a delicious wine. I've been selling wine for so many years, and I've only heard of this brand in the past. But after seeing it today, I realized that it really lives up to its reputation. Listening to the professionals boasting, everyone came over and picked up the wine glasses to try. For long-term drinkers, they can indeed try its unique taste. But for people who don't drink much, apart from feeling that it is more intoxicating than ordinary wine, it doesn't seem to have any other characteristics. Seeing everyone tasting the wine one after another, William discovered that there was a person hiding at the back. He neither spoke nor drank, but his eyes never left him. "By the way, what's that person's name? I seem to have noticed that he has been hiding behind me since I arrived here." William in confusion after hearing this, and then explained, "He is Su Peng. Have you forgotten him?" Zhang Chuyang had reason to believe that William had forgotten everyone. But logically speaking, he shouldn't forget Su Peng. Although it has been 2 years since Su Peng slandered him, it seems that William never took such things to heart. Thinking of this, Zhang Chuyang explained, "You lent him 800,000 yuan to start a business, but he failed later." "Really?" William nodded slightly and continued to ask, "Did he return the money to me?" Zhang Chuyang was stunned when he heard this. "Pay back the money? You never mentioned this at the beginning. Why are you mentioning it now? Or have you never forgotten it all?" In fact, Zhang Chuyang couldn't figure out what William was thinking. William himself noticed something strange on Zhang Chuyang's face, so he laughed and said, "Haha, I was just kidding. Did you take it seriously?" "Yes. Only 800,000. The bottle of wine I just drank cost over 1.2 million. Would such a rich man care about the 800,000 yuan you borrowed?" The answer is obvious. Zhang Chuyang finished the wine in his glass and said, "We are just having a class reunion. Isn't it too extravagant for you to ask number one courtyard to bring out this expensive wine for us to drink?" "It's okay. I called them before and just told them to bring out the best wine here. So I never paid attention to what kind of wine it was or how much it cost. But 1.2 million a bottle, it's not bad. All right, you were starting to show off in front of me." But Zhang Chuyang knew clearly that he was not pretending to be cool. He just wanted to treat his classmates to a good meal. As for booking the venue and drinking the only and most expensive wine left in number one courtyard, he didn't care. After asking Su Peng's name, William continued to ask the names of all the classmates. Last night, William asked some questions about his old classmates' names, personalities, etc. Zhang Chuyang thought that William was too busy and had almost forgotten all his old classmates. But now, Zhang Chaoyang discovered that William didn't know anyone present at all. Oh shit, what a ruthless person. This guy actually forgot about all of us. Of course, Zhang Chaoyang would never say these things, because saying it out loud will only hurt everyone's feelings. Why? This will only make everyone look incompetent. As classmates, in 2 years, people have completely forgotten about you all. However, William has a very strong memory. Almost as soon as Zhang Chuyang finished saying these people's names, William wrote them all down. Afterwards, he recalled what Zhang Chuyang had said about the characters last night, and he basically recognized them all. As the host, William invited everyone to dinner, so it should be his turn to toast everyone. Who would have thought that next, more than 30 classmates would pick up their glasses to toast William? Moreover, there was a gleam in everyone's eyes. Before, they were a little suspicious of William's online hype. Now, they knew they had been slapped in the face. Especially after listening to Huang Renjia's bragging about red wine. Everyone became more convinced that William was not only free of debt, but even richer than before. William has a very good alcohol tolerance. When everyone toasts him, he drinks more than 10 glasses, but his face remains unchanged. William was having a party with his classmates here, while Lily was sitting far away, enjoying the scenery alone. She travels with William. She basically never drinks. Firstly, he had to drive, and secondly, he was responsible for protecting William. If he gets drunk, he would be completely unfit for duty as a bodyguard. Many people saw Lily sitting alone in the distance and asked William, "William, is it your girlfriend? Why doesn't she come over and have a drink with us?" Everyone knows that William is not married, so they would mistake Lily for William as girlfriend. William glanced at Lily and explained, "Don't worry about her. She's just like that. She likes to be alone and especially doesn't like drinking." Usually, William doesn't care what Lily does when they go out. If others asked him, he would usually say that Lily was a bit of a loner and didn't like talking to people. In this way, others will have nothing to say, and at the same time they will feel it is a pity that such a beauty is not sociable. Although I feel it's a pity, I still think William is very lucky. Even if a woman like this were to appear in front of me every day, I would never get tired of looking at her. Far away, an old classmate, namely Yifeng, handed Su Peng a glass of red wine and sighed. "Don't you think it's a pity? I wanted to see William embarrass himself, but who knew that he would be the one to embarrass himself in the end?" Hearing this, Su Peng frowned and stared at him and asked, "What do you mean?" "It's nothing," Li Yifeng replied. "Actually, I was just like you before I came here. I wanted to take advantage of the party to see William's predicament. After all, he used to be the best among our classmates. But I'm still the best now." Hearing this, Su Peng's eyes widened even more fiercely, but the person he was glaring at was William. Even though it is 100% certain that William is doing better and richer than before. But so what? He still hated the other person very much. The reason is very simple: hatred of the rich. As long as William didn't fall down, he would feel uncomfortable, even though they haven't seen each other for a long time. More importantly, he found that William actually smiled slightly when he looked at him. It was originally a good smile, but in Su Peng's opinion, it was a blatant ridicule. Li Yifeng, who was watching from the side, consoled him, "Forget it, don't be angry. William didn't intend to cause you any trouble anyway. What else do you want?" It would have been better if he hadn't said this, but once he said it, Su Peng got even angrier. It's clear that you can't see yourself clearly. In this case, thinking of this, Su Peng drank the wine in one gulp, tightly gripped the glass, and rushed towards William. Seeing this, Li Yifeng wondered what this idiot was going to do. I wanted to stop the other person, but found that I couldn't catch up with him at all. When Su Peng was within 1 meter of William, he grabbed the wine glass and smashed it on William's head. In a moment, Zhang Qiang turned his head and saw Su Peng's actions and couldn't help cursing in his heart. This guy is crazy. In this situation, you actually took action. Even though I made you lose the bet this time, I didn't stand up and say anything. Although Zhang Qiang didn't say it, in Su Peng's opinion, it made him more painful than speaking out loud. Because everyone present was not a fool. Even if Zhang Qiang didn't say anything, they understood the cause and effect. Just when everyone thought that Su Peng was going to hit William on the head with a wine glass. With a loud bang, Su Peng flew out and fell to the ground, and the wine glass shattered into pieces. Everyone exclaimed in surprise when they saw this. Because if you look closely, you will find that a woman is standing in front of William, with one of her white and tender legs raised high. Of course, they all knew that Su Peng was kicked out by this leg. However, they were more curious about how much force this leg had to generate to kick out Su Peng, who weighed 150 kilograms. Slowly, Lily put her legs down and stared fiercely at Su Peng, who was lying on the ground. With this kick, Su Peng was kicked 3 meters away. Lily kicked him on the shoulder, so she didn't knock him out with one kick. But even so, his arm hurt as if it was broken. Enduring the pain, Su Peng actually stood up. Holding his aching hand, Su Peng cursed, "William, why? Why does everyone stand on your side? Whether you're starting a business or being a person, it seems that you have never lost." Even though he owed so much money, he was still able to get back on his feet. "Tell me, why is it that God is blessing you? Why did my business fail? I don't accept it." Now everyone finally understands why Su Peng repaid kindness with enmity. It turns out to be just 2 words: jealousy. Because of jealousy, he felt such hatred towards William. William was a little confused by what Su Peng said. Although Zhang Qiang introduced Su Peng's name and the fact that he had borrowed money from him, he never mentioned that Su Peng had slandered him many times before. On the contrary, Lily started to curse directly. "Who do you think you are? You are useless. Why do you have to scold my boss here? If you have a little bit of capital, you can still say a few words here. You are such a jerk. If you fail in your own business, you could just blame it on others. In the future, if you can't poop, won't you blame the earth for not having gravity?" When everyone heard what Lily said, they were all shocked. There's no way. She left such a good impression on these boys that she didn't seem like the type of person who could say such words. Of course, what they could not have imagined was that Lily's fighting ability was so strong. Combining the two, everyone suddenly realized that they seemed to have some misunderstanding about Lily. Faced with Lily's ridicule, Su Peng's anger burned even more fiercely. However, he still blamed William for the problem. He pointed at William and spoke loudly. "William, I thought you were so powerful, but it turns out you can only hide behind a woman. Haha, I underestimated you." Su Peng wanted to provoke William, but Lily didn't give him any chance. She walked straight towards him, taking off her high heels as she did so. "I'm telling you, you have no right to speak ill of the boss in front of me. Similarly, his time is valuable and he doesn't have time to listen to your nonsense. I gave you a chance just now, but you didn't listen." Lily, S words were very clear. She was telling you, "I have already spared you just now, but you refused to listen, so next, I'm going to beat you up." Being beaten by a man may not be shameful, but being beaten by a woman is definitely shameful. Especially now, all these old classmates are staring at me. Faced with this situation, should I admit my mistake to the woman in front of me? What a joke. Even death is impossible. Don't let me not dare to do anything to you just because you're a woman. Su Peng shouted at Lily, trying to scare her. But looking at his current state, he probably couldn't even scare the kid, let alone Lily. Lily walked like this, and when she was 1.5 meters away from Su Peng, she slowly stretched out her right hand. Su Peng subconsciously glanced at the other person, still wondering whether the other party would take action, but with a loud slap, he was slapped in the face. When the others saw this, they all subconsciously covered their faces with their hands. "Oh shit, that's so fucking cruel." Although they all covered their faces, Su Peng was the only one who felt the real pain. "Damn it, you dare to hit me." Su Peng was angry. He had never been beaten like this in his life, let alone by a woman. "Ah!" Su Peng suddenly yelled, "I'm going to kill you, you stinky woman." After yelling, Su Peng started throwing random punches. They say that a master can be defeated by random punches, but the master also has to be old to be effective. Lily is very young, and her abilities are beyond compare. Therefore, the gap in strength cannot be overcome by just doing whatever you want. Lily looked at Su Peng and yelled, not taking him seriously at all, "Raise your fist and faced the enemy head-on. The next second, Su Peng covered his nose again, and blood from his nose flowed down his mouth. "Ah, you hit me again." Su Peng didn't care about anything else and rushed forward to fight with Lily. He suddenly hugged Lily's waist and wanted to throw her to the ground like they did on TV. However, before he could use any strength, Lily hammered him down with her elbow. If it was just a minor fight, then this elbow basically took half his life. Puff! Blood rolled out of his mouth again. Feel the warm blood. It was hard for him to imagine that he was so inferior to a woman. William could see the fight between the two clearly from distance. But he won't stop it. First, Zhang Chuyang took the opportunity to recount the grudge between Su Peng and himself. Secondly, William found that Lily was very angry today. He guessed that one reason was because Su Peng scolded him. On the other hand, it is very likely related to the last time she was beaten in the underground garage. William guessed that since she hadn't moved for so long, she was most likely venting her anger for the injury she had suffered before. It turns out that women take a long time to vent. Lily did not stop even though Su Peng was spitting blood. He grabbed the opponent's collar, lifted him up, and threw him to the ground. Then there was another loud bang. "This is how a hug works, do you understand?" Lily's expression remained the same. Then he grabbed Su Peng's neck and walked him to the edge of the balcony, pulled him out, and grabbed one of his feet. That's all. Except for his feet, all parts of Su Peng were hanging in the air hundreds of meters high. Looking up, countless lights flashed in my eyes. Almost instantly, the pain and drunkenness disappeared completely. Su Peng woke up from his stupor, as if he had seen hell below. Almost subconsciously, he screamed in pain for mercy. "Help! Help! Don't kill me, please." The sound was not too loud. None of the old classmates who were watching stood up to speak for him, as if they all supported Lily's approach. William nervously. "Why don't you try to persuade her? If she throws Su Peng down, the consequences will be disastrous." William smiled slightly and said, "Don't worry, she knows her limits." The edge of the balcony. Lily said calmly, "You shouldn't beg me. The person you're asking is my boss. If you don't want to die, apologize now. As long as you are sincere enough, I will pull you up." Hearing this, Su Peng didn't even dare to think about it, and quickly said loudly, "William, I am sorry for you. I deliberately slandered you in front of everyone. 2 years ago, I was also the one who told everyone that you were in debt of 100 billion and asked everyone to stay away from you. It's all my fault. I shouldn't be jealous that you're more talented than me or that you're better than me. Please spare my life. My life is not worth having it tainted by you." After listening to Su Peng's words, Lily turned around and looked at William. William just nodded slightly, and then Lily pulled the person back. After being pulled back, Su Peng collapsed on the ground, completely too weak to stand up. Then, Lily grabbed the back of his collar and lifted him up with one hand. The man did stand up, but under the light, everyone could clearly see that his pants were soaked. I was scared to death. I don't know who said this. Upon hearing this, the other women subconsciously covered their noses with their hands. Now Su Peng was embarrassed. But compared with life, what does shame mean? What was supposed to be a happy gathering was disrupted by Su Peng. Although it was very awkward, under Zhang Chuyang's encouragement, everyone officially entered the dinner party. For William, today he just spent a little more money to treat everyone to a meal. For this group of old classmates, no matter what happens tonight, the dinner must go on. After all, this is a private reservation for #1 courtyard. Just posting photos of the party on their moments is enough to make them proud. On the other hand, Su Peng no longer had the courage to stay and could only drag his weak body out of the restaurant. After Su Peng left, everyone discussed the embarrassment as a joke and then officially started the dinner. The chef for this dinner is Jiang Yang, and the flavors of the dishes are all based on the flavors of Jiangcheng. These people had all lived in Jiangcheng for 4 years, so they naturally felt the same way about these flavors. So after taking a bite, it felt like I was back in college. Of course, in addition to Jiang Yang's signature home-cooked dishes, the banquet also featured delicacies from land and sea worth tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of dollars. The comprehensive combination makes the meal more meaningful. Chapter 33. Preparing to go home to see Grandpa. At the same time, everyone became more curious about Lily. They thought Lily was William's woman. But just now I heard Lily call William boss. In this case, it is not good to ask too many questions. We can only guess. Some people guess that Lily is William's personal secretary. Some people also speculate that Lily is William's lover. Some people also speculated that Lily was a super technological robot woman purchased by William, because from the moment everyone met her, they felt she was too cold. Especially later on, he knocked Su Peng down with one hand, and then grabbed his feet and hung him upside down 100 meters in the air. It stands to reason that no matter how courageous a woman is, she cannot do such a thing so lightly. After all, with William's ability, it is not impossible to spend tens of millions or even hundreds of millions to build a beautiful robot. The reason why they made such a guess is simply because they think Lily looks too perfect in every aspect, which somewhat subverts everyone's perception of women. The banquet is over. 10 o'clock at night sharp. After 3 hours, everyone was very full. After all, they had never eaten in such a high-end restaurant before. Maybe this is the first time, and it will also be the last time in life. So everyone cherishes it especially. When leaving, William told everyone that he would arrange for everyone to go to the base of Tsuburaya Pictures tomorrow morning to visit his new project Ultraman. This was also a disguised agreement to the request of the only child present. Moreover, William also arranged flights for everyone tomorrow afternoon. William even asked someone to book return tickets for them. William also arranged the most luxurious 7-star hotel in Jiangcheng for everyone tonight. Seeing how thoughtful William was, the students didn't know how to thank him. For William, he had hardly ever attended any class reunions in his previous life, so he had many regrets. The regrets of the previous life can only be made up in this world. Wait until everyone leaves. William and Lily were also preparing to leave. At this time, William discovered that Lily's other high heel was broken. He knew that it was probably because he kicked Su Peng just now that he broke his leg. So after they got in the car, William gestured for her to drive to the nearest Guangmao shopping mall. Lily didn't ask any more questions and just drove past. It was not until they arrived at the destination that she realized William was taking her to buy shoes. Enter the shoe store. As soon as the two entered, the store manager came forward and asked, "Excuse me, is this Mr. Chun?" William nodded and responded, "Are the shoes I just ordered ready?" "Well, okay, I've put it all here," the store manager said as he led the two to the shoe-changing area. At this time, there were more than a dozen pairs of high heels neatly arranged there. Lily entered the store. She was inexplicably listening to the conversation between William and the store manager. It was not until she saw the shoes that Lily realized that William had ordered these high heels in advance while playing with his mobile phone in the car. "Try them all on," William said to Lily, pointing at the neatly arranged shoes. "Try them all?" Lily asked back. "Yes, that's right. I just picked them online." William replied, "I ordered them according to the size of the shoes you are wearing. If they don't fit, ask him to change them." "Oh," Lily responded subconsciously and began to try on the shoes. Although she was with William, she ate the most delicious food and lived in a luxury house. But what she was wearing was not very expensive. After all, you are buying it with your own money, so of course you have to buy it according to your financial strength. Especially the high heels she just broke. They cost her 500 yuan when she bought them, and they broke after less than half a year of wearing. I felt so sad for her. At this time, William asked her to try on a pair of shoes. As soon as she put them on, she felt their extraordinary value. Subconsciously look at the price tag, 59,999 yuan. This pair of shoes costs 60,000 yuan. Li Zhang paid her less than 20,000 yuan a month. The pair on his feet is worth 60,000 yuan. This sense of value gap made Lily stunned. How is it? Is it suitable? William looked at Lily in a daze and asked. Hearing this, she nodded quickly. It's appropriate. In front of outsiders, Lily can turn into a cold-blooded killer. In front of William, Lily sometimes couldn't even speak clearly. As long as it fits, try on the rest of the shoes. William said this and walked outside. Try them all? She was confused just now, but now she is sure that the other party is ready to buy these shoes. I thought 59,999 yuan for the first pair of shoes was expensive enough. It wasn't until she picked up another pair of shoes and started trying them on that she was stunned again. 79,999 yuan? Next, the third pair is 129,999 yuan. The fourth pair, 149,999 yuan. The fifth pair, 169,999 yuan. By the sixth pair, she no longer dared to look at the price. Instead, he turned around and asked the store manager beside him, "How much are these shoes?" "The price of our shoes is based on the price tag," the store manager explained, and then added, "Don't worry, this gentleman has already paid." Obviously, The store manager noticed that Lily was worried about the price. It's a pity that William has already paid the money online, and your worries are completely unnecessary. If the money was spent on William himself, she wouldn't feel anything no matter how much it was. But this money is spent on yourself. This inevitably made Lily think more. Why did he buy himself so many shoes? Because that's impossible. It must be because I just saved him and his shoes were broken. He bought me shoes to repay me. That's not right. Even if you want to repay me, you don't have to buy so much. There are more than a dozen pairs of shoes here, and the total price adds up to more than 1.5 million yuan. Anyway, no matter how hard Lily thought about it, she just couldn't figure it out. Even if you can't figure it out, you still have to try the shoes. The high heels in front of you are what every woman dreams of. Even someone as cool as Lily can't resist this kind of temptation. In the end, after trying on 13 pairs of shoes, each pair fit perfectly, as if they were made specially for Lily. The only thing to blame is that her body proportions are so perfect that even high heels can fit her feet perfectly. Soon, William was walking back and forth, holding 2 10 yuan cups of milk tea in his hands. How's it going? Did you try it out? Yeah, Lily nodded. I've tried it on, and it all fits. Okay, then, William said, handing another cup of milk tea to Lily and asking the manager to pack the shoes. He is wearing shoes worth hundreds of thousands of dollars, but holding a 10 yuan milk tea in his hand. This feeling, speaking of which, is quite wonderful. After packing, William walked in front and Lily followed behind, carrying a dozen bags and a cup of milk tea. This feeling, again, a little embarrassing. Finally, we got back to the car, and Lily still had to drive. A few minutes ago, she was extremely excited, but at this moment, her heart was extremely calm again. She also didn't understand what was going on. After all, William bought her shoes without explaining why. He just took her to try them on and then packed them up and took them away. There was no comment throughout the whole process, as if the value of these shoes was as good as the milk tea and not worth mentioning at all. Sure enough, I was overthinking it. Lily thought about it and headed towards home without saying a word. Time flies. The next morning, William and his old classmates took a taxi together and came to Tsuburaya Film and Television Base. At a shooting site covering thousands of square meters, hundreds of staff members are hurriedly setting up the scene. A kid named Xiaoji saw the actor wearing Ultraman Tiga's suit and kept shouting, "Tiga, Tiga." The suit actor glanced at the child, waved his hand, and demonstrated a laser shooting motion. Xiaoji knew that Ultraman was an act, but in his heart he still believed that the man who greeted him just now was the Man of Light. When the uncle saw his nephew so happy, he felt happy too. At least he didn't bring his nephew to play in vain. When he goes back today, he'll have the nerve to tell his sister that he did take Xiaoji to see Ultraman Tiga. Inside the base, some people took out their mobile phones and prepared to take pictures everywhere, but were stopped by the staff. Sorry, you can't take pictures. At this moment, the assistant director quickly scolded. Lao Zhou, what are you doing? These are Mr. Chen's friends. What's wrong with them taking pictures? When Lao Zhou heard this, he was about to reply, but he seemed to understand the matter immediately and left in shame. Just like the assistant director said, these people are all Mr. Chen's friends. You stopped them from taking a few photos. Have you thought about the consequences of offending the boss's friends? Actually, William didn't mind whether they were filming at the base. Anyway, these dramas will be aired soon. Even if you take secret photos and publish them, it will only add more mystery to Tiga. After all, William is not afraid that no one will watch it. In particular, before Tiga was broadcast, William had already applied for the independent copyright of the Ultraman series. In other words, anyone who wants to produce something related to Ultraman must get his consent, otherwise you are infringing and I can sue you. William naturally learned this in his previous life. Not only was Xiaoji shocked by the filming scene, even this group of 30-year-old people were stunned. They stood in the distance, watching Tiga appear and fight the monster, and their memories instantly went back to their childhood. When I was a kid and played with toy trains, didn't I wish I could turn into a giant and crush the train with one foot? But why didn't anyone think of filming a drama while wearing a leather suit at that time? Instead, it was only now that William, a businessman, thought of doing this. Click, click. There was no restriction on taking photos, so they all took out their mobile phones to capture the scenes they liked. At the same time, they would take photos with the suit actors when they were free, or after the director finished shooting a short plot and the model building was destroyed, they would enter the destroyed building and lie down to take photos. If an outsider came in and did this, he would definitely be kicked out by the director team. But these people happened to be William's friends, so no one dared to speak. In fact, no one could get into the base at all. Even the group of reporters who were interviewing them were not allowed in, but were stopped outside during the interview. After taking a bunch of random photos, the first thing they do is post updates on their moments in QQ space. Last night we booked the #1 courtyard, and today we are at the Ultraman filming base again. Friends who know them would most likely think they're showing off if they see them booking the so-called #1 courtyard, but they also know whether it is true or not. But the photos taken at the Ultraman base are unique. After all, it is a well-known fact that there is only one Ultraman base in Jiangcheng in the world. In particular, many people's children like to watch Ultraman Tiga. If you're lucky enough to take your children to watch it, wouldn't it be great? So their circle of friends is full of messages asking how to get into the filming base. In this regard, they could only say they didn't know, but they heard that outsiders were not allowed to enter. If others don't believe it, they are not afraid and will just send out the photo with William. In this day and age, everyone can access the internet. If you don't know William, just type his name into the search bar. After 1 second, all the information about William will pop up. In the past, William was in so much debt, but there was no information about him on the internet. Now that Ultraman has been released, information about him or encyclopedias can be found everywhere. After those people conducted the search, they came to only one conclusion. Even reporters were not allowed to enter the base for interviews. The reporters can't get in, but they can? No need to think too much. He must be an old classmate of William. After all, it is not impossible to open a special channel for old classmates. After confirming that they were classmates, they all left messages saying that they hope to be able to enter the filming base when they visit Jiangcheng in the future. Faced with such questions, William's old classmates could only respond politely. After all, they don't know whether they will have another chance. Because all of this had already been arranged by William's men, and he himself had even shown up. Come to think of it, I spent tens of millions on you last night, and today I arranged all the flights and pickup personnel for you. What? You wanted to stay with you for another whole day? They naturally knew that someone of William's status should be very busy every day. But in fact, William slept too late last night and didn't wake up until noon. By noon, their old classmates were already on their way to the airport. At this time, in Babin Building, a luxurious large flat, William had just woken up and was sitting in the living room with a sumptuous lunch on the table in front of him. These lunches were made by Lily, and compared to John Yang's home-cooked meals, they did lack a lot of soul. But compared to going hungry, these dishes are still acceptable. Lily was eating and looking at William. Does it taste bad? Lily asked tentatively. Tsk. William smacked his lips. It's indeed a bit short. Lily tasted a little bit of each dish and found that the taste was no different from before. However, he didn't know that William meant that her cooking was worse than Jiang Yang's. I'll be more careful next time. It might be because the taste is too light, Lily said, trying to find a flaw. William shook his head instead. It's okay, the taste is just right. But he was thinking in his heart, I don't eat at home often anyway. This completely confused Lily. Is it delicious or not? Lily didn't dare to ask more. Suddenly, William's cell phone rang. I picked up the phone and saw the note little cousin on it. I paused, then answered the call. Hey, Xiaomu, what's wrong with you recently? You haven't called your grandfather for a month. Your grandpa can't read a few words, and he's been asking me to call you every day. Hearing this familiar voice, William immediately remembered who it was. My second aunt's youngest daughter grew up with me in the countryside. However, I went to college later, but my cousin failed to get into college and had to stay in the rural county to work. My grandfather has been living in my second aunt's house all year round. As for my own parents, they died when I was in elementary school. William inherited this body before he remembered that he had a grandfather in the countryside. And I haven't called for almost a month. The old man was at home and found that William didn't call him, so he must have thought something had happened. After all, he had always known that his grandson was in debt. It seems that Grandpa is also worried that something might happen to him. Hey, Xiaomu, can't you hear me? Recently, I saw news about you several times on the internet. What? When you were in debt, you called Grandpa once a week, but now that you're in debt, you've even forgotten about Grandpa. Hearing his cousin scolding him, William could only smile bitterly and said, It's all my fault. I've been too busy lately, so I forgot about it. Although my cousin is only 1 year older than me, she's just an ordinary office worker in the county town. But just because they grew up together, she could speak so freely in front of William. Because no matter what, I will always be your elder sister. As a younger brother, you have to be obedient. No need to fight. I'll go home today. William suddenly said, "By the way, take Grandpa to Jiangcheng to live for a while." "Oh, you little brat. You only know how to pick up your grandfather, but you don't know how to pick me up to play for a few days. If you want to come, let's go together." "Forget it, I'm very busy all day." The little cousin refused, and then said, "If you really come back, I will tell your grandfather." "Yeah," William nodded, and then continued, "By the way, he is my grandfather and also your grandfather." "Good boy. Your temper is getting worse. It has always been like this." Afterwards, the two exchanged a few words before hanging up the phone. "What's wrong?" Lily asked suddenly, because it was the first time she heard William arguing with another person. "It's okay. My family said I haven't called home for a long time." William said, "I'm going home this afternoon." "Are you going? Go home and take me with you?" "What does this mean? If I go home with you, will I be your bodyguard or your driver?" Lily asked, "Why are you acting as a bodyguard if you come home with me?" "Of course it's to save face." William explained, "My old man will definitely nag about the important things in life when he sees me going back alone." "Do you want me to pretend to be your girlfriend?" Lily asked again. "Yes." William looked at her, sized her up and down, and then added, "Dress more simply, otherwise your family will think you're a celebrity." "Okay." Lily didn't say much, just nodded in response. Chapter 34. Back home. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. A Bentley car driving on the streets of Barron County. This is William's hometown county. His grandfather lived in a village a few kilometers outside the county town. So when we arrived at the county town, William had to drive himself. After all, the roads in the countryside are winding and only William is familiar with the route. That's all. William walked through the winding road and headed towards his second aunt's house. Along the way, countless eyes were looking at them. After all, luxury cars like Bentley are rarely seen in a village like this, especially when you just leave the county town and drive into the country roads. The old grandfathers and grandmothers, as well as some children a few years old, all came out to watch. The dazzling black warrior film, under the sunlight, kept reflecting into the eyes of the audience, blinding them for a time. But even so, they still enjoyed following and watching. When it comes to luxury cars, there is no distinction between gender or age. Although I can't drive it, it's okay to observe it carefully. Lily looked through the window at the curious eyes outside, turned her head, and said, "No wonder you asked me to dress more simply. Now I understand how you feel." Although Lily was dressed very low-key in the afternoon, the car they were riding in was not low-key at all. In this way, it is still sought after by countless people. Not long after, William finally drove the car to his second aunt's house. Taking a closer look, this three-story villa is totally out of place with the surrounding buildings. However, after careful comparison, it is found that this building is particularly dazzling. No matter who passes by here, the first impression is that this family is very rich. Lily looked at the villa from the car, feeling somewhat doubtful. Is this really the countryside? This is indeed the countryside. It's just that this big villa doesn't belong here. In fact, this villa was built for his second aunt's family during William's heyday. When it was built, the reason was very simple. That is, we hoped that my second aunt could take care of my grandfather. At that time, William not only built this villa for his second aunt, but also deposited 10 million yuan into my grandfather's car in one go. The reason is still the same, which is that I hope Grandpa has money and you, as his daughter, will not treat him badly. In fact, even if William didn't give money to his second aunt, as my grandfather's child, my second aunt must also take on the responsibility of supporting him. But William is not short of money, and he also knows that only by giving enough money can his grandfather be taken better care of. As soon as the car arrived at the door, the gate of the villa slowly opened with a roar. That's right, this iron gate can recognize license plates, and if the recognition passes, it will automatically open the iron gate. When Lily thought it was a fenced villa, she was very wrong, because when the car drove in, she subconsciously looked to the right and saw endless green grass. With a look of surprise, she turned her head again and found that the same thing happened on the left. Oh my God, what's going on with the boss's family? At first, Lily really thought that William's hometown was the same as the countryside she had imagined. Plain, quiet, and unpretentious. Who would have thought that he was a complete replica of the super rich man in the countryside? Just looking at the grass inside the wall, it's probably not an exaggeration to compare it to a prairie. Anyway, Lily felt that she wouldn't be too surprised even if there was a group of horses here. So, just when William parked the car in the special parking space, Lily looked through the endless green grass on the right and actually saw a group of horses running wildly. That's... Lily pointed her finger into the distance with a dull look in her eyes, wondering where on earth was this? Is this a grassland? There are horses there? William turned his head and saw Lily's confusion, so he explained, That's a horse. Haven't you seen it before? Of course. I have seen it before. Lily turned around and said, Didn't you say that this is your aunt's house? Yes, but those horses were raised by my grandfather. He participated in the war when he was young and served as a cavalryman, so he liked to raise horses. William began to explain his grandfather's past. After I became successful in my business, I bought him 2 horses to raise. Who knew they were one male and one female? In 1 year, that mare gave birth to a litter of pups. After that, the cubs grew up and started giving birth in litters again. Within a few years, the horses grew to the size of a small team. I couldn't find a place to keep them, so I had to pay someone to contract out all the land behind the villa and plant a lot of grass to feed the horses. Sure enough, no one can understand the life of the super rich. William looked at Lily's strange expression and continued, Don't be fooled by the wide lawn here. In fact, the money we spend is less than 1/3 of the large flat we live in Jiangcheng. The large flat they live in has a total price of over 30 million yuan. And the grassland enclosures here are less than 1/3 constructed, which means less than 10 million. Things in the countryside are really cheap. When they heard the sound of the door opening, second aunt and others knew that William had returned home. Afterwards, the whole family, except Grandpa, gathered at the gate waiting for William. After parking the car, William and Lily came over. At a glance, my second aunt's family of 6 and a group of relatives whose names I couldn't remember were all staring at me and laughing. Wow, the sister next to my uncle is so beautiful. Is she my uncle's girlfriend? A little boy asked. Seeing this, the woman at the side frowned and said, Based on my understanding of Xiaomu, this woman is 100% his girlfriend. The woman's voice changed 360 degrees. No wonder he said he wanted to go home when I just called him. It turns out he wanted to show his girlfriend to everyone. The cousin who had spoken to William in the morning. As she spoke, Li Yun shouted to William, Xiaomu, your girlfriend is so beautiful. After shouting, she immediately ran towards the 2 of them. William and Lily stared at the woman running towards them and subconsciously dodged at the same time, leaving the woman empty-handed. Everyone burst into laughter when they saw this. Li Yun turned around, angry. William, you are so good. Now that you have a girlfriend, you even forgot about me, your sister. William said calmly, You are only 9 months older than me. 9 is also big. Okay, you're big. You're the biggest. William said, not bothering to pay attention to her, and directly pulled Lily into the living room. When these relatives saw Lily up close, they looked her up and down and finally started whispering to each other. Whether you're from a rich or poor family, when your rising star brings his girlfriend home, he will almost certainly receive this kind of attention. Living room. Grandpa had been sitting on the sofa, waiting for a long time. William saw his grandfather. He immediately went over to greet him. But as soon as he got closer, Grandpa used his crutch to stop William. You kid, you didn't even call me for over a month. You actually have the nerve to come back and see me today. Tell me, what happened to you this month? Obviously, Grandpa knows William's character very well, so he asked this question. After all, I was raised by my grandfather since I was a child, so of course he knows me very well. I've been a bit busy lately, so I forgot to call you. I came home to see you today. Grandpa looked at William, then turned to Lily and was about to ask a question. Lily took the initiative to step forward, handed the gift box in her hand to Grandpa, and politely shouted, Hello, Grandpa. My name is Lily. This is for you. Grandpa took the gift box and asked, You are William's girlfriend, right? William asked Lily to go home just to fool his grandfather, so she naturally agreed. Yes. You have a good eye, Grandpa said with a smile. Do you know that my grandson is one of the most handsome boys in Barong County? The fact that you can look at him shows that you have a good eye. Hearing this, William couldn't help but complain in his heart. Even if he is not handsome, he can probably attract countless beautiful women just by relying on his net worth. Of course, William would not say these words. After all, we must learn to respect the elderly and love the young. Lily nodded and smiled. Thank you for the compliment, Grandpa. Since you're already home, why not stay here for a few days? Grandpa suddenly suggested to William. William quickly asked back, Didn't my cousin tell you that I was going to take you to Jiangcheng to live for a while? That's why I let you live in the country, Grandpa explained. From today on, I will live in the city for as long as you live here. Oh, do you still want to play tricks on me? Okay, William nodded. I asked you to live in the city before, but you didn't want to go for a day. Since you agree to the exchange system, I will live in the country for as long as I can. Okay, then I'll see how long you can stay, Grandpa said, and he stood up from the sofa, looking a lot younger in an instant. Lily listened to the conversation between the father and became even more curious about this family. Normally, William acts like a king when facing anyone. But when she got home today, Lily discovered that he was actually quite interesting and even showed a childish innocence in front of his grandfather. Sure enough, only at home can a person's true self be revealed. After the two of them finished their bet, the grandfather suddenly changed the subject. Come on, grandson, I'll take you to see a group of newborn henchmen. Horse cub, William asked. Another batch? Yes, and more than last time. There are already more than 70 adult horses behind the villa. Adding this batch of 6 colts, the number once exceeded 80. Grandpa walked in front, followed closely by William and Lily. Lily first saw her grandfather. She found him sitting motionless on the sofa with a head full of white hair, and thought he was having difficulty moving. At this moment, he was seen walking towards the horse farm fence, surprisingly fast. It seems that eyes can sometimes deceive people, just like how others look at her. When we arrived at the horse farm fence, the horses all ran towards Grandpa excitedly. As expected, he was raised by my grandfather since he was a child, and when he saw his owner coming, he behaved more affectionately than anyone else. What's your name? Grandpa suddenly turned around and asked Lily. Lily replied, Lily. Oh, look at me, I'm so confused. You just said it, and I forgot it. Grandpa smiled awkwardly and then asked, Is it okay for me to call you Exiner? Lily also smiled and nodded. No problem. You can call me whatever you want, Grandpa. From your looks, you must have lived in the city since you were a child. I'm afraid you have never ridden a horse. Do you want to try it? Lily smiled bitterly and said, Isn't riding a horse dangerous? No, let my grandson teach you how to ride. Grandpa said and hurriedly shouted to William, Hurry up, take your Exiner to learn horse riding. When I'm gone, this horse farm will definitely be handed over to you. Hee hee. William smiled bitterly in his heart. How could I, a billionaire with a net worth of tens of billions, want this horse farm? You're overthinking it. Okay, I'll teach her. However, William quickly responded, took Lily's hand and walked into the stable and chose a suitable horse. When William held her hand, her heart started beating violently again and her face turned red. Although she was pretending to be his girlfriend, she never thought that William would take the initiative to hold her hand twice. When they got to the horse, William asked, You know everything, but have you ever ridden a horse? I've ridden it a little before. Lily replied in a low voice, afraid that her grandfather might hear her. Whether you've ridden before or not, since Grandpa wants me to teach you, then I'll teach you. William said as he directly stepped onto the horse and reached out to pull Lily up. Grabbing the other person's hand, Lily gently exerted force and sat in front of William. William knew clearly that he had not used any strength at all, and that Lily was able to get up solely relying on the strength of her own arms. This action, are all agents so powerful? However, he had no idea that Lily had once competed with professional equestrian masters. Although they didn't win over each other, they didn't lose either. All we can say is that they ended up in a draw. So William is just a little brother in front of her. But now, she still has to pretend that she doesn't know how to ride a horse and let William teach her step by step. Grab the horse rope and tap it gently. It will move forward, try it. William finished speaking. Lily patted the horse skillfully, and the horse moved forward. If it were any other girl, she would have screamed in excitement at this moment. After all, there is a big difference between riding a horse and riding in a car. Especially for girls who are riding a horse for the first time, they will definitely be extremely nervous. They may be afraid that the horse will jump around, or they may be afraid that they will not be able to control the direction of the horse. However, none of this happened to Lily, just like when she was fighting with Su Peng, except that she was close to William and her face was a little red. As for riding a horse, she was very good at it. Therefore, her body memory will subconsciously control the horse's turning, acceleration, or stopping. William, who was sitting behind her, gradually noticed this. It seems that this woman really knows everything. Sure enough, as the horse ran farther and farther, her movements became more skillful. Instead, it was the grandfather in the distance who shouted at them, Xiaomu, ride slower, don't scare the little girl. Hearing this, William just wanted to turn around and say something to his grandfather. Are you sure I scared her? It's obvious that I was scared by her. William was certainly not scared. He just thought Lily had a lot of talents. At least since getting on the horse, William has never assisted Lily, and she has to control the direction of the horse by herself. After riding for a while, William finally said, "You were quite good at fooling people just now. I really thought you couldn't ride a horse." Lily smiled and said, "Grandpa is here. At least he should feel at ease. I'm just an ordinary girl in the city. Now, I think Grandpa will feel relieved." William looked back at his grandfather and found that he was already stroking the other horses, just as William and Lily rode to the edge of the wall. On the back hillside, an internet celebrity was holding a mobile phone and broadcasting a live broadcast. Chapter 35, Being Secretly Photographed. Through the camera, tens of thousands of netizens suddenly saw the grassland appearing behind her and left messages one after another. "Anchor, where are you? Didn't you say you were in the orchard? Why do I see a group of horses behind you? I saw it too. It seemed like there was a couple riding horses for a stroll. It looks a bit like a horse farm to me. But why did the anchor say this is a rural area of the county? Beautiful anchor, are you on the grassland now?" Faced with everyone's questions, the female anchor looked back at the grassland and explained, "This is really not a prairie. It should be a horse farm built by a horse breeder." After hearing what the host said and considering the scope of the horse farm in the video, the viewers were even more shocked. Who is the owner of this place? How much does it cost to rent such a large venue? It must be the local tycoon here. It must have cost hundreds of millions to rent this place. Alas, we don't understand the world of rich people. What's the point of just filming outside? Why don't you go in and film it so that we can see what the life of the rich people in the countryside is like? The female anchor smiled bitterly. "You can see inside because I'm standing high." As he spoke, the anchor lowered the camera on his phone and pointed it at the wall outside the horse farm. "You see, this area is surrounded by walls. There's no way to get in from here." After hearing the host's words, netizens continued to leave messages. "If you can't get in here, then go around to the main gate. Yes, if you think the gate is too far away, you can choose to climb over the wall. I think the wall should not be very high. Hey, all of you stop forcing the host. This is the home of a wealthy man. How can we let outsiders in at all?" "I think so too. If you can't get in, then don't go in." "Tisk, isn't this anchor a big V with 5 million followers? How come he can't even get into a horse farm in the countryside? If he really can't get in, I don't think there's any point in continuing to follow him." As someone said this, the netizens behind him saw it and started to make a noise. "That's right. If the anchor doesn't go in today, I will unfollow him immediately. If a celebrity with 5 million followers can't even do this, why should we follow her?" "I agree, host. It depends on your decision now. No more talking." Seeing that the anchor was indifferent, I just unfollowed him. The female anchor stared at her phone and was immediately shocked. He found that these guys were not just talking, but actually started to unfollow the anchor. Because after they sent out the barrage, the female anchor really received a lot of messages about being unfollowed. Oh my God, fans nowadays are too difficult to please. In desperation, the female anchor could only agree in order to avoid losing fans. Okay, don't unfollow me. I will go ask right away to see if I can get in." And at this time, Lily and William rode their horses, getting closer and closer to the wall. Seeing this, the female anchor quickly shouted, "Hey, hello." Hearing the voice, Lily stared at the woman on the hillside and asked curiously, "Who is that person standing on the hillside? She seems to be calling us." William looked and saw that there was indeed a woman waving at him. "Let's ride over and take a look." "Oh," Lily responded, patting the horse's neck gently, and the horse continued to move forward. When they arrived in front of the fence, the female anchor said loudly, "Hello, are you the owner of this horse farm?" William heard this and nodded. "What's the matter?" After confirming that the other party was the owner, the female anchor quickly explained with a smile, "I just participated in a fruit live broadcast here today. I just finished a live broadcast, but I saw that your horse farm is very beautiful, so I wanted to go in and take some pictures of the scenery. I wonder if it's okay." Scenery. William looked around. Apart from the endless green grass and some running horses, there seemed to be no scenery worth taking pictures. The female anchor noticed that William was hesitating and quickly added, "I won't shoot for nothing. I can pay for the filming rights." William smiled and said, "Miss, if you want to take pictures, you can stand outside and take pictures. As for the filming rights, I will give them to you for free." "And the filming rights? How much money do you think William owes you?" Lily thought about it and couldn't help laughing in her heart. Seeing William's refusal, the female anchor found that the barrage became even more lively, and they all asked the female anchor to go in. At the same time, they heard each other's voice clearly a man's voice. Logically speaking, no man would refuse a female anchor as beautiful as this one. But why did the other party refuse? But then I thought, the owner of such a large horse farm must be rich, and he must be surrounded by countless beautiful women. So it seems reasonable to reject the female anchor's request. However, some people are still curious about who rejected the female anchor. Afterwards, many netizens left messages asking the female anchor to switch the camera to the rear camera, as everyone wanted to see what the other person looked like. Faced with everyone's request, the female anchor had no choice but to do as she was told. As soon as the camera turned away, the comments suddenly became extremely quiet. When the female anchor saw this, she thought the signal was bad and her phone was stuck. Hey babies, can you still see? Is it stuck? If so, I'll exit and come back in again. As soon as she said the words exit and come back in, the screen was instantly filled with comments. Oh my God, that woman is so beautiful. She looks just like my dream goddess Godot. Indeed, I was almost stunned for a moment just now. But such a beautiful woman actually belongs to another man. Yeah, why is fate so unfair? But that man seems very handsome too. To be honest, I'm jealous of that man, but think about it. He's rich and handsome. Why should I be jealous? Anchor, please, just focus the camera on the woman on the horse. I don't want to see the man behind her. The most confused person seeing the screen, full of barrage of comments, was the host himself. They are obviously my fans, but now they are praising other women for their beauty. Hey, what's wrong with you guys? You just said you wanted to unfollow me, but now you want to see other women. Do you still take me seriously? As the female anchor spoke, she actually started crying out of grievance. You men are all the same. When you have a prettier woman, you start to look down on us women who look ordinary, but are actually talented and diverse. None of the audience in the anchor room took these words to heart, but William, who was far away, heard them. What's wrong with her? She's crying. William wondered, didn't I just ask her to take pictures outside? Lily shook her head, indicating that she didn't know either. Although the distance was not far, William and Lily were not aware that the other was broadcasting live. In addition, the female anchor's speech was unclear when she was crying, which led William to think that she was crying because he didn't let her in. William thought about it. Although he paid for the construction of this horse farm with his own money, he was not at home for most of the year and did not understand the local customs. In that case, there's no harm in letting her come in and take some photos. Hey, stop crying, come in, William said loudly, pointing to the entrance on the right. Come in through the main door. When the female anchor heard William's words, her tears stopped immediately and she turned to speak to her fans. Okay, you don't believe I can get in, right? I'll go in and broadcast live to you right now. As a professional anchor, you may be subjected to abuse from netizens and dislike from fans at any time. So in the face of these, all she could do was to adjust her mindset immediately. Since they like to look at other women, she immediately changed the subject and brought up the issue of why everyone didn't believe she could enter the horse farm. However, the female anchor kept talking and walking, and after most of the time, these fans kept praising Lily. Some even gave the female anchor a gift of 10,000 yuan and asked her to take a photo of Lily as soon as she entered the horse farm. At that time, he will give rewards to the female anchor according to the shooting distance. 10 meters costs 10,000 yuan. 5 meters for 20,000 yuan. 2 meters for 100,000 yuan. 200,000 yuan per meter. If it is 30 centimeters, I will give a reward of 1 million directly. As a big V with 5 million fans, the female anchor only earns about 1 million yuan a year. According to the fans' request, just go and shoot Lily and you can get a total of 1.33 million yuan. After deducting the platform's share, the female anchor can get around 1 million. To get the money, she just needs to be shameless and take secret photos. It's so easy to get a million, only a fool wouldn't do it. Of course, the female anchor was also worried because she didn't know whether the other party would keep his word. However, it is better to believe this kind of thing than not to believe it. Soon, the female anchor walked around the wall and came to the door, followed by her assistant. When she arrived at the door and saw that it was closed, she was about to call for help when the door opened. William can remotely control this door through his mobile phone. The family was still wondering who broke into their home, but then they received a call from William saying that a woman wanted to go to the horse farm to take pictures and asked them not to stop her. Since he was someone William knew, they naturally wouldn't stop him. However, looking at the backs of the two women, William's relatives started discussing again. Didn't Xiaomu just bring back a girlfriend? Why are there two more women? No, It should be another woman because Xiaomu just called me and said that there was only one woman coming, and I saw that the woman following behind was flattering her all the way, so she's probably her employee. A woman coming to our house. Does she need to bring employees? Seeing everyone discussing heatedly, Li Yun stepped forward to explain. Mom, stop guessing. This woman is a female anchor who promotes products for House on Orchard. I went to see her yesterday. A female anchor who sells goods? That's right. Aren't the fruits in the orchard on the back mountain ripe recently? But there were some problems with the export, so the boss found a lot of anchors from the internet to come and promote the products. Lian continued to explain to everyone. But I'm wondering why she came to our stable, and she knows Xiaomu. With confusion, everyone watched the two women walk further and further away. When the female anchor arrived at the horse farm, she found that it was incredibly large, almost as big as the fruit orchard next to it. At this time, Lily and William also rode over on horseback. Lily without hesitation. My dears, don't you want to see beautiful girls? Now I'll let you see enough. Sure enough, as the camera pointed at Lily, a gift worth 10,000 appeared on the screen. Afterwards, Lily and William got off their horses and walked towards the female anchor at the same time. As the distance got closer, the reward from the top brother on the list became bigger and bigger. When it was 2 meters high, rocket gifts worth 100,000 yuan flew across the screen one after another. Seeing this scene, it was not only the female anchor who was shocked. The audience in the live broadcast room were even more shocked by the rewards given by the top brother on the list. At first, most people thought that the other party was joking and would give a large reward to Lily if she broadcast the live broadcast closely. Who would have thought that the other party actually gave a reward? In an instant, the live broadcast room was filled with expressions of worship. Lily saw the female anchor pointing her phone at her, so she quickly walked over and with one hand, lifted the female anchor's phone into the air. The female anchor screamed in shock when she saw this. But the next second, the phone fell steadily into Lily's palm. The whole process was extremely fast, but it was witnessed by the viewers in the live broadcast room. My God, this woman is too strong. She is totally beyond my understanding. She looks like a goddess, her eyes are like a goddess, and her movements are also like a goddess. Love it, absolutely love it. This woman is so perfect. Lily slowly brought the phone in front of her eyes and saw a screen full of comments praising a woman. After reading carefully, Lily found that the woman seemed to be referring to herself. By this time, the female anchor had come to her senses. She stared at Lily and stretched out her hand, saying, "Please give me back my phone." Lily sneered and asked, "You were secretly filming me, weren't you? Oh, who took a secret photo of you?" The female anchor wanted to refute, but found that she had no way to refute. "Your phone is full of compliments about me, and you said you didn't take any secret photos of me." Lily continued, "If you want to take photos of me, why did you lie to us and say you wanted to come in and take photos of the scenery?" Now, the anchor knew clearly that he was in trouble because the phone was still live streaming and it was full of messages from fans. He only needed to take a glance to know what was going on. William, who was standing by, saw what was happening and probably understood what was going on. He took the phone from Lily's hand and took a closer look at it. Wow, he's a live streamer with millions of fans, so he's pretty popular. Hearing this, the female anchor quickly emphasized, "Wrong. It's not 1 million. It's 5 million. Whether it's 1 million or 5 million, it makes no difference to William, because he wouldn't care at all. Why did you take a picture of her?" William also asked. The female anchor was speechless and could only hold her forehead to express her helplessness. "If you don't tell me, I'll have to confiscate your phone," William said, and actually pretended to put away his phone. "There's nothing we can do. This is someone else's territory. In addition, as the anchor, you are from another place, and you don't know what the person in front of you is like. Although the other person looks very handsome, one should not judge a person by his appearance. What if he is a bad person? After all, in the eyes of the female anchor, there are some remote places where there are evil and wealthy bosses." At this moment, she felt like she had fallen into a wolf's den. Chapter 36. I want to buy your orchard. Then, the female anchor thought about it carefully, and it seemed that what Lily said did not contain any strong hostility. They just asked themselves why they were photographing her. In this case, the female anchor had no choice but to explain. "Okay, I'll tell you why I photograph her. Actually, it's because of my fans. They all think this lady is very beautiful, so they want to see her clearly. I wanted to satisfy everyone's curiosity, so I came in and filmed her in the live broadcast while you weren't paying attention. But when I called you just now, I really just wanted to come in and take pictures of the scenery. It's just that some small accidents happen later. When someone complimented her on her beauty, Lily naturally accepted it, but her face remained as cold as before. At this moment, William took out his cell phone and was about to return it to her when he suddenly looked down. On the screen, more large gifts flashed by than before. William smiled coldly. This series of rocket gifts passed by. It seems that the number one brother on the list is quite rich. After hearing this, the female anchor knew that it was all over. Just now she thought she could fool the other party, but now even the money for the tip has been seen. He will definitely think that she came in to take pictures just to make money. Lily just for money. Seeing that William didn't give her the phone, not only the female anchor was very anxious, but the little assistant following behind her also seemed extremely anxious. Please return the phone to my little sister and I. Don't you know my little sister needs status on the internet? The young assistant suddenly said with a hint of intimidation to scare William. Sister Xiaoni? William asked instead. Your anchor is called Sister Xiaoni, right? You have a high status online. Oh, this. 5 million fans. Isn't that considered status? At least if someone posts something about you on the internet, you might have a chance to become a hot topic. The young assistant was thinking about it and was about to speak, but was stopped by the host Xiao and I. Stop talking. Stopping the assistant, Xiao and I could only continue to apologize to William. I'm really sorry. I took the photo of this lady for money. I can only blame her for being so beautiful. Not only does it make my male fans worship me, but it also makes me very envious. Although this lady's clothes look simple, her temperament, figure, and face are almost incomparable. Tell me, as a popular anchor, how can I miss this opportunity? If a man praised Lily like this, she probably wouldn't feel anything. But the one who was praising him was a very sweet-looking female anchor. Especially since William was beside her, Lily was naturally very happy to hear herself being praised like that. You make it sound so reasonable to talk about secretly taking photos. It seems like you do this often. William deliberately teased, and then asked, I just heard you say that you were live streaming and selling goods in the back mountain. Xiao and I stared at the phone dangling in William's hand and saw that the barrage of comments in the live broadcast room had exploded, feeling even more helpless. Yes, we will be doing fruit live streaming in the back mountain in the next few days. William asked back. I remember that the orchard in the back mountain is very famous in Baron County. Why do we need you to bring the goods? Xiao and I continued to stare at her phone and continued to explain, it is very famous in Baron County, but not so famous in other places. It is impossible to sell so many fruits only in this county. Fruit sales are also not good this year, and it should be said that sales are almost the same across the country. The boss had no choice but to invite us to bring the fruits, as he didn't want to waste them. Oh, William nodded, thought for a moment, and then asked, how are the sales after you brought the goods? Sales are pretty good. More than 200,000 copies have been sold in my live broadcast room so far. Xiao and I explained, and then she looked at her phone and found that it was full of words from fans cursing at her. Sure enough, when she was the host for too long, she could still see the content on the phone clearly even if the phone was far away. The content of the barrage roughly means that the female anchor is spineless and reveals everything for a mobile phone. Considering her annual income of 1 million, the worst that could happen is that she would just turn around and leave and buy a new phone. However, only Xiaoni herself knows that there are too many private photos of herself in her mobile phone. If I just walk away and the other party makes my photos public, wouldn't the rest of my life be ruined? But she couldn't explain the matter of the private photos to everyone now. William saw that Xiaoni's eyes were always on the phone, so he asked her all kinds of questions and played a prank on her, just as a punishment for her not sneaking around Lily without permission. Then, William looked at Lily and asked, do you want to go to the orchard? I remember there were a lot of fruits there when I was a kid, and I used to steal some with my friends. Really? Let's take a look. Lily replied. Let's go, female anchor, lead the way. William extended his hand to signal and said, if you treat us to some fruit later, I will forgive you and return your phone to you. When she heard William ask her to return her phone, she nodded quickly. Okay, I'll treat you to some fruit. You can eat as much as you want. Let's go. Xiao and I walked in front and led the way. The assistant at the side saw this and thought that Sister Xiao and I usually acted like a big sister. William today, without any of his usual demeanor? Even the boss doesn't speak, so what right do I, as an assistant, have to speak? Helpless. I can only continue to follow them. Soon, several people came to the orchard in the back mountain. Standing at the entrance, at a glance, it seems as if the entire mountain is planted with fruit trees. Among them, Oranges are the specialty of the orchard, and their quantity is particularly large. Secondly, strawberries and grapes are also everywhere in the mountains. Judging from the appearance, the orchard covers at least hundreds of thousands of square meters. Compared to William S. Horse Farm, it is indeed much more spacious. However, according to William's current idea, the orchard here is still too small. If he were to build it, he would have to contract all the vacant land in at least 10 nearby villages to plant fruit trees, and at the same time develop a tourist check-in spot nearby. In this way, the name of Barong County can be spread thoroughly. Seeing William looking around, Xiao and I asked, "Don't you live here? Why do you look so unfamiliar with this place?" "I lived here when I was a kid," William explained. "Then I left for college, so naturally it felt a lot more unfamiliar. Now I always feel that this orchard is too small, and it is a complete waste of Barong County's unique natural conditions." "Huh." Xiao and I laughed and said, "If you really think so, you can buy the orchard with your own money, and then transform and expand it yourself." "TSK. That's a good idea. I was thinking the same thing just now," William affirmed, as if he was really prepared to do it. Xiao and I at the side was stunned and asked curiously, "Are you rich people really so casual?" "I was just talking casually just now." "I know you said it casually, but I really think it's necessary to renovate this place," William said, took out his cell phone, and called his assistant directly. 2 seconds later, the call was connected, as if the other party was waiting for William's call at any time. After the call was connected, William got straight to the point. "Tomorrow morning, ask Manager Zhang to drive directly to Manhwa Village in Barong County. I plan to develop a new project here." After just a few words, William hung up the phone. But it stunned Xiao and I and her assistant beside her. "Oh my God, do you really do what you say?" Of course, it wasn't just Xiao and I who was shocked, but also the tens of thousands of online viewers on her phone. Through the live broadcast room, everyone could only see a dizzy, swaying perspective. But through the conversation between William and Xiao and I, they felt like they were watching a movie and experienced a secretly filmed version of the interaction between the rich man and the anchor. Of course, they heard everything that William was saying on the phone with his assistant. Everyone was shocked by the rewards from the top brother in the live broadcast room, and immediately heard that the rich man planned to create a new project. They didn't have much feeling about the orchard project, but they thought William was a bit boastful. However, they found this live broadcast method quite interesting. So everyone continued to stay in the live broadcast room, paying attention to what would happen next. William hung up the phone and said to Xiao and I, "You should know the boss here, right?" Xiao and I nodded. Knowing each other, "Are you really ready to?" Before he finished speaking, William responded, "Yes, I am planning to buy this piece of land." Although she had 1,000 questions in her mind, in order to get the phone quickly, Xiao and I had no choice but to bite the bullet and take William into the orchard to find the boss. Entering the orchard, Xiao and I walked in front and went straight towards a white brick building. As soon as she arrived at the door, Xiao and I saw the boss getting ready to go out. The boss saw Xiao and I and greeted her with a smile. "Hey, Xiao and I thought you went back to the county town, but it turns out you haven't left yet." Xiao and I also smiled and pointed at William behind her and said, "You haven't left yet. I brought someone with me to see you." William and Lily behind her. "Who are these two?" "Hello, my name is William." William introduced himself. "Hello, I'm the boss here. My name is Zhou Tongshu." After explaining, the boss asked, "Mr. Chun, what do you want to talk to me about?" "Yes, I want to buy your orchard." William didn't waste any words and directly stated his purpose. Upon hearing this, the other party immediately laughed and said, "Mr. Chun, I think you are mistaken. I have never intended to sell the orchard." "Really?" William said, "If the price is right, you don't want to sell it?" "I call you Mr. Chun to show my respect for you, but I hope you won't make things difficult for others. Otherwise, I will have to ask you to leave," Zhou Tongshu said, then turned to the anchor Xiaoni and said, "Xiaoni, I have something else to do now. Please take your friends away when you leave." "Thank you." After saying this, Zhou Tongshu left without even looking back. Seeing this, Xiao and I thought to herself, "I knew it would be like this." Turning her head and staring at William, Xiao and I was about to explain to William, but she saw William speaking loudly to Zhou Tongshu. "I'm willing to pay 10 million for your land." 10 million? For Zhou Tongshu, this price would require him to make stable profits for at least 10 years at his peak. However, fruit sales have been poor in the past 2 years. Not to mention making a profit. He would be thankful if he could survive another 10 years without going bankrupt. However, Zhou Tongshu considers himself a man of integrity, so he will not sell his soul for money. Especially since I've been running this orchard for decades. I won't give up so easily. He just looked back at William and said, some things can't be bought with money. William heard this and continued to bid. Then 20 million. 20 million? William with wide eyes. I wonder what was wrong with this guy. Why was he raising the price by tens of millions? To be honest, Zhou Tongshu had already begun to hesitate. But then I thought that I had boasted to my friends that I would get the orchard back on track. William obviously saw that the other party was hesitating and then raised the price. 40 million. This time, Zhou Tongshu was completely dumbfounded. Who is this young man in front of me? He is willing to spend 40 million to buy this land. Isn't this a complete loss-making deal? Zhou Tongshu was about to say something. William raised the price again. One price, 50 million. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Tongshu turned around and walked towards William without even thinking and extended his hand. Boss Chun, it's a pleasure to work with you. Let's go inside and talk. He who knows the times is a hero. People are willing to spend 50 million to buy your piece of land, but you still refuse to sell it. Do you really think of yourself as a gentleman from ancient times? Zhou Tongshu knew that even if he worked here for the rest of his life, he would not be able to earn that much money. In this case, it would be better to use the 50 million to enjoy the second half of your retirement life. Xiao and I, her assistant, and Lily saw this scene. They suddenly felt disappointed. It is true that money makes the world go round. That's all. The three of them watched William and Zhou Tongshu enter the house. Before leaving, William returned the phone to Xiao and I. Xiao and I took out her phone and saw the comments, most of which were about guessing who William was. To spend so much money to buy a piece of land, he is definitely a fighter among the rich. Xiao and I, who is this man? Go find out his background. He spends money like water, just like the legend says. It's horrible. Is this the life of rich people? They rent land to build a horse farm for fun, and then spend tens of millions to buy an orchard. Is it just to eat fruits to fill their stomachs? I just want to know whether the words I just heard are true or a plot deliberately made up by the anchor behind the scenes. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be a plot. The anchor is a person who plays with appearance, not plot. If there is someone behind him, who knows, maybe they will start planning a plot now. I don't think so, because I have been following Xiaoni since she had a few thousand fans, and she basically doesn't play plot cliches. Faced with two different voices, Xiao and I could only explain helplessly. Babies, this is really not a plot. In fact, even I am confused. That guy named William clearly just asked me to bring him here to eat fruit, but who knew he would buy his orchard directly now? So next, do I still need to help the orchard owner sell goods through live streaming? William was brought into the house by Zhou Tongshu and served with the best Longjing tea. At the same time, Zhou Tongshu told William about the various advantages of the orchard, fearing that the other party would go back on his word. However, William doesn't care about the current state of the orchard. So he just said, "Don't worry, Boss Zhou. I know your orchard has not been selling well recently, and it should be in a state of half loss in recent years. You don't have to worry that I will regret it, because I bought your land for other purposes, not mainly for growing fruit." After hearing this, Zhou Tongshu finally understood that buying a piece of shabby land was a losing business in itself. Could it be that he's still expected to make money by growing fruits in your orchard? Of course not. William was thinking about was how to rationally develop the entire Baron County and let more people know about such a county. After all, he grew up here and has deep feelings for it. When Zhou Tongshu learned that William didn't care about the amount of money or whether he would lose money, he became even more curious about why he wanted to buy this land. Although he was very confused, he didn't dare to ask more questions. Because sometimes people die because of talking too much, so keeping your mouth shut is the best strategy. After a few minutes of conversation, William asked his assistant to transfer a deposit of 500,000 yuan to Zhou Tongshu and told him that his men would come to him tomorrow to discuss the follow-up matters and asked him to be prepared. Then, after the discussion, the two men went outside. Everyone noticed how happy Zhou Tongshu's face was. Yes, this feeling is the same as if an ordinary person suddenly won 50 million. How could he not be happy? Boss Zhou, go ahead and do your work. We're going to pick some fruit in the orchard. Hearing this, Zhou Tongshu said with a smile, "Look at what your boss Chen said. I don't have anything else to do now. Boss Chen, you want to eat some fruit, right? I'll take you to pick the best strawberries in our orchard. Each one is as big as an apple. I guarantee you'll be satisfied after eating it." Of course, Zhou Tongshu's words were exaggerated. How could strawberries grow as big as apples? If they were really that big, People would not dare to eat them for fear that some growth hormones might be added to them that would be bad for the body. Then, Zhou Tongshu walked in front of the crowd to lead the way, while constantly introducing the fruits in the orchard and how good they were. It completely fits the saying, Mrs. Huang brags about her melons when she sells them. Anyway, from beginning to end, he just talked about how good his stuff was, with hardly any flaws mixed in. Along the way, Anchor Xiao and I also follow behind. In the live broadcast room, fans collectively suggested that she find out what William does. During this time, Anchor Xiao and I began to ask Lily about William's news. Seeing how the other party treated William, Lily seemed a little unhappy. Although she was unhappy, she was able to control her expression, as if she didn't care about Xiaoni's question at all. But after all this, it seemed like I didn't get to the point. Until some powerful netizens analyzed the name again and finally found the encyclopedia information about William on the internet. The next moment, these netizens copied and pasted all the information from the encyclopedia into the live broadcast room. Next, the entire live broadcast room was filled with William's personal information. William, 30 years old, 182 centimeters tall, currently serving as chairman of Chun Group, chairman of Nanshan Group, and chairman of Tsuburaya Pictures. Chapter 37. It turns out he is William. Experience. Once in debt of 100 billion, now taking control of Nanshan Group and holding 50% of the shares, it has begun to turn around and be reborn. William controls Tsuburaya Films, which spent 300 million to develop the Ultraman series IP and made billions of profits in just 2 weeks. After seeing the news, Anchor Xiaoni's pupils widened, and then she looked straight ahead, staring at William's back. He is the creator who made Ultraman popular on the internet. Xiao and I remembers that the last time Ultraman was broadcast, she went to take advantage of the popularity. And I also knew that the founder was called William, but I hadn't seen his photo, so I didn't know which William was that William. In an instant, William's back became infinitely tall in Xiaoni's heart. She turned her head and looked at Lily and asked, "He is the founder of Tsuburaya Pictures, right?" Lily frowned when she heard this, thinking that her boss was indeed too famous, and no matter how much he hid his true identity would eventually be discovered. When Xiao and I saw that Lily didn't answer, she knew it was probably true. In order to be 100% sure, she also searched for information about William. Type in the word William, and you will get all sorts of information about him. Didn't the message just sent by a netizen say that William invested 300 million in filming Ultraman and made over $1 billion in just 2 weeks? However, the results that Xiao and I found out from her own search were even more exaggerated. She directly said that William had built Tsuburaya Pictures into a multi-billion-dollar company through the Ultraman IP. In short, the messages that pop up are both true and false, and most of them seem more exaggerated than the actual situation. But in Xiaoni's opinion, these are enough to prove one thing. That is, William is really amazing. At the age of only 30, he took control of the 2 largest companies in Jiangcheng. As for the third company, Tsuburaya Pictures, judging from its popularity, it is only a matter of time for it to become a top company. As everyone learned about William's identity, some netizens began to suggest that Xiao and I push him down. As expected, our fans are different. They can actually say such things. Don't you really feel bad for giving the woman you love to another man? In response, Xiao and I pretended to be innocent and said, "My babies, you are my favorites. How could I possibly pounce on others?" After hearing this, everyone left messages one after another. Anchor Xiao and I'm really sorry. Even if you love me, I don't love you anymore. I just hope you can push William down. Then, the woman next to him will definitely leave him. Yeah, that's right, I think the same thing. Even if I can't get my goddess, I still hope she's single. So please, host, help us fulfill our wish. For your fans, please contribute yourself. I'm willing to give you a reward of 100 yuan. I agree, so I'm willing to give you $200. I don't have enough money, but I am willing to contribute 10 yuan. I hope the anchor can help us fulfill our wish. Looking at the barrage of comments, Xiao and I couldn't help but burst out with the anger that had been building up in her heart. Ah, you bunch of stinky men, cheap men. I really don't want to bother with you anymore. You are so abominable. I'm going to quit broadcasting. After yelling at the camera, Xiao and I immediately quit the live broadcast. She's had enough. If everyone just wanted her to pursue a rich man like William, she might give it a try. But the fans' goal is just to hope that Xiao and I can catch up with William and give up the woman next to her. So, in the end, what really made her angry was jealousy. It is very terrible when women are jealous of other women. After turning off her phone, Xiao and I found that everyone was staring at her with strange eyes. I'm fine, she explained quickly. After making sure that the other party was okay, everyone continued to walk deeper into the orchard. But along the way, Xiao and I kept staring at Lily. She knew that the other person was very beautiful, but she also knew that she was much inferior to her. But when she saw her fans treating her like this, she became very dissatisfied and always wanted to find out where she was wrong. Look at Lily's face. It is oval in shape, smooth and elastic, without any wrinkles or even a hemorrhoid. On this point, Xiao and I admitted that she had failed miserably. Next, look at the other person's waist, chest, hips, and calves. After staring for 3 seconds, Xiao and I could only cover her head and curse herself in her heart. Is there any need to compare? It's so obvious. I thought I was one of the top 5 online celebrities, but I never thought that standing in front of this woman, I would be nothing at all. Thinking of this, Xiao and I slapped her face again, hoping that she would not compare herself with this woman anymore. Otherwise, you will definitely go crazy. Forget it. Don't think about it. Don't think about it. Xiao and I slapped her face gently and kept whispering. Lily turned around and saw this, wondering what the other party had done. He was shouting just now, and now he is hitting himself and talking nonsense. Could this be a common problem among internet celebrities? The assistant behind her saw Xiao Ni's appearance and hurried forward to hold her hand and asked, "Sister Xiao and I, what's wrong with you?" "It's okay, I was just mad at those cheap men." "Bitch, who is he?" the assistant asked back. "Who else could it be? It must be my fake fans." Xiao and I put her hands down and sighed. I thought I was strong enough, but I didn't expect that I would lose to them in the end. The assistant didn't know the reason, so she could only comfort her. "Sister Xiao and I, all men are like this, always getting tired of the old and loving the new. Let's ignore them." It would have been fine if she didn't say anything, but when she mentioned the 4 words, loving the new and getting tired of the old, he inexplicably remembered what his fans said. That's right, they're all a bunch of stinky men who forget the old when they see the new. Woo woo woo, luckily I have you by my side. Xiao and I suddenly hugged her assistant, crying and sobbing. The assistant also comforted him. Okay, let's not cry. We will not pay attention to these fans in the future. Just do the live broadcast in your way and only care about the true fans who love you in the future. Xiao and I also wanted to do this, but if someone had praised her just now, she would not have quit the live broadcast. At this moment, a call suddenly came into the assistant's cell phone. The assistant quickly took out his phone and answered the call, only to hear the other end yelling, "Where is Xiao and I? Why are you scolding your fans during the live broadcast?" Just now he live broadcast hundreds of fans jointly complained about her swearing. You asked her to call me back and explain it properly, but you still don't know what to do. If she doesn't want to do it, I'll have someone take her place. The other party's voice was very loud, and Xiaoni's head was very close to the assistant's phone, so she could hear the other party scolding almost the entire time. As a Big V anchor, although she has 500 fans, she is also signed to an internet celebrity company, and basically everything is decided by the company. If one day the company wanted to take this account back, she wouldn't dare to say no. After all, the company has invested a lot of resources in this account since she only had 1 fan. In other words, you can leave, but you can't take your account with you. Faced with the scolding, Xiao and I burst into tears after the other party hung up the phone. "Why are you scolding me? It's not my fault. Woo woo woo, I'm so wrong." As Xiao and I started crying, several people turned around and looked at them again. "William, is this guy really mentally ill?" Zhou Tong Shu. "It was fine in the morning, but how come it became like this in the afternoon? It seems that the popularity is too high and the pressure is too great." Lily. Far away. The assistant held Xiao Ni's head and comforted her. Cry for a while, let it all out, and then we'll call the director to apologize." The assistant comforted her and also told her the key points. When we encounter this kind of situation, we must take the initiative to admit our mistakes. Otherwise, given the director's temper, if she calls and scolds us, the massive complaint from fans will definitely have serious consequences. Yes, as an employee, if you admit your mistake, basically everything will be fine. But if you dare to refute, it is basically certain that you will not be able to stay in the company or even in the entire internet celebrity industry in the future. Although Xiao and I was crying, she actually knew how serious the situation was. So he thought he should just cry for a while and then call the director back to apologize when he felt better. And an apology video will have to be released later. There's nothing she can do about it. After all, she's an anchor with millions of fans, and her every word and action will be watched. The three people walking in front were too lazy to pay attention to the two of them and continued walking forward. Sure enough, the best strawberries were hidden in the most secret place by Zhou Tongshu. After passing through several orange groves, they finally arrived at the strawberry shed. At first glance, all you see are strawberries covered by white awnings. William walked forward and lifted up a white shed, revealing deep red strawberries to everyone. Although not as exaggerated as Zhou Tongshu said, the strawberries are really big. Anyone you pick is half the size of fist. What kind of fruit is this? How come it's so big? William asked as he picked one and held it in his hand. I bred this myself. You will never find a larger variety than this in the whole of Kyushu. William rinsed it with the faucet next to him, took a bite, and it tasted good. Since your strawberries are a unique variety and taste great, why do I hear that sales are not very good? Zhou Tongshu also said he was not clear about this question. He knew William didn't care about the orchard's sales, so he explained the reason. 2 years ago, the export of this orchard was always good, but since 2 years ago, my orchard has started to go downhill. Until a few days ago, I found these online celebrities who were live streaming and selling products through the introduction of a friend, and sales really picked up immediately. Although sales have increased, the problem is that we are not making money. I originally bought 31 kilograms of strawberries, but through their live broadcast, they managed to bargain the price down to 21 kilograms for me. And I paid for the gas myself. I did a rough calculation these days and found that I sold 800,000 batches of fruit. After deducting the capital, employee salaries, and postage, I made a total of 40,000 yuan. I worked hard for half a year and earned 40,000 yuan, but it's still not as much as I can earn at work. Even more than a decade ago, my annual profit could reach about 800,000 yuan. But now, even if I sell goods through live streaming for a whole year, I feel that the money I earn is not enough to maintain these saplings. The orchard started to run out of money 2 years ago, and the Chun group also slowly went bankrupt over the same 2 years. It seems that the two of them are quite destined to be together. Now that you're planning to buy this land, you naturally have to make good use of it. William thought about it and suddenly said, "Do you want to continue working here? If you want, I will give you the 50 million I paid for this land. I would also like you to help me take care of this orchard, especially your strawberry hybridization technology. If you continue to use it, it will be very good. If you need research and development funds, you can contact me directly." Hearing this, Zhou Tongshu looked incredulous. He thought that he could only live a retired life after getting 50 million. Who knew that William not only spent money to buy his land, but also wanted to pay him to help him manage the land. Oh my God, is there really such a good thing in this world? For William, he always looks for professionals in the corresponding industry for whatever he is doing. Although Zhou Tongshu doesn't know much about exporting products, he definitely knows more about fruit cultivation than anyone else. After all, when William was young, he knew that this orchard was very popular. It has survived all these years, so it must have its own advantages. Please ask Zhou Tongshu to continue planting in the orchard and find some professional people to export the products. Are you still afraid that these fruits cannot be sold? Can I really stay? Zhou Tongshu asked. In his opinion, he is already too old, and if the other party wants to find a planter, they should look for young ones. But William prefers to find someone like Zhou Tongshu who is older but very experienced. If you go find some young people, they have never been here. Even if they're called here, they will just bite the bullet and endure the hardship for the high salary. Of course, William nodded affirmatively. If you really want me to stay, I'm willing to sell this land to you at half price, Zhou Tongshu suddenly proposed. William smiled and said, I asked you to stay because I hope you can manage this land, but you don't have the final say. It's okay, Zhou Tongshu said affirmatively. Boss Chun is so willing to spend money. Why should an old man like me be reluctant to spend money? As the saying goes, if you treat me well, I will treat you well too. For Zhou Tongshu, giving him money to buy the land and allowing him to stay is a great gift to him. Okay, since you're willing to sell it to me at half the price, I have no reason to disagree. William nodded in agreement and continued picking a few strawberries. At this time, Lily suddenly came to William with a basket full of strawberries. Did you pick it? William asked doubtfully. Yeah. Lily smiled and nodded. I picked the ones in the middle. Not only are they sweeter than those outside, they're also bigger. Seeing Lily's happy expression, William understood that any woman could not escape the temptation of fruit. Pick more if you like, and bring some back for Grandpa and the others to eat later, William said, and then thought for a moment and said, but I think they live nearby all year round, so they may be tired of these fruits. It's okay. I'll just pick more. If they like it, they can eat more. If they don't like it, I'll keep it for myself. Lily finished speaking. She picked up the basket and continued to walk into the middle of the strawberry field to pick the biggest ones. After half a day, the 2 baskets brought by Lily were full, weighing a total of 20 kilograms. William said, "That should be enough. Let's go." "Yeah," Lily nodded, and then the 3 of them left the strawberry field at the same time. On the way to the orchard, after Xiao and I vented her anger and calmed down, she called the director. As expected, if I call him, I will definitely be scolded severely by the other party. Xiao and I thought she could hold on, but the other party scolded her more and more harshly. In the end, he even directly cursed Xiao Ni's parents. "If you scold me for not knowing my job well, I admit it. But what right do you have to scold my parents? They raised me with great difficulty since I was a child, and I don't even dare to say a harsh word to them. What right do you, an outsider, have to scold them like that?" Finally, Xiao and I couldn't care less and just picked up the phone and responded. "Your mother is sick. Your mother is sick. Your whole family is sick. Who do you think you are? You're just a supervisor in the company, not the big boss. Why do you scold my family? Even if you're a big boss, I won't let you scold my parents. Anyone who insults my parents, I will curse their entire family to death, including you." Obviously, the person on the other end of the phone was stunned. She never thought that a little internet celebrity in the company would dare to talk back. If it weren't for the training from her, the director, an internet celebrity with 5 million followers, would still be working as a waiter in a restaurant. "What's the matter? Now that you're famous, have you learned to talk back to your fans? Okay, Xiaoni, if you dare to talk back today, you won't have to come back to the company anymore. And the Douyin account you use, I will change the password immediately. As for your contract, I will fine you 100 times the penalty as required." Just now, Xiao and I was cursing while speaking on speakerphone, so the assistant next to her could naturally hear what the director said. Among them, she heard the director say that he would terminate Xiao Ni's employment according to the contract and impose a penalty on her for breach of contract. As a result, Xiao and I will not only not get her salary, but will also owe the company a penalty of 18 million yuan. From the time Xiao and I joined the company until now, the total salary she has received is less than 5 million. If she breaches the contract, she will be fined 100 times the amount of the first contract she signed. The assistant was just about to explain this to Xiao and I when the director spoke up. It turns out that the internet celebrity company had already made plans since Xiao and I signed the contract with the company. Whenever the anchor violates the rules himself, the company will require him to pay liquidated damages. As long as Xiao and I violates the regulations, such as scolding fans in the live broadcast room, no matter whether the company or Xiao and I herself resigns, Xiao and I will ultimately need to bear the penalty for breach of contract. Unless the company doesn't let Xiao and I take the responsibility, no matter what, she will be the one who suffers in the end. So after hearing what the director said, she almost collapsed completely. Too many things happened today, and she couldn't accept it all at once. Especially the director just asked her to pay the company tens of millions in liquidated damages. Regardless of whether what the other party said made sense or not, she just felt that what the other party said seemed to be setting her up from the very beginning, and she couldn't help but feel that life was hopeless. It's as if everyone in the world is targeting me everywhere. Chapter 38, Overlord Contract. The contract Xiao and I signed with the internet celebrity company was for an annual salary of 180,000 yuan. And today, she got angry during the live broadcast. As a result, the company terminated the contract and asked her to pay 18 million yuan in liquidated damages. The company took the initiative to ask me to leave. Oh my God, where can I find justice? Xiao and I once heard from an older generation of internet celebrities that your enemy is not your audience, but your company. Because once they have drained your fame, they can make money from you by breaching the contract. And these seem to have become the norm for internet celebrity companies, with the sole purpose of making you obedient. If you don't listen to the company's instructions, your career is basically over. This is what Xiao and I is like now. I was happily live streaming in the morning, but now I've been fired. Not only was he fired, but he was also asked to pay a high penalty for breach of contract. If this is the case, I might as well just hit my head and die. Thinking of this, Xiao and I hung up the phone and squatted on the ground crying again. At this time, William, Lily, and Zhou Tongshu also came back after picking strawberries. As they walked on the road, they found that Xiao and I was still crying. Oh my God, her ability to cry is really amazing. It's even better than that of a professional whaler. Moment. William walked to Xiaoni's assistant and asked, "What happened to her? Why has she been crying since just now?" The assistant sighed and said, "She was just fired by the company. What's even more abominable is that the company even asked her to pay 18 million yuan in liquidated damages. But my sister Xiao and I has been with that internet celebrity company for 5 years, and the total money she has earned is less than 1/3 of the penalty. Where did she get the money to pay back the company? Oh, I feel so sorry for our little sister and I." "What do you mean by 18 million in liquidated damages?" William wondered. "Didn't you say she was fired? Does your company fire employees and ask them to pay liquidated damages?" According to common sense, even if the company wants employees to pay liquidated damages, the employee should take the initiative to resign, but the liquidated damages will only be incurred if the company disagrees. "You're such a good internet celebrity company. Even if I fire you, I will still charge you for breach of contract." So, William felt incredible about what the assistant said. "Oh," the assistant sighed again, looked at the crying Xiao and I, and continued to explain. "Sister Xiaoni's company is like that. They always like to sign overbearing contracts, and they often sign contracts for 10 years. Little sister and I, who had just started working, had no idea that there were so many tricks in the contract. She only found out about this later. I originally wanted to propose to modify the contract, but after such a short time, the director proposed to fire her. So, I seriously doubt that her director has been looking for the right opportunity. I saw that Sister Xiao and I was in a bad mood today. She said some harsh words and cursed people in the live broadcast room. Then the director found fault with her in various ways and finally said that he wanted to fire her." The assistant explained the whole process, and William roughly understood it. "Isn't this situation the same as the artist signed by H Entertainment Company in the previous life? If you can't become famous, I will let you take the initiative to terminate the contract and pay me the penalty for breach of contract. Anyway, no matter what, I can't waste my money on you. You have to find a way to get your money back." In the end, those artist companies not only made a profit, but also made a huge profit for every artist they persuaded to quit. There are even many companies that do this specifically for the purpose of earning liquidated damages. Anyway, if you don't do what the company asks you to do, you'll never have a good life. For the sake of their future, most artists would choose to lose money. At this time, Xiao and I was actually asked by the company to pay compensation of 100 times her initial annual salary, which was even more cruel than the H Entertainment Company in her previous life. If they go to court over such unfair terms, can her company survive? William was very curious about this, so he asked, "Can't she choose to sue?" With such a perverted and overbearing contract, it should be difficult for the other party to gain a firm foothold. Upon hearing this, the assistant quickly shook his head. "Anyway, as far as I know, no internet celebrity who has sued the company before has ever won. There's nothing we can do about it. This internet celebrity company is so powerful that it has a legal team behind it. Even if Sister Xiao and I hires a lawyer to fight the case, I think the chances of winning are slim." After hearing this, William understood completely. Really, for an internet celebrity like Xiaoni, what does it matter if she has millions of fans? You're just a pawn in front of the capitalists. When we need you, we will inject a lot of resources into you. When you're not needed, just kick you away. Seeing this, Zhou Tongshu came over to Xiaoni and comforted her. "Don't cry, Xiaoni. Tell me if you have any difficulties, and I will help you find a solution. I am very sad now, and no one's comfort will help me." And she also knew that even if she told Zhou Tongshu about her difficulties, the other party can only comfort himself with a few more words, but is completely unable to solve the problem. Lily thought for a moment and suddenly said to William, "I feel sorry for her." William turned his head and stared at Lily curiously. "This is the first time I've heard you say something like this." Lily is usually aloof, and apart from protecting William, other things have basically nothing to do with her, and she hardly cares. But unexpectedly, at this moment, I would actually care about a female internet celebrity. This is probably because she has been with William for too long, and her personality has changed a bit. She seems to have become more temperamental than before. She's a woman. I'm also a woman. I just sympathize with her." Lily suddenly answered in a cold tone, as if this matter had nothing to do with her. But since you mentioned it just now, it must be related to her. So William thought about it and said, "If you really feel sorry for her, do you need my help?" William was asking Lily directly, as if helping her or not was just a matter of one word from her. After hesitating for a few seconds, Lily nodded slightly. "If we haven't encountered this kind of thing, we can ignore it. But if we do, we will naturally help her. It's like walking in the forest and encountering wolves killing lambs. According to the law of the forest, we should not do anything about it. But if we look at it from a human perspective and we have the ability to manage it, I think we must manage it. Instead of standing on a moral high ground and saying, I am a human being and should not interfere with the life and death of animals. Even though Lily talked a lot, the point was basically that she wanted me to help her. So why go around in so many circles? Okay, since you want me to help, then I'll help her. William looked at Lily and said with a smile. See William's eyes and what he said. Lily's face turned red again and her heart beat faster. What's going on? We're together every day. Why do I still feel this way? Lily thought about it and kept signaling herself to calm down. If William noticed my abnormality. However, William had already seen the clues from her face, but he just wouldn't say it out loud. William suddenly said to Xiao and I, who was squatting on the ground and crying, Little anchor, don't cry. I will help you find someone to sue. If it was someone else's consolation, she didn't want to listen at all. But the other party is William. That's different. Because I know his strength clearly, I think the chances of winning are great. Standing up, Xiao and I stared at William. Are you really willing to help me? Yeah, William nodded and explained, but if you want to thank someone, thank the one next to me because she asked me to help you. For Xiao and I, no matter who proposed it, they are her benefactor. Even though a few minutes ago, she had caused this because of Lily. But now, after all, it was the other party who asked William to help him. So without thinking too much, Xiao and I rushed forward, held Lily's hand and said, Good sister, thank you. She spoke these 6 words calmly and slowly, which was completely different from the crying she just said. That's right. From the moment William said he would help her, the sad gene in her body completely disappeared. When people see this, they can't help but think that she is a professional nurse acting. Explained to William awkwardly and in a low voice. She's just like that, with a carefree personality. She cries when she needs to cry and laughs when she needs to laugh. Just get used to it. William didn't care about her personality, but he just couldn't stand the unfair terms of the internet celebrity company. They know clearly that the contract is very deceptive, but they still harm young men and women again and again. This is simply a poisonous current in society and will be eliminated sooner or later. After thanking Lily, Xiao and I turned to William and said some words of thanks, as if she had already won the lawsuit. In order to prevent Xiao and I from getting too excited, William reminded her calmly, The lawsuit hasn't started yet, so you don't have to thank me in a hurry. If I lose, I'm afraid you'll be even more sad then. Xiao and I shook her head vigorously when she heard this and said affirmatively, I know who you are, so I won't lose this lawsuit. Have you asked about me? William asked back. You are so famous that you can find all kinds of news about you if you search the internet casually. Xiao and I explained, It's just that I didn't recognize you when I first met you. If I had known you earlier, I wouldn't have dared to secretly take pictures of this beautiful woman. By the way, what's your name? Xiao and I suddenly asked Lily again. Lily said, quickly pulling her hand away. She didn't like being held by someone like this, even though the other person was also a woman. Lily's previous life was completely different from Xiao's, who would hold hands with girls when going shopping or to the toilet. That's why I don't like this kind of sisterly intimacy. But it's okay as long as Xiao and I is thick-skinned enough. Even if you break free from my hand, I can still chat with you until the end of time. Lily, what a nice name, Xiao and I said. No matter what, I have to thank you for speaking well of me in front of Boss Chan. How about this? I'll host a party in Barong County tomorrow and invite you guys to eat, drink, and have fun. Didn't you say you just came back? There are many delicious and fun things to do in Barong County. I guess you haven't tried them all. What the hell? You're involved in a lawsuit worth tens of millions, and you still have the mood to play. Of course, what Xiao and I actually wants is to take good care of Lily and William. Then her lawsuit will definitely not be a problem. After all, he has a 100 billion company in his left hand, a 200 billion company in his right hand, and finally a company that has risen and is valued at 100 billion by the media. Could his old boss afford to offend such a rich man? In comparison, Xiao's internet celebrity company is worth only 8 billion. For ordinary people, this is like the existence of a super boss. But in front of William, he basically becomes a little brother. As Xiao's words came out, only Lily was held by her hand, listening to her talk about some special food or culture of Barong County. William has been in this county for more than 10 years and has never heard of many things. Xiao and I has only been in Barong County for a few days, but she knows everything, as if she was born and raised here. But think about it. He is a big anchor after all. If you don't understand this, How can you introduce the local characteristics to your fans when you come here to do a live broadcast? As the saying goes, you have to force something to come out of it, and that's the truth. Soon, several people came to the gate of the orchard. Zhou Tongshu watched them leave. Xiao and I and her assistant drove here and parked the car at the door. The two got into the car, started it, and prepared to leave. As she was leaving, Xiao and I stuck her head out and shouted, "Sister Lily, I'll come see you tomorrow. Bye." Faced with Xiaoni's enthusiasm, William and Lily just stood there indifferent. It's like telling him that we don't know you at all. Watch her leave. Lily slowly spoke up. This little girl has changed a lot. He's young. He looks only about 23 or 24. His ideas are definitely different from ours. Lily nodded in agreement. As it got darker, the two of them slowly walked back home. Usually, Lily and William have dinner alone at home. But tonight, there were 15 people sitting in the living room. There were old people and children, and the large table was filled with food. This dinner was quite lively, and the hustle and bustle made it feel like home. Lily recalled that it was the first time she had a family dinner like this. And while eating, from time to time her second aunt asked her to eat fish fillets, her grandfather asked her to eat chicken wings, or a child handed Lily a piece of fat meat. "Sister, you are so thin. Eat more meat so you can gain weight." If this happened outside, Lily would definitely be extremely disgusted if people treated her like this. But today is different because William is sitting next to me. So in the face of everyone's enthusiasm, Lily refused. Soon, dinner is over. Second aunt cleaned up William's room and then watched William and Lily into the room. Bang! The door is closed. William and Lily looked at each other and couldn't help laughing when they thought of their second aunt's appearance. Then William took out a quilt from the closet and placed it on the sofa. Fortunately, my room is big enough and has a sofa. I'll sleep on the sofa tonight, and you can sleep on the bed. Lily quickly refused. You are the boss. You should sleep on the bed. Just because I'm the boss, you have to listen to me. I'm in good health, and I'm used to sleeping on the sofa. The two of them pulled the quilt at the same time and looked at each other. In a flash, they pounced on the sofa at the same time. Bang! The two of them threw themselves onto the sofa, and the partition of the sofa suddenly broke. The second aunt who was hiding outside heard the noise and thought something had happened to them. She quickly opened the door, only to see Lily and William hugging each other and lying on the collapsed sofa. This scene was not only seen by the second aunt, but also by the cousin who was standing at the door. He immediately burst into laughter and said, "Ha, my uncle and my sister had a fight, and they broke the sofa." The noise was so loud that other people came over to join the fun. William and Lily turned around and saw everyone, and quickly got up from the sofa and wanted to explain. But the grandfather, who was the head of the family, stood up and shouted at everyone, "The young couple is just having fun. Why are you joining the fun?" After giving my second aunt a lesson, my grandfather asked her and others to move the sofa out of the room. Grandpa was the last to leave after the sofa was moved out. When closing the door, Grandpa didn't forget to remind me, "I bought this bed this year. It's quite sturdy." The meaning is very clear. It is telling you, William, that the sofa is a bit old and it is normal that it is broken. But the bed is new and quite sturdy, so you can make as much noise as you want on it. Now that the sofa was gone, the two of them in the room seemed even more awkward. "Forget it. I'll sleep on the floor." William shook his head and sighed. Lily said quickly, "Let's sleep on the bed. It's quite wide. We can each use a quilt. It's enough for both of us to sleep. You want us to sleep together?" William asked back with a frown. Sleeping in the same bed, not sleeping together." Lily corrected him. After understanding, William threw the quilt on the bed without hesitation and lay down on it. "I'm a little tired today. I'm going to sleep first." Lily, "Sure enough, all men are the same." Lily pouted and slowly lay down and covered herself with another quilt. Not long after, Lily heard William's rapid breathing, indicating that he had fallen asleep. "Fell asleep so soon? At least there is a beautiful woman lying next to me." "Why?" Lily sighed. If William didn't sleep. But now that he was asleep, she felt completely unattractive. A night passed. At 6 o'clock in the morning, the second aunt was about to knock on the door to wake William and his wife up. But he was stopped by his grandfather. "Don't call them. Let them continue to sleep." Sure enough, people in the countryside get up very early and would rather get up before dawn. Just as the two were about to leave, Lily had already gotten up, dressed, and opened the door to come out. Grandpa and second aunt saw this and asked at the same time, "Are you up so early?" Lily nodded slightly. "Yes, I'm used to it. I usually get up early to make breakfast for William." Wow, Lily is not only pretty, but she can also cook. Second aunt praised. In fact, I always thought that girls in the city couldn't cook. Just a little bit, Lily smiled. Why don't you cook it for us to try later? Second aunt suggested. You can try. Let's go, said the second aunt, and pulled Lily to the kitchen. An hour later, the rich aroma wafted from the restaurant all the way upstairs. William had woken up by then and came to the living room to find a table full of breakfast. It's different in the countryside. Even breakfast is so rich. William sat down casually, took chopsticks, and tasted a little. This taste is very familiar. Could it be? Just as he was thinking about it, William saw Lily and his second aunt bring the last bowl of soup to the table. Chapter 39. Lily shocks everyone. Then, the second aunt let out a loud roar that could be heard throughout the whole building. After a while, the whole family went downstairs and gathered around the table. There were 15 people having dinner last night, and there were still 15 people having dinner this morning. Come and try the breakfast Lily made for you and see how it tastes, second aunt said to everyone. After that, everyone started eating. The cousin took a bite and gave a thumbs up, boasting, "The food made by my cousin is really delicious. I like it very much." Then, Leon also nodded, "Well, sister skills are really good. This kind of light taste is suitable for breakfast." After taking a few bites, everyone said that Lily's cooking skills were excellent. In fact, only William knew that her craftsmanship was average. It's just that the people in my family usually eat too greasy breakfast, so when they occasionally have a light breakfast, they think it's great. Can you please stay home and make breakfast for me from now on? If I can eat this delicious food every morning, I will be more energetic and I won't neglect my lessons at school. Hearing what her cousin said, Lily smiled and said, "Little naughty boy, if you don't do well in your studies in the future, are you going to blame me for not making breakfast for you?" Hearing this, everyone laughed in unison. Not long after breakfast, Xiao and I came as expected. She parked the car at the door, and she and her assistant leaned in front of the car, staring at William and Lily with smiles on their faces. "Sister Lily, let's go." Xiao and I shouted to Lily. William came up to her and turned to Lily and said, "You go with them. I have something else to do later." Lily knew that William's subordinates would come here later to discuss the purchase of the orchard. "Since William is busy, I won't disturb them. It's okay to go shopping with Xiao and I." "No problem." Xiao and I smiled and quickly pulled Lily into the car. At this moment, William suddenly handed the key to Lily and suggested, "You can take my car." "Why?" "Boss Chen, do you think my car is too bad?" Xiao and I pouted and blamed. William nodded and said, "Your car is really bad. I'm afraid she won't be used to it." Seeing this, Xiao and I quickly said, "Oh, Boss Chun is going too far. He's showing off his affection right in front of us." William smiled instead. "I just trust her driving skills more." Then, William asked Lily, "I drove this road yesterday. This route should not be difficult for you, right?" Lily shook her head. "No. Difficulty? What a joke. If such a wide road is considered difficult, then she should just not drive." Although she was not familiar with the road, her body's instinctive reaction to controlling the car allowed her to drift easily on this country road. "Okay, since there's no problem, you can go ahead," William said, and walked directly towards the orchard. Lily returned to the garage and drove the Darth Vader out. When Xiao and I and her assistant saw the black car approaching, their eyes widened to the size of eggs. "Oh my God, is this a Bentley Continental?" Xiao and I said in surprise, and her hands subconsciously couldn't help but touch it. "Oh my God, it's the Darth Vader film again. The smooth surface makes me look like I've entered the cyberpunk world." Hearing Xiao's praise, Lily reminded, "Aren't you coming up?" "Yes, yes, yes." Xiao and I responded and sat in the passenger seat. As a coupe, this model has 4 seats. Even if 3 of them could sit in the room, there would still be room for 1 more. The two entered the car and instantly felt a sense of unspeakable luxury. Xiao and I had ridden in a Bentley before, but that car was only worth over $3 million. As for the riding experience of this Bentley, it is totally different from the previous car. "Hold on tight," Lily asked. They both nodded at the same time. "Okay." Boom! A low sound was heard, and the next second a push on the back was felt. The country road, which was a little over 2 meters wide, was instantly accelerated to 90 miles per hour by Lily. Xiao and I, who was sitting in the passenger seat, became so nervous when she saw this that she couldn't help but want to help Lily step on the brakes. Helplessly, there was nothing under the passenger seat, so Xiao and I could only step on air. "Oh my God, Sister Lily, why are you running so fast? The road is so narrow. What if you drive into a field?" Facing Xiao's scream, Lily replied calmly, "Don't worry, I can handle it." At this time, the assistant sitting in the back row had his mouth twisted with fear. After all, running 90 miles per hour on this winding country road is almost the same as running over 250 miles per hour on the highway. Especially when turning, Xiao and I and her assistant could even feel the sound of the tires rubbing against each other. These operations are nothing more than daily routine for Lily. It went on for 15 minutes straight. They finally arrived at the entrance to the county town. Only then did the road begin to become flat. For a moment, Xiao and I felt that she would never ride in a car driven by Lily again in her life. When others drive for fun, there's a limit. But when you Lily drive, it feels like you're risking your life. It's as if the wheels are always hanging a few millimeters on the edge of the road. And if you're not careful, you'll fall off the road. But even during this thrilling process, Lily was fine for more than 10 minutes, and her face looked very calm. Slowly, the car entered the county town. Xiao and I then asked tentatively, "Sister Lily, can you tell me what you did before?" Lily turned her head and smiled. "I used to be good at racing, horse racing, fighting, boxing, and sanda." "Is this called being more urbane?" Xiao and I stared at Lily with eyes wide open, her face full of disbelief. She thought she only lost because the other person was pretty. Who would have known that you would now tell me that you can race cars, horses, and even fight in sanda? If Lily hadn't shown off her driving skills just now, Xiao and I might not have believed it. But at this moment, she couldn't help but believe it. Is she really a woman? Xiao and I stared at Lily, her mind full of daydreams. This woman is not only sexy and beautiful, but also has many talents. No wonder William chose her. If I were a man, I would probably choose her too. Lily turned her head and saw Xiaoni staring at her, and said, "We're here. Let's get off." Hearing this, Xiao and I turned her head and found that Lily had already parked the car. As a driving killer, it takes Xiao and I at least 5 minutes to complete a reverse parking space. But I just stared at Lily for a few seconds, and she actually parked the car. This is so awesome. After the three got off the car, Xiao and I walked and admired Lily. Suddenly, Lily stopped and asked, "Didn't you say you would take me around Barong County? Why am I the one leading the way now?" After hearing this, Xiao and I came back to her senses. Where should we go? Are you asking me?" Lily asked doubtfully. "Ha, I really thought I forgot about it." Xiao and I laughed awkwardly. She was only thinking about observing Lily and forgot what she was supposed to do today. At this time, the assistant said, "Sister Xiaoni, this is the schedule you wrote last night." After taking the schedule, Xiao and I took a quick look at it and felt that none of the ideas listed on it were good. Places she thought we should go based on her understanding of Lily. The Lily yesterday was not the real her. Her brain turned back to her, and she suddenly said, "The first place we should go to should be the boxing training ground." Lily frowned immediately. "The boxing training ground in Barong County is very famous?" Xiao and I shook her head. "I don't know if it will be famous, but I know it will definitely suit you." "Really?" Lily heard about the boxing training ground. She had no objection. "After all, I have been staying at home for so long recently and have hardly done any activities." Seeing that Lily did not reject this idea, Xiao and I immediately searched for nearby boxing training gyms on our mobile phone and also booked 2 senior sparring partners online. Lily continued to drive to the destination. Not long, the three arrived at their destination. At first glance, you can see a huge sign hanging on the door. Below the sign, there are photos of several professional coaches. Their deeds are written in great detail above. But when a few people looked at them, they had no idea who they were. "Sister Lily, didn't you say you can box, fight, and do sanda? Come on, let's go in and practice." Xiao and I said casually. Lily nodded slightly. "It's true that I haven't practiced for a long time, so let's go and give it a try." The three entered the training hall. There was a man sitting at the front desk at the door. When he looked up, he found 3 beautiful women coming. Oh no, there should be 2 beauties because after seeing Lily and Xiaoni clearly, the man immediately forgot about his assistant. What do the ladies want to know? Fitness, weight loss, or yoga? Isn't this a boxing training hall? Xiao and I asked. Yeah, the man nodded and explained, boxing is our main business, and it's usually targeted at men. Most women come to us to lose weight or practice yoga. Anyway, in his eyes, Lily and her friends are only suitable for yoga. After all, their figures show that they don't need to lose weight. After hearing what the man said, Xiao and I immediately explained. We are here to practice boxing today, and I have already booked 2 boxing sparring partners online. Oh, so that's how it is. The man suddenly realized that several big customer service representatives had come. After all, the price of booking a sparring partner is quite expensive in a boxing gym. Knowing that the other party had an appointment, The man hurriedly invited them in. Come inside the tube. They found two partitions. One is for boxing training, and the other is for fitness yoga training. There is no doubt that boxing is a man's world. On the fitness yoga side, there are either beautiful women practicing yoga or fat people losing weight. Everyone, follow me. The man was leading the way, but he was thinking in his heart that this was the first time a woman came to practice boxing in the boxing gym that had been open for so long. I don't know whether they came here to practice boxing or to see men. Since Lily and Xiao and I both have great figures, the man kept looking back as he walked in, afraid that he wouldn't see enough. Lily and Xiao didn't care. As long as he didn't do anything too outrageous, it was fine if he just looked at them. After all, the purpose of having a good body is to be seen by others. Walk for half a day. They finally arrived at the so-called boxing venue. At this moment, there are more than a dozen people practicing boxing here. Hook, raise fist, swing fist, side kick, high kick. Every kick hit the sandbag, causing loud rumbling noises throughout the room. No wonder the boxing gym was placed at the very back. It turned out to be because the noise was too loud. When Xiao and I saw the group of shirtless men punching and kicking the sandbags, she was so scared that she couldn't help but take a step back. Oh my God, these people look so scary. Seeing this, the man who brought them in smiled inwardly and said, I've told you that boxing is not suitable for you, but you still don't believe it. Then, the man shouted directly to the crowd. Has any one of you been booked as a sparring partner just now? Now they are here. When everyone heard this, they all looked over. I actually saw two beauties. The two strong men who had been booked heard the voice and quickly put down their work and walked towards Lily. They thought that since they were booked in the early morning and that he had two sparring partners, he must be a martial artist. Who knew that it turned out to be a few women who came? It's good to be a woman. I don't have to sweat today. They both raised their hands at the same time and said in welcome, Welcome to the fiery training hall. I am your sparring partner, Jiangcheng. I am your sparring partner, Li Jiangcheng. Judging from their training and tone alone, they seem to be quite qualified. I just don't know what his real strength is, Lily thought, and answered politely. Thanks. Xiao and I and the assistant also responded subconsciously. Thank you. Then which two people need to practice boxing? Jiang Feng asked first. It's her. Xiao and I and the assistant quickly pointed at Lily, indicating that this had nothing to do with them. Because she doesn't want to have anything to do with boxing. Does this beauty need two sparring partners? Jiang Feng asked curiously. Then I thought, she has already paid the money. Why do you care if she needs a few sparring partners? I wonder if this lady has any boxing skills, Li Changcheng suddenly asked. If Lily doesn't know anything, they can immediately act as coaches and teach her. Lily said a little bit. It's good to have a foundation, Li Changcheng nodded. If you already have the basics, then there is no need to teach. It looks like this morning will be particularly boring. After all, Xiao and I spent 4,000 yuan to hire two sparring partners for a whole morning. Afterwards, Jiang Feng took out a box of new boxing gloves from the counter and handed it to Lily, while he and another sparring partner put on sparring suits. They chose an empty ring and had two sparring partners stand on each side. Jiang Feng gestured to Lily. Let's stand on each side. You can take turns practicing. Lily didn't say anything, but nodded to show that she understood. Jiang Feng stretched out his protective gear and signaled Lily to start attacking. Bang! He threw a punch with great force. Feeling the strong impact, Jiang Feng was subconsciously stunned. On the other hand, as soon as Lily finished throwing a punch, the blood in her body began to surge, as if she immediately regained her original feeling. Then, another punch came. The collision between the fist and the protective gear made a loud sound like a fireball exploding. Xiao and I and her assistant in the audience were completely dumbfounded. They felt that the force seemed to be able to kill them with one punch. Of course, not only Xiao and I and the others were shocked, Jiang Feng on the stage was also quite frightened. He thought the force of Lily's first punch was an illusion. It was not until the second punch hit the protective gear that Jiang Feng instantly felt a force penetrating his shoulder. Immediately afterwards, there was a piercing pain in my arm. But due to shame, he did not show it. Lily mistakenly thought that her strength had weakened, so she began to use a whip kick to kick the target on Jiang Feng's feet. Boom! Jiang Feng fell to the ground. Seeing this, Li Changcheng felt like laughing for some reason. What's wrong with this kid? He actually learned to fake a fall just to make a beautiful woman smile? Jiang Feng fell to the ground and tried to stand up despite the pain, but he found that his right leg, which was kicked by Lily, was completely powerless. What's going on? My legs hurt so much that I couldn't even move them. Jiang Feng was very depressed But no matter how hard he tried, it was useless. It was as if he had lost a leg and was completely unable to adapt. This is related to Lily's years of training. During normal training, when he practiced with a dummy, he would attack the most vulnerable muscle corner of the opponent's foot. Kicking at this angle will not only make the opponent weak and powerless, but will also make the opponent lose combat effectiveness in a short period of time. Seeing that the other party couldn't stand up, Lily shook her head and returned to her usual fighting indifference. Turning to look at the other sparring partner, Lily asked, "Are you ready?" Jiangcheng was stunned for a moment, then smiled and nodded to show that it was okay. But he was thinking in his heart, "Don't think I will be like Jiangfeng and try to please you just because you are a beautiful woman." After making sure that the other party was ready, Lily flashed and took quick steps. In the blink of an eye, she was in front of him and kicked out with her leg. As if a human-shaped spring was shot out, Li Changcheng felt the force of Lily's kick. His face changed instantly, and then he flew out. With a loud bang, the entire arena seemed to be shaken. Li Changcheng quickly covered his stomach and was about to cry. Although I was protected by protective gear, the force was so strong that it made me feel cold all over. When the force is strong enough, no matter how good the protective gear is, it will be useless because it can directly cause internal injuries to you. At this moment, Li Changcheng was lying on the ground, and the painful expression on his face said it all. Xiao and I was shocked, but she couldn't help but applaud and said, "Sister Lily, you are amazing." Seeing this, the assistant at the side applauded. "Sister Lily is really amazing. This time, someone finally brings honor to us women." As the applause rang out, the coaches training nearby naturally noticed what was happening on the ring, especially before sending them to the men. He was sitting at the front desk and watching through the monitoring computer and saw Lily knock down two boxing sparring partners with just a few moves. The soda in his mouth sprayed out of fear. These two sparring partners are no worse than the coaches present. After all, they have served as sparring partners for provincial-level boxers. Even if those provincial boxers fought for a whole day and a whole night, it would be impossible for them to beat their sparring partners so badly that they couldn't stand up. Through the monitor, the man enlarged the image and found that the expressions on the faces of the two sparring partners were really embarrassed. This means that being kicked down was not an illusion. The man touched his forehead, a look of disbelief on his face. Like Lily, who has a perfect look and figure, is also so good at boxing? The man calmed down for a few seconds in front of the surveillance camera and immediately rewound the video to before Lily and the sparring partner started fighting, and took out his mobile phone to record it all. Chapter 40, Lily the Versatile One. Lily thought the other person's ability to withstand blows would be stronger, but unexpectedly, it was even worse than the first one. However, this also made Lily very happy. "At least I know that my fighting ability has not declined." Lily shook her head at them and sighed. "Hey, it seems like you guys are no match for me." A simple sentence immediately aroused public anger. The coaches who had been training for 4 weeks naturally heard what Lily said. They were all from the training hall, and they must have felt unhappy seeing their partners being spoken of so badly. Not to mention that the person saying this was a woman. Even though Lily was beautiful, she was not allowed to look down on them. I saw one of the boxing coaches quickly come to the ring. In boxing, as long as someone dares to challenge and the other party is willing to accept, the fight can start immediately. The boxing coach stared at Lily and put on his gloves. "Although you are a woman, I can see that you are very strong. So do you accept my challenge?" Lily smiled calmly. "Of course, come on." "Well, you're a woman with personality." The coach sneered, twisted his body slightly, and began to adjust his pace on the spot. This is the most basic probing move for a boxer, and it is also intended to warm yourself up quickly. Lily stared at the other person and stood still, as if ready for the other person's attack. After moving around a lot, the coach finally found the right moment, rushed out, and swung his fist. Lily smiled knowingly, thinking that the opponent was too slow. She dodged easily and attacked with her right fist, hitting him right on the waist. Compared to the previous two sparring partners, this coach was indeed quite capable. Even after suffering a powerful punch from Lily, he only took a few steps back before steadying his pace. After a brief test, the coach became more convinced that Lily was really good, especially her punching speed, which was even faster than that of the national-level boxers he had seen. "Although I am not as strong as them, in the boxing industry, as long as I'm fast enough, I can easily kill my opponents." After being hit once, the coach had to choose a safer approach and focus entirely on defense. Lily had to take the initiative to attack. Swish, swish, swish. Continuous punches, the wind dances. The coach subconsciously dodged left and right. He dodged punch after punch. Seeing this, the other coaches and sparring partners in the audience applauded and said, Lao Zhou, you are awesome. Seeing them applauding the coach, Xiao and I and the assistant at the side naturally did not want to be outdone and shouted, Come on, Sister Lily. Come on, Sister Lily. Beat him. Hearing the encouragement from the audience again, Lily thought it was time to give it her all. Stand still, sway left and right, and attack in an instant. Use your legs and feet together and punch hard. The speed has increased by several levels compared to before. The coach thought that Lily had just fought against him with all her strength, but who knew that at this moment, the opponent's speed could actually be increased. At least, it was almost at the point where he couldn't defend himself. Behind. The coach dodged while muttering to himself. However, the next moment, Lily's fist hit her face directly. Although the arms seemed slender, they can actually unleash a force of up to 300 kilograms, with an impact force that is terrifyingly strong. The coach's entire face was distorted in an instant, and even some of his teeth seemed to be loosened. Then, Lily took advantage of the victory and punched the opponent in the face again. He covered his nose in pain and called for a stop. I give up. Hearing the coach's call, Lily wanted to use a final killer move, but she restrained herself and stopped. After all, this is just a friendly challenge, not a life-and-death fight, so there's no need to be ruthless. After making sure the other party admitted defeat, Lily said calmly, In fact, you are better than those two sparring partners. A little more powerful? To him, this sentence was more insulting than death. After all, I'm a boxing coach. I teach boxing. Not only did I get beaten by a woman like you and beg for mercy, but I was also insulted in the end. In fact, Lily was just speaking out what was in her heart. You are indeed better than the previous two sparring partners. Is there anything wrong with that? But to this group of coaches, Lily was wrong. So the next moment, all the coaches stared at Lily on the ring, rubbing their hands and wanting to challenge her. Lily naturally saw something from everyone's eyes, so she suggested, One coach is not enough. Why don't you have a few more come up? As soon as these words were spoken, all the coaches in the audience gnashed their teeth. But no one dared to stand up. Until the end, Xiao and I laughed and said, Sister Lily, come down and let's leave. These boxing coaches don't look any good. One sentence can cause 1,000 waves. Damn, has the weather changed? We are men after all. How can we back down at this time? I still don't believe that no one here can match you. If they don't go, then I'll go. As he spoke, someone finally stood up and walked onto the stage. Lily saw this and realized that his physique was much weaker than the previous one. She just shook her head and said, I want to use my full strength this time, so please send more of you up. This word please has been used to its full potential. Everyone invites you to come up, but you still don't dare to? Everyone thought so in their hearts and were all stunned. Then the second, third, and fourth came to the ring. After a moment, 4 boxing coaches stood on the ring. Compared to Lily, each of them looked unusually burly, with veins bulging on their arms. Seeing this, Xiao and I in the audience whispered to her assistant, Oh my God, did I get into trouble just now? I feel like they're all very angry. I wonder if Sister Lily is their match. Upon hearing this, the assistant quickly shook his head. I don't know either. At this time, they both felt a little worried. Lily with all their strength, because of what she just said? Would Lily be beaten up by them because of her lack of physical strength? After all, in their impression, boxing matches often leave people with bruises, and some even have their faces broken. Thinking of this, Xiao and I suddenly regretted angering everyone. But it was too late, because the competition on the stage had already begun. Lily seemed extremely happy, even though she was surrounded by 4 strong men. Because once there are more opponents, she doesn't have to be timid and can perform at her best. Superior. I don't know who shouted. The next second, the 4 big men's fists all surrounded Lily. 2 fists are no match for 8 hands, so when faced with the powerful attack, Lily first chose to dodge. Compared to this group of strong men, Lily's dodging speed is really too fast. After several rounds, Lily didn't even break a sweat, but the 4 strong men were already exhausted. The 4 of them looked at each other. All of them were surprised at Lily's reaction speed. Then, Lily smiled and waved to continue. Without hesitation, they rushed out immediately. Facing the collective offensive, after the previous round of judgment, Lily has found the best counterattack strategy. It's still the same as before. As long as they are fast enough, they will lose. Bang! Clatter! With 1 punch and 1 kick, he knocked one down directly. Then came the second, third, and fourth. In just 5 seconds, all 4 men fell to the ground. In an instant, everyone in the audience exclaimed, Even if those coaches find it unbelievable, it is a fact that Lily defeated 4 coaches. When facing a strong person, no matter whether the other person is a man or a woman, they can only choose applause. Because strength is the truth in boxing. As long as you are strong enough, what you say makes sense, and others will also stand on your side. When Xiao and I and the assistant saw that Lily won, they hugged each other and started celebrating. After dealing with 4 people, Lily took off her boxing gloves on the ring. For her, the practice just now was enough, and it also proved that her strength had not declined during the 2 weeks of rest. Coming down the stage, Lily signaled Xiao and I and the assistant to prepare to leave. At this time, the coaches on the stage shouted, "Excuse me, what is your name?" Lily looked back at them and said, You better practice your boxing skills." After saying that, the 3 of them left the training hall without even looking back. This scene is like a hero defeating the enemy and leaving in style. Among them, Xiaoni's performance was the most obvious. As she left, she deliberately swung her hips, as if she was the one who had knocked out her coach on stage. As soon as she arrived outside the training hall, Xiao and I raised her middle finger. Humph! They claim to be the best boxing gym in Baron County. I spent a full $4,000 on it, but it's so rubbish. 4 of them together are no match for our sister Lily. After complaining a little, Xiao and I happily left with Lily. Get into the car. Xiao and I turned on the navigation and said to Lily, "Sister Lily, the next location is Barong Arena." Barong Arena? Lily asked, "What is it for?" Guess what? Xiao and I smiled, as if it was some secret base. Anyway, she was going to travel around the entire Baron County with Xiao and I today, so she didn't bother to care where she was going. "Okay, hold on tight, we're leaving now," Lily said, starting the car and immediately heading towards the destination. Less than half an hour. As the car sped along, Lily and others arrived at Barong Arena. I parked the car at the door and found that there were quite a few racing cars parked here. After seeing the racing car, Lily finally understood why Xiaoni brought her here. It turned out that she wanted her to drive the racing car. So without too many questions, Lily, Xiaoni, and others got off the car and went straight into the arena. When you enter, what catches your eye is a huge racetrack. At the edge of the route, many racing cars and private cars were parked on the edge. "So many cars," Xiao and I said in surprise, and then turned to Lily and said, "Sister Lily, come on, I'll take you to rent a racing car now, and later you can take us to gallop on this track." Lily turned her head and looked at him, smiling. "Aren't you afraid that I'm driving too fast?" "Don't be afraid. I believe in your strength," Xiao and I said with a smile. Indeed, after the boxing match just now, Xiao and I has 100% confidence in Lily's personal strength. Afterwards, Xiao and I walked in front and Lily followed behind, looking at the speeding vehicles on the track from time to time. This feeling is too familiar to her. But in her memory, in addition to the speed of the car, there was an even more terrifying sound, which was the sound of the bullet rubbing against the air passing by her ears. Xiao and I came to the reception room of the arena, looked back and found Lily still staring blankly at the track. So he shouted, "Sister Lily, come in quickly." Lily woke up from her memories when she heard the voice. When we arrived at the reception room, there were already quite a few people waiting to rent a car. Before coming, Xiao and I checked the price of renting a racing car on the internet. But I didn't dare to open it, so I could only ask Lily for her choice. "Sister Lily, what kind of car do you want to drive?" In the reception room, you can see all the vehicle information provided by the arena and whether the car is currently rented out through the display. After a quick glance, Lily found that all these cars were very ordinary. Even the fur was not as good as the Bentley parked outside. "We should be able to rent the venue here directly, right?" Lily said suddenly. After hearing this, Xiao and I understood that Lily wanted to use her Bentley Continental GT. Indeed, the Black Warrior Continental parked outside would be a very impressive car, even on a racetrack. In particular, the car comes with a racing mode. "Okay, you wait here, I'll go ask," Xiao and I said, walking inside. A few minutes later, Xiao and I came back with a happy smile and said, "They said it's okay, but the price will be higher. If you rent a racing car individually, the venue fee is free. If you bring your own car, you will need to pay 5,000 yuan per hour." For Xiao and I, who earns $1 million a year, there is no need to feel bad even if she spends tens of thousands on Lily today. After all, when the time comes, William will hire a lawyer to help him with the lawsuit, and it will probably cost more than this amount of money. "How much?" Lily asked. "Don't worry about the money, just drive later." Xiao and I smiled, as if she didn't care at all about the amount of money. "Yeah." Lily nodded and went outside to drive the car in. The appearance of Bentley instantly attracted a lot of attention. People who like to participate in racing have almost thoroughly studied the performance, price, and speed of the car. So when Lily drove the black Samurai Bentley onto the track, in the eyes of these people, its data had already been refined. For example, top speed, 330 miles per hour. Price, around 13 million. Power, more than 650. Acceleration from 0 to 100 kilometers per hour, about 2.8 seconds. After analysis, we concluded that the Black Warrior is the best car currently available. What no one expected was that there was a woman sitting in the car. A woman driving a race car? At least in this arena, that rarely happens. Seeing Lily driving the car in, Xiaoni and her assistant hurriedly got in. Just as they were getting into the car, Xiao and I suddenly handed the camera to her assistant. Let's each sit for a while. Go take some videos of Sister Lily driving. Seeing this, the assistant pouted and had to leave with the camera. Before they came, both of them were too scared to ride in Lily's car. At this moment, everyone is scrambling to ride in the car she is driving. Arriving at the center of the car, the Bentley slowly drove out. Many people couldn't help but complain when they saw this. She must be some rich second-generation girl who couldn't find anything to do, so she came to join us men's sports. I don't care if she participates in men's sports, but I just saw her face and found that she is very beautiful. Indeed, I saw her too. Not only is she beautiful, but she also has a very good temperament. Anyway, I have been in Barong County for so many years, and I have never seen a woman with such a good temperament. You are so beautiful and a rich girl. It would be great if you could come here and be a car model. Haha, how do you know she's a rich second generation and not a car model? What if this car was given to her by her godfather? It's hard to say. After all, the car is not cheap. Who knows whether it was given by my biological father or my godfather? Just as everyone was discussing Lily, Bentley began to speed up. According to everyone's understanding of Bentley, even if it is slow, 100 times acceleration can at least reach 3 seconds. But it took Lily a full 10 seconds to accelerate the car to 100, so everyone thought Lily was just having fun. However, just when everyone thought so, the Bentley did not slow down when entering the curve. If the car continues at this speed, it will definitely hit the guardrail on the side. Lily stared at the curve ahead and continued to step on the accelerator. When the car reached a maximum speed, Lily began to steer the wheels sharply. When the rear wheels lose grip while the front wheels maintain their original grip, as long as the front wheels have a certain lateral force, the car can skid and drift. Lily completed the skillful movements easily on the track. Xiao and I, who was sitting in the passenger seat, felt such an incomparable stimulation that she couldn't help but scream with her eyes closed. Sister Lily, you are so bad. I like it so much. Far away, the assistant filmed the whole process with a camera. The audience on the side were all dumbfounded. Although it was just a simple movement, it was quite a big deal to the people present. At least, few people on the scene can complete it, and even if they do, it will probably look very clumsy. After completing the first turn, Lily continued to step on the accelerator to accelerate. The cars that were originally running in the front were overtaken in an instant. When they find themselves being overtaken, their first thought is to catch up. Fuck, it actually surpassed my car. Don't think that just because your Bentley is a sports car, it can run faster than mine. After all, mine is a racing car. Although it is a racing car, it is rented from the arena after all. Even if he accelerated to the limit, it was only 280 miles per hour. When they reached the straight road, Lily couldn't catch up with him no matter how hard he stepped on the accelerator. Of course, at this time, there were not just one car chasing Lily, but 3. The 2 cars at the back were clearly better than the first one, so they overtook him in just a few seconds and were ready to overtake Lily. Lily looked at the 2 chasing cars in the rearview mirror and continued to speed up. Although these people are not professional racing drivers, they have certain skills after all, so in a short chase on the curve and straight line, they're not far away from Lily. But even if it wasn't far, they were still reluctant to follow behind, especially when the person driving in front is a woman. Chapter 41. Her background is terrifying. If a woman can drive better than me, then I can just go home and take a nap. However, the reality is that they are slapped in the face several times. The gap between driving skills and car performance cannot be solved by working hard or getting angry. Xiao and I, who was sitting in the passenger seat, saw the car behind her chasing her and couldn't help but use her mobile phone to record the scene. Although Xiao and I felt dizzy every time she entered a curve, it was enough for her to just close her eyes and experience the excitement. Not only could she not catch up, but as Lily continued to accelerate, the Bentley soon took the lead by several hundred meters. almost leaving the latter out of sight. After a continuous speed, Lily even overtook them in the second lap around the track. One lap of the track is about 3 kilometers. It didn't take Lily long to overtake these guys by a whole lap. They were so angry that they could only curse in the car. As a well-known local racing enthusiast, he was actually badly abused by a woman. The audience, standing on the periphery, also shook their heads when seeing this. Fuck, are those drivers all idiots? She overtook them by a whole lap, and they're still driving a racing car. They might as well drive a tractor. I think so too. Even if I drive with my eyes closed, I can definitely drive better than those guys. No, I have to get closer and scold those grandsons for losing to a woman. Upon hearing this, the others followed suit and came forward to the edge of the platform on the track. At this moment, Lily came to the straight line of the track and increased her speed from the original 260 miles per hour to the true limit of 330 miles per hour. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The powerful turbine power twists in the engine, and the energy generated by the gasoline continuously explodes and propels the vehicle body. Swish! A strong wind howled. The audience, standing on the edge of the platform, was almost blown off by the strong wind. The other few people who were holding beer cans had their cans blown away. This shows how fast the Bentley Lily was driving was going. Sure enough, watching from a distance and watching from a distance are two completely different things. Fuck, that's horrible. They were just laughing at others, but now seeing Lily's car passing by them up close, they understood that it was because Lily was too strong, not because the drivers were too weak. With such a speed, it would probably be enough to get a rank even in an international competition. That's all. Lily continues to demonstrate her superb skills on the track. At first, everyone wanted to compete with her, but later when they understood the strength of both sides, they thought there was no point in competing. Wouldn't it be better to just drive by himself? Why did he have to embarrass himself? After that, Lily drove for more than 10 laps before Xiaoni got out of the car and let her assistant get in to experience it, while she recorded the video on the sidelines. Just then, the boss of the arena suddenly appeared. As a veteran who has been in the racing industry for 20 years, he couldn't help but walk closer to the track to watch when he saw Lily turning the corner for the first time. After watching the other party run more than 10 laps, he finally couldn't help but find Xiao and I. Hello, I'm the owner of this arena. My name is Li Zonghua. Xiao and I put down her phone, stared at the middle-aged man in front of her, and said with a smile, Hello, hello. You are with that lady, right? Li Zonghua asked again. Xiao and I smiled and nodded and said proudly, Yes, what do you think? My friend's skills are very good, right? It's really good, Li Zonghua said, and suddenly suggested, Can you tell your friend that I want to compete with her? Whether you win or lose, I can refund you the original price of renting the venue. Of course, I know your friend must be rich since he can afford a Bentley Continental. But if she beats me, I can let you drive on the track for free for the rest of your life. And I can also pay you $100,000 in cash separately. In Li Zhonghua's opinion, no matter how rich a person is, if she likes racing and there's a chance to give her a lifetime free trial today, most people would not refuse. Moreover, he also used cash alone to seduce Xiao and I and persuade the other party. With both methods, you can definitely seduce the other person. Sure enough, as soon as Xiao and I heard about the 100,000 yuan in cash, she immediately nodded in agreement. You said that if my friend wins, you will give me 100,000 yuan in cash. Li Zunshua nudda. Seeing Xiaoni's excitement, he knew that the matter was basically settled. In fact, even if Li Zonghua only asked Lily to compete with him and he would refund all her venue rental fees, Xiao and I would still beg Lily to compete with him. After all, 5,000 yuan is a lot of money. So why not pick it up if you can? Wait a moment. I'll call her, Xiao and I said, taking out her cell phone and calling her assistant. On the phone, Xiao and I covered her mouth and happily explained her purpose. On the other end of the phone, the assistant asked Lily. Lily heard someone challenging her and heard that the other party was the owner of the arena, which meant that the other party's level should not be too bad. In that case, of course, she agreed. She had been driving on the track for so long without even meeting an opponent, and she already felt quite bored. Now that a master is here to fight, of course, I can't suppress the excitement in my heart. Trackside, Xiao and I hung up the phone and said affirmatively, My friend agreed to compete with you. Okay, Li Zonghua said with a smile, and continued, I'll go get ready and come right over. After getting Lily's consent, Li Zonghua hurried back to the arena garage to change his equipment and drove out his beloved car. 10 minutes later, a bright blue racing car appeared at the side of the track. Sure enough, The racing car driven by the boss is not only gorgeous in color, but also has a much better body style. As Li Zonghua and Lily's race began, other cars left the track one after another. In a game, it is best not to have any outsiders appear, otherwise it will only hinder the progress of the game. According to the competition rules of the arena, there are both long games and short games. This kind of temporary competition is naturally suitable for short-term games. In other words, the race starts with 2 cars and ends after running 5 laps in a row. If 1 lap is 3 kilometers, 5 laps is 15 kilometers, and the winner will be decided quickly. So at this time, the entire edge of the track was surrounded by people. Especially when everyone learned that the arena owner was challenging Lily, everyone became even more excited. After all, Li Zonghua has a certain reputation in the racing circle. For this competition, the arena staff even found a model specifically for driving preparations. The model was wearing a custom-made short red uniform and holding a red flag in her hand. She stood between the 2 cars, raised it high, and waved it gently, and the 2 cars were instantly ejected. The other side, inside the boxing training hall, many coaches gathered around the computer, carefully watching what was captured by the monitor. At this time, the owner of the training hall also rushed over. He had planned to go to Jiangcheng in the morning to watch a boxing match, but he received a call from one of his boxing coaches saying that a woman kicked the training gym today. Unable to resist his curiosity, he decided to come over and take a look. In addition, he is actually more worried that the training hall will suffer financial losses as a result. After all, if the boxing members being trained heard this, it would be difficult to guarantee that their training gyms could continue to operate. Enter the training hall. The boss came in front of everyone and found that everyone was watching the surveillance history records. When everyone saw the boss coming, they made way for him one after another. Sitting in front of the computer, the boss said to one of the coaches, "Rewind the video to the time when that woman entered the ring." Following the boss's request, the coach moved the video to the moment before Lily went on stage. The boss took a deep breath when he saw Lily for the first time. Because of this appearance, it's so outstanding. Then, the boss saw Lily knock down 2 sparring partners with one move after another, and finally knock down 4 coaches in just a few seconds. 1 woman versus 4 coaches at the same time. No matter how bad these coaches are, there is no way they can't beat 1 person. Even if the opponent is a national-level boxer, he will definitely not be able to fight against 4 people. At least, the boss couldn't understand this. After all, he had been in the boxing business for so many years and had never seen anyone like Lily. Of course, overall, Lily didn't use only boxing. These include kicks and whip kicks from Sanda, as well as elbow techniques from fighting. Finally, the boss came to the conclusion that this woman was not an ordinary person. She can fight 4 people at the same time and win easily, especially since she is very beautiful. Thinking of this, he suddenly remembered that there was indeed such a person in the rumors in Jiangcheng. However, I heard that the man was assigned to be the bodyguard of the chairman of Jiangcheng Group. But why is it here? The boss couldn't figure it out, so he took a screenshot of Lily's appearance and sent it to a friend of his. Soon, the other party replied with 2 sentences. Lily, the subordinate of President Li, and currently works as a bodyguard for William. However, President Li once instructed that her identity must not be revealed, otherwise you know the consequences. Seeing these 2 replies, the boss swallowed. If President Li had already made a statement in advance, then as a small boxing gym owner, he naturally wouldn't dare to say anything more. His only hope now was that after Lily left, this matter would not be spread out. Otherwise, the reputation of the boxing gym would probably be ruined. The boss deleted the message sent by his friend, and then deleted all the surveillance videos of the whole day. At the same time, he told everyone to forget everything that happened today. After hearing the boss say this, everyone thought that he was afraid that this matter would get out and affect the profits of the boxing gym. But only the boss himself knew that he couldn't reveal a single word about Lily coming to Baron County. It's very simple, because Lily came to Baron County, which means William also came here. The boss had only heard of William's name from the bigwigs in Baron County. All we know is that the other party is a young man around 30 years old, and he also controls the 2 largest groups in Jiangcheng. Now, a new IP project has been launched which has become popular all over the country. The boss can only rely on hearsay about such people. Now, he also knew that the other party had come to Baron County, and it would be great if he had the chance to meet him. After, the boss left the gym, and other coaches were still talking about Lily's fighting skills. Although the surveillance video was deleted, The receptionist recorded it with her mobile phone and sent the video to her friends. And his friends continue to share it with more people. In the boxing industry, 1 against 4 is not scientific in itself. What's more, the other party is a woman. Such a video will certainly attract a lot of attention. Only 1 hour later, all the WeChat moments and group chats in Baron County were almost all filled with videos about how Lily abused 4 boxing coaches. And in the arena, Lily and Lee Zonghua has just begun. At this time, the number of people watching the game increased inexplicably. Most of them heard that the arena owner had opened a challenge to a woman. When people nearby heard about it, they all came to join in the fun. Under everyone's gaze, as soon as the 2 cars rushed out 100 meters, shouts rang out all around, as if everyone was cheering for Lee Zonghua. Xiao and I and her assistant were puzzled when they saw this. I don't know when this group of people came in and why they are so excited. There was no way out. Only myself and my assistant were there to support Lily, so I naturally felt lonely. Although that woman is powerful, I don't think she's a match for Lee Zonghua. What do you mean? That's nonsense. This woman looks less than 30 years old. Lee Zonghua has been racing for 20 years. Do you think she could be a match? I've only heard that Lee Zonghua was a professional racing driver before, but I've never seen him drive in person, and I don't know if his ability is as good as the rumors say. Who knows? Just wait and see. Now, there is a group of people who, if they have not been slapped in the face by Lily, will definitely believe that Lily will lose. But after what happened just now, they naturally would not jump to conclusions, so they simply stood there and watched the next game. Anyway, 10 laps are not long, and the winner will be decided quickly. At the beginning of the lap, the 2 cars were almost side by side until the first bend appeared, when Lee Zonghua instantly accelerated and rushed to the front. In front of a truly top-notch racing car, there's no need to do any fancy moves on the curves. You just need to lower your speed slightly to get through them. Seeing Lee Zonghua running in front, Lily knew very well that the other party was indeed not a good person. Since she was at a disadvantage at the beginning, Lily of course had to catch up. Lee Zonghua glanced at Bentley through the rearview mirror and thought that the opponent's skills were indeed good. But after all, he was still too young and lacked experience. He left Lily behind and started accelerating at full speed on the straight road. Compared with other racing cars, the maximum speed of Lee Zonghua's car can almost reach 350 miles per hour. But because of the track, he didn't dare to increase the speed to 350 miles per hour. Otherwise, he would have to face the next bend as soon as the speed was increased, and there was a high possibility that the brakes would fail. To this end, he could only control the speed of the car to around 300. Seeing this, Lily would certainly not miss the opportunity. After all, the whole game process was too short, and there was no time for hesitation. Soon, almost within a second, Lily caught up. Lee Zonghua turned his head and glanced at the other person, frowning and saying, did I underestimate you? The 2 cars were side by side. Neither of them wanted to give up, but the next bend was only 200 meters away. At this critical moment, 1 car must be in front because 2 cars cannot run side by side on this kind of curve. In this case, within 200 meters, one of them must be in the front and slow down to pass the bend. In comparison, Lee Zonghua's car had an advantage in accelerating on the straights, so he accelerated and ran ahead in an instant. Similarly, Lee Zonghua was still in the lead in this round of bends and continued to lead by a large margin when entering the straight at the end. In the first lap, Lee Zonghua was completely in the lead. Everyone exclaimed in surprise when they saw this. Haha, I told you, that woman definitely can't beat our arena boss. This acceleration is indeed extraordinary. Even a sports car worth tens of millions is no match for it. Damn, it's so exciting after just 1 lap. It turns out that short races are the best. The boss of the arena has been leading for 2 consecutive turns. Without thinking too much, he will definitely win later. When Xiao and I heard that most people were on Lee Zonghua's side, she was dissatisfied and said, it's only 1 round, and it's still unclear who will win in the end. Soon, in the second and third laps, Lee Zonghua won by leading by 100 meters. The 4th lap is the final crucial one, so Lily must go all out. She stared at the taillights of the racing car, and the corners of her mouth rose. You are a good opponent. After saying that, Lily stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, allowing the engine to release all its kinetic energy. Such a fast acceleration once again scared the people on the sidelines. What's going on? How can that Bentley accelerate so fast? Yeah, I'm also surprised. Logically speaking, its 0 to 100 kilometers per hour acceleration is under 3 seconds, which is already higher than 99.99% of supercars. I didn't expect that I could actually increase the acceleration by 1 more level. Unless the engine of this car has been modified. I don't know who said the last sentence. Sure enough, the next second, before the end of the fourth lap, Lily surpassed Li Zonghua under maximum power. But if you come to the curve at this speed, even if you are ahead, can you ensure that your car will not flip over? This has aroused the curiosity of most car lovers. Anyone who has driven a car knows that when going through a curve, the speed must be reduced to the most appropriate speed to prevent the car from overturning. Even when a Formula One car goes around a curve, it must reduce its speed to a controllable range. But the Bentley on the track did not follow this at all. It was as if the bend was the end, and Lily was speeding towards the finish line recklessly. Seeing this, Xiao and I on the sidelines suddenly clasped her hands tightly and kept saying, "Sister Lily, you can do it." Buzz, buzz, buzz. The next second, the Bentley entered the curve with its leading advantage, and the entire car body skidded sideways. That's right, everyone thought that the Bentley couldn't control its speed, so it skidded. However, only Li Zonghua could see the reason. That was when Lily's engine ran at its limit, forcibly twisting the drive tires, causing the entire body of the car to completely lose grip, thus achieving the so-called drifting. Compared to ordinary floating, this one is really too difficult. At the same time as the tires slipped, a puff of white smoke rose from the ground. Thick white smoke blocked Li Zonghua's vision the moment he passed by. Therefore, after entering the curve, he could only slow down again. In just half a second, he knew that he had lost, because by the time he rushed out of the white smoke area and entered the straight road, the Bentley driven by Lily had already been 300 meters ahead. There were only 3 kilometers left in the last lap, and the opponent was already 300 meters ahead. How could I stand a chance of winning? Chapter 42, Lily's boxing video. As a racing veteran, Li Zonghua is well aware of this. Since the outcome was already decided, in the final lap, he only needed to maintain a steady speed and rush to the finish line. Bai Lily led the way to the finish line. Sure enough, this is the legendary Jedi counterattack. He unexpectedly turned defeat into victory in the last lap. This kind of plot has only been seen in movies. In life, there is always a chance to turn defeat into victory. Generally speaking, champions are those who lead steadily from the beginning to the finish line. Even in a short game, today's situation would hardly happen. Now, this group of audiences finally dared not to underestimate Lily anymore. If she won as just a passerby, you could still make some noise on the side, but now she has won as the boss of the arena. As a racing driver who has retired for many years, even though his abilities have deteriorated a lot, his basic skills are still there. Especially in recent years, after he opened the arena, he has trained short course racing to a level that no one can match. But today, he still lost. Winning the race, Lily slowly parked the car at the edge of the track. Open the car door, get out, and take a rest. Seeing this, Xiao and I and the assistant rushed over and hugged her. "Sister Lily, you were so amazing. I knew you would win." Yes, that floating move you just performed was so cool. It was even more exciting than the racing movies I watched. Hearing the two people's praise, Lily shook her head and said, "It's just luck." Xiao and I frowned and smiled bitterly. "Even though you beat me like this, Sister Lily still dares to say it's just luck? You're really too modest. If I beat that middle-aged man, I will definitely stop at the car park and do a celebratory dance." After all, I heard from them that the middle-aged man is a retired racing driver and the most famous local short-distance racing expert. We have hardly ever met each other. I guess he never thought that he would lose so badly in his first match with Sister Lily. It's really miserable, because Lily was still talking so much nonsense to Xiao and I when she reached the finish line. Li Zonghua drove the car slowly over. After parking the car aside and opening the door, Li Zonghua walked straight towards Lily and the other two. "You are really amazing. At least you're the most skilled race car driver I have ever seen." Lily smiled faintly. "You're welcome." Suddenly, Li Zonghua asked, "Can you tell me how you ensured that you could overtake at the last lap without overturning?" In Li Zonghua's opinion, even if it is reasonable to use drift without slowing down on a curve, who can guarantee that they can complete it in one go? Because anything can happen on the track, especially when there are cars following behind you. How can you guarantee that you can complete the action in one go? After all, this is not an exhibition race. If you practice this kind of operation frequently and become proficient at it, you will naturally be able to avoid any accidents, Lily replied. "Are you a professional racing driver?" Li Zonghua continued to ask. "Or a racing performer?" Lily shook her head. "I'm just an amateur. I can hardly be considered a professional. What the hell? Barely hooked. After all, I used to be a professional racing driver. Moreover, Over the years, the time I spend every year on training my skills is no less than that of professional racing drivers. Now that you've beaten me, you tell me you're just an amateur. Isn't this a slap in the face? So faced with Lilia's answer, Li Zhonghua could only look at her speechlessly. Although racing is just a hobby for you, you have taken it to the extreme. I don't know, can I ask your name? Lily smiled and said, it's just a simple sparring match. I'm unlikely to appear here in the future, so you don't need to know my name. Cold and resolute. In one sentence, he refused to tell the other person his name. Since the other party is unwilling to say, you can't force him to ask. After all, he has the capital to be arrogant. That's fine, Li Zhonghua said with a smile, and then turned to Xiao and I and said, go and get the bonus from my men first. Upon hearing this, Xiao and I jumped down excitedly, and then went to the living room with her assistant to collect 100,000 yuan in cash. After getting the money, Xiao and I returned to the track again. Afterwards, before they were about to leave, Li Zhonghua spoke again. Anyway, since you beat me this time, I will follow our original bet. Whether you come here again or not, my arena will be provided to you permanently for free. Upon hearing this, several people nodded to each other to express their gratitude. Wait until Lily and others leave the arena. Li Zhonghua returned to the reception room and asked his men to make a copy of the surveillance video. He also asked his men to find out who Lily was. A woman with such means should be very famous in the racing world. However, Li Zhonghua had never heard of him. Not long after, his men did not find Lily's personal information, but sent him a video separately. In the video, Lily stood on the ring and knocked out 2 sparring partners and 4 boxing coaches at the same time, with just a few moves. In addition, this video was also accompanied by special music. When the BGM sounded, the passionate charge horn also sounded. Lily found the right opportunity and attacked to knock down each boxer. Finally, someone added a sentence for Lily. Rubbish. Many people mistakenly thought it was a performance when they first saw it. But in order to make the public understand that it was a real fight, the person who posted the video deliberately slowed down the exciting part of the video when disseminating it, and finally put it in the last 10 or so seconds. By watching, you will find that the moment Lily's fist touches the opponent's face immediately becomes distorted. With such a powerful force, who dares to say it is fake? After watching this video, Li Zhonghua immediately recalled Lily's cold face. How could he associate her with boxing? Not to mention that she was fighting 1 against 4 people. Let's just say that she just beat herself in the racing game. Winning in such an extreme way is something that normal racing drivers simply cannot understand. You said she beat you, which is already impressive enough. As a result, he was able to fight 4 people alone in the boxing gym and easily defeated their opponents. Who is this woman? At this moment, a big question mark appeared in Li Zhonghua's mind. But at that moment, he stared at the video and found that the style of the stadium was very familiar. After taking a closer look, Li Zhonghua realized that he seemed to have seen the ring logo somewhere. After thinking for a while, he finally remembered. Isn't this arena owned by my friend Zhang Yueqing's family? Thinking of Zhang Yueqing's boxing training gym, he looked carefully at the men in the video. Suddenly, he remembered 2 of them, whom he had only seen once the last time he went to the training hall. Out of curiosity, Li Zhonghua called Zhang Yueqing. Soon, the person on the other end of the line answered and said with a smile, "What's the matter, Brother Zhonghua? Why did you think of calling me?" Li Zhonghua didn't waste any words and asked directly, "Did a woman in your training gym defeat the 4 of you coaches recently?" Hearing this, Zhang Yueqing was stunned for a moment, then asked, "Brother Zhonghua, this happened just an hour ago. Who did you hear this from?" "It just happened an hour ago." Li Zhonghua was even more shocked. After thinking for a moment, he continued, "This is what my men saw on WeChat Moments. Besides, this woman just left my arena. But you know, she beat me in the 15-kilometer sprint. Almost all of Li Zhonghua's brothers know about his short course game skills. Even if you put today's professional racing drivers in his field, they may not be able to beat him. But the other party said that he lost to Lily. The problem is, Lily just left my place an hour ago. This woman, is she really as strong as the rumors say?" Seeing that Zhang Yueqing hadn't spoken for a long time, Li Zhonghua continued to ask, "Do you know who this woman is?" At this time, Zhang Yueqing came back to his senses and slowly explained, "Her name is Lily, and she is one of President Li's subordinates." President Li. Li Zhonghua read these 3 words. Zhang Yueqing immediately reminded him, "President of Jiangcheng Bank. Li Zhang, have you forgotten?" When Li Zhonghua heard Li Zhang's name, he immediately remembered. How could he not remember a Jiangcheng gangster who was the same age as him? I remember that I had the good fortune to meet him once when my fame in the racing circle was gradually rising. Although the other party was only 25 years old at that time, he was already a master of both paths. Later, he controlled half of the banking industry in Jiangcheng. I just heard that 2 years ago, because of the Chun Group, the bank also suffered huge losses. But recently I heard that the Chun Group began to rise, and Li Zhang's economic status in Jiangcheng also rose accordingly. No matter what, you have only the chance to hear the other party's name. As for his subordinates, Li Zhonghua only knew that there were many of them, and each of them was very capable. If Lily is his subordinate, then it seems reasonable that she is very strong in fighting and racing. But Li Zhonghua still couldn't understand why the other party won against him. Is it because Lily is extremely talented, or is it because Li Zhang has properly trained his subordinates, that Lily has strength in various fields is ahead of the others? Of course, I haven't forgotten his name, Li Zhonghua replied, and then continued, but I'm curious. What are his men doing here? She must have followed here to protect William, Zhang Yueqing explained, and continued. Unfortunately, I didn't see her going the same way as William, but I'm sure William should be in Baron County. William, Li Zhonghua asked, are you referring to the chairman of the Chun Group? Yes, Zhang Yueqing replied. President Li arranged for Lily to be by his side for personal protection, so I think William should be with us. If William is really here, then we brothers should act as hosts and invite him to dinner. Hearing this, Zhang Yueqing also nodded. Brother Zhonghua said exactly what I was thinking. I have already sent someone to find out about him. Once I have any news, I will inform you guys immediately. Chapter 43. Find out about William. In that case, I will ask someone to find out about him. Li Zhonghua said. At the same time, Zhang Yueqing also responded. Okay. Then, they both hung up the phone at the same time. On this side, Li Zhonghua immediately asked someone to find out about William's news and also asked someone to follow Lily. After all, she is William's subordinate, and wherever she goes, William must be there.